I declare open this Additional Estimates 2021-22 hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. Today the committee will examine the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, followed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 29th of March 2022 and has fixed Friday 25th February as the date for senators to submit written questions on notice in order to receive answers by the due date on the 25th of March 2022. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a safe environment. The guidance is also available from the Secretariat. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Marise Payne, who has an exceptionally long day ahead of her, and thank you for being agreeable to change the hearing of Foreign Affairs to today.
Actually, Chair, I thank you.
I'm not sure you really want to be here, but anyway, Minister, thank you, and Ms Campbell, as the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, welcome as well. And Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Chair. Thank you very much. And I do want to thank the committee for the committee's flexibility in being able to bring foreign affairs estimates to today and take defence estimates tomorrow. It does enable me to depart later today for the Munich Security Conference.
At 10 p.m, is that correct?
To present to the Munich Security Conference, as well as part of a broader series of international visits. I do appreciate the recognition the committee has extended to the importance of that travel. Chair, given my absence tomorrow from defence estimates, I do seek the committee's indulgence in allowing me to make a short statement about a former colleague at the Department of Defence. Mr Brendan Sargent, who died tragically and unexpectedly in an accident over the weekend. Brendan joined the Department of Defence in 1983 as an assistant research officer. His public sector friends and colleagues know that he went on to work in the Attorney General's Department, in then Centrelink, in the Department of Finance and Deregulation, but he came back to Defence in March of 2010 as Deputy Secretary Strategy. He also held the position of Deputy Secretary Reform and Governance before being appointed Associate Secretary in March of 2013. He held that position until he retired from the department and from the APS in July of 2018. He also acted as Secretary on many occasions. I worked with Brendan in his role as Associate Secretary for 3 years as Defence Minister. He was most recently head of the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre at ANU following his career in defence. The 2013 White Paper, and really importantly, the First Principles Review, were principally authored or overseen by Brendan before he left the department. In their statement, the CDF and the Defence Department Secretary Greg Moriarty have observed that his White Paper shed new light on changing circumstances in the region, including emerging cyber threats and the implications of the global financial crisis. In helping lead the First Principles Review major organisational reform agenda in the department, which I know this committee has concerned itself with on many occasions, he helped to modernise defence and position the agency to better contend with today's security threats. I'd say, Chair, that of the many Australian public servants that I've had the privilege and honour to work with, he was one of the most dedicated, professional and committed individuals you could ever hope to meet in the classic mould of a traditional public servant. He gave great service to this nation. It was an absolute pleasure to work with, and on behalf of the government, I convey my deepest sympathies to his wife and his daughters. Their loss is enormous and we are thinking of them.
Thank you very much for that very heartfelt condolence message, Minister, and I'm sure I can say on behalf of the committee that the committee echoes those sentiments and extends condolences to the family, and not only is he a loss to his family, but clearly to the nation as well. Secretary, do you have an opening statement?
Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. No, Senator, but if I could just join with the Minister in paying our deep respects to Brendan Sargent and our sympathies to his family. He was the Audit Chair of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and had continued to serve, and we were meeting with him just a few weeks ago in order that we improved our governance across the department, and he remained very committed to serving his nation.
Thank you very much for that, Secretary. Just for other senators' plans for the day, the Greens will have a bracket of questions immediately after morning tea, and I'm told that at morning tea will be provided with a birthday cake courtesy of Senator Kitching, whose birthday it is today. But we will await that cake. We will await that cake.
What a
look,
present to be here.
I have now put her under pressure on that, but happy birthday, Senator. And Senator Keneally, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Minister and to the Department for their attendance today. We've seen the news this morning on Ukraine and what appears to be a somewhat withdrawal of troops. Is it possible for the Department to give us an update on the current situation in Ukraine?
I'll just ask Ms Cooper to come to the table. Did you want to say?
I would say, Senator, as Ms Cooper does come to the table, that I think it is very important that verification is obtained of those reports. That is an observation that the NATO Secretary-General has made, and the President of the United States. Secretary of State has also called for verifiable, credible, meaningful de-escalation, but I'm sure Ms Cooper will add to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Good morning, Senators. Katrina Cooper, Deputy Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners. We have seen those reports, Senator Keneally, this morning. We have had a report out of our embassy in Moscow. Our ambassador has sent an assessment. I mean, it's too early. I shouldn't say assessment because it's a little bit too early to do an assessment, as the Minister has pointed out. But it is an encouraging sign that we are hearing those reports. Of course, they are coming out of Russia, so as the Minister has said, we do need to drill down a little bit into that and make an assessment. The latest assessment of the number of troops on the border is 150,000. We heard President Biden say that just overnight. That's a lot of troops, Senator Keneally, so the capability is clearly there for a full-scale invasion in Ukraine. We're also hearing, though, suggestions that a diplomatic off-ramp is still possible, and you will have observed over recent days and weeks multiple efforts to engage with President Putin and Russia in the hope of finding a way to avoid kinetic activity and invasion of Ukraine and find a diplomatic pathway. So we remain hopeful, Senator. I guess there's grounds for very cautious optimism in terms of what we've seen overnight, but we remain deeply concerned about the situation on the Ukrainian border, and we are standing up very strongly in what we say and how we conduct ourselves to say quite clearly that Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty should be inviolable.
You mentioned there the number of troops on the border, 150,000, according to the US President. My understanding is there are also a number of troops in Crimea. Could you speak to the government's assessment that what was the government's assessment of the troop movements that led and what other factors led to the decision to close the Australian embassy in Kiev?
Sure. So that number of 150,000 does include troops in Crimea. So that's the number of troops that are sort of amassing, mostly in the north and the east, and also in Crimea, around the ports as well, of course. We've been watching this, as have other countries, as has the world, very, very closely, and we've seen the situation ramp up. We've seen more and more troops moving to the region. So that's one element of our assessment, Senator, but there have been, we've had access to other information that has also fed into our assessment, highly classified information, of course, which I am unable to share with you this morning. The other important thing to note, Senator, is that we're working very closely with our like-mindeds, and in fact, the embassy in Kiev is co-located with the Canadian embassy, which has closed and has moved to Lviv. So our remaining 3 officers, it's a small embassy, but we have 3 people there, our ambassador and our deputy and one other, have moved with Lviv, where they are continue to be working closely, co-located in fact with the Canadians.
Thank you. I understand that there are 147 Australian citizens, permanent residents and dependents registered with DFAT in the Ukraine. Is that number still correct?
That might have
We
been...
might just get Mr McLaughlin or one of the consular people to go through the details, because I know they have changed overnight, and I'm not sure whether that's due to people having departed or not, so we'll just get one of the consular or someone with the expertise to the table.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators. Congratulations, Senator Kitching. Craig McLaughlin, Deputy Secretary, Security, Legal and Consular Group. Thanks for your question. The latest figures that I have on the number of Australians registered with us, by which I mean citizens, permanent residents and their family members, is now 186. I know that's slightly lower than the number we briefed to some of you in a private briefing yesterday. The reason for that is we are happily seeing a large number of Australians actually depart Ukraine, as we've urged people to do through successive updates of our travel advice. But we are also encouragingly as well, seeing people register with us in the country.
Okay. And how does the embassy's closure and relocation impact the department's ability to provide consular assistance, including the issuing of passports?
To be clear, if I might say it, to describe the situation, there are a large number of Australians spread across the country, and I won't go into the details of where they are. The team that's relocated to Lviv is in a position to issue travel documents subject to the requirements of those travel documents having been met. And indeed, I'm aware of at least one case in which they are actually in the process of doing that now.
So they have the infrastructure and the capability to do that in Lviv. Can you please provide a brief summary, acknowledging this is a complex situation, of how the international community, and particularly the US and the European states, have responded to the situation in Ukraine to date?
Certainly, Senator. There has been activity in the United Nations. The Security Council has met once on Ukraine. It will meet again. There was a statement from the Secretary-General just on the 15th of February urging restraint and encouraging a diplomatic outcome. The NATO countries have been working very, very closely together, and as I mentioned earlier, really there's been a lot of shuttle diplomacy going on backwards and forwards in an effort to try and find a way forward and find a diplomatic off-ramp for this dispute. We remain closely engaged with allies and partners and other like-minded countries so that we can be quite united, as in fact, you know, all countries should be united in efforts to prevent an incursion of sovereignty. So there's a very strong, coordinated and coherent global position, urging restraint on the part of Russia and encouraging a diplomatic off-ramp rather than some sort of escalation which could potentially lead to a conflict which, you know, could be, of course, extremely serious.
Can we get some clarity on the UN Security Council? Because my understanding that they have had a discussion, but that China and Russia did try to block that, but it nonetheless went ahead. Can you just give us an update on that discussion and the outcome of that?
I haven't got that at the table with me, Senator, but I can bring that back later. Some details of that discussion, yes.
Is there another
I've
officer?
got a paper there. I think it's on my...
Senator, we'll just get that paper if you wanted to ask another question, and we'll try and
Okay.
answer that while we're getting that paper.
Thank you. Well, actually, it follows on the steps that, you know, and thank you, Ms. Cooper, for your answer. Similarly, what steps has Australia taken to respond to the situation in Ukraine?
So I think Ms. Cooper's talked about working with our partners, making sure that the messaging is very clear, that this is unacceptable, that should there be an incursion, sanctions will be applied. So we have worked lockstep with our like-mindeds to ensure that the Russians were aware of our very strong views about what was being proposed.
Have we also provided any support in terms of cyber security?
Yes, Senator, and we can ask Dr. Feakin to come to the table and talk about, he's our ambassador for cyber, to talk about what engagement he has had, if that would be of use to the committee.
Yes, that would be, in fact. Thank you.
We'll just ask him to come to the table. Ms. Cooper will fill
I
in on the
apologise
last
to officials
question.
who I seem to be putting through some type of aerobic exercise this morning.
It's how we do it, Senator.
This
We're
is,
all good.
and it's good exercise.
It's called going around the world via estimates. Although we do want to make sure no one comes down the stairs too fast.
Understood.
Thank you.
We should have a fireman's pole.
I've suggested abseiling and rappelling before, but the team haven't taken it up.
I'm
Senator.
responsible for work health and safety, and I would be somewhat concerned.
Senator, thank you very much for the question. Tobias Feakin, Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology. Sorry, just a little bit out of breath from running down the stairs. Hopefully I can answer your question sufficiently. I want to let you know that we are well progressed in detailed discussions with our Ukrainian counterparts regarding our proposed meaningful cooperation on cyber issues.
So on the 25th of January, I think the Minister did say that she was asking you to undertake that work. In estimates on Monday, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet confirmed that actually no additional assistance has yet to be provided to the Ukraine in terms of cybersecurity since the onset of this crisis. Is that correct?
At the moment, it's a live in confidence conversation. I can't share the full details because of the in-confidence nature of the discussion between the two countries, but I can reassure you that that is a conversation that has been taking place.
We're also, Senator, working with particularly the United States, who are playing what I would describe as a support coordination role for the Ukrainian government, given the amount of offers of support that have been forthcoming. And the very strong focus of the Ukrainian government on the immediate challenges around the military build-up, is it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we've also been discussing, as Katrina Cooper outlined, the discussions with like-mindeds has extended to cyber cooperation as well. And it's true to say that there are a whole range of our like-minded partners who have already provided a great deal of cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine over the past number of years and are looking to now. So again, there's an important job of coordination that's going on to make sure that the Ukrainian system isn't overloaded with offers.
Dr. Feakin, in no way do I want you to provide us with information that is sensitive or confidential in terms of your discussions with the Ukraine, but I do just reflect that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has told the Senate that no additional assistance has been provided since the onset of the crisis. So my question was, is that correct?
No, it is correct, yes, because at the moment we are in that live discussion with the government around what cybersecurity assistance look like and understanding what Ukrainian requirements are as well.
So you've had you're having the discussions now. Thank you. But correct me if I'm wrong with respect, but the Russian troop buildup has not just sprung out of nowhere, it's been building for months. I'm trying to understand if this is with respect to passive approach by government, if the request from the Ukraine only came in recent days. I mean, we heard from my memory a couple of weeks ago about providing additional cyber support to the Ukraine. I believe, in fact, the Home Affairs Minister spoke about that as well. So I'm trying to understand, when did the request first come in? When did we start considering what we could provide? And when can we expect that there'll be a decision about what we might provide?
So, Senator, as I made public, I spoke with Ukraine's Foreign Minister on the 19th of January, and it was from that conversation that a discussion around cyber started. However, to note your point about the lead time, if you like, in terms of these issues, and I'm sure they'll have more to say on this tomorrow, but over the past year, Defence has been also providing capacity building training to officials in the area of cybersecurity in Ukraine. So this has been an ongoing engagement. Our offer was as to whether we could add to that activity with the Ukraine. We have had engagements between the ambassador and the Ukrainian chargé to discuss further cyber assistance, but ultimately identifying what would be useful and valuable to the Ukrainian government is still, as the ambassador said, being discussed. As I noted in my previous remarks, this is a very challenging time for the Ukrainian government across multiple fronts. That's why the United States in particular has taken a coordinating role in the cyber question. So it is in no way, shape or form an issue of passivity or anything else. It is a case of working with a partner to determine what might be helpful at a critical time.
Thank you. There are, of course, plenty of ways we can demonstrate our solidarity with the Ukraine. You spoke, Ms. Campbell, about statements, you spoke about sanctions, and these are measures that we would take short of military assistance, correct? Has the department provided policy options to the minister in support of Ukraine's sovereignty?
Yes, Senator, we have provided advice.
And to be clear, diplomatic statements are part of those options. Sanctions.
Sanctions, yes, Senator.
Military assistance.
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Thank you. So, Ms. Campbell, you mentioned targeted sanctions, and presumably like-minded countries, the US and UK, and if I take their public statements at face value, are also preparing targeted sanctions against Russian entities. Has the department made any sort of assessments on the global supply chain implications of coordinated sanctions against Russia?
Senator, just to go back to sanctions and just to remind that we already have 220 sanctions on Russia from the 2014 annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol. So we do have an active autonomous sanctions regime.
And I appreciate that, and I think that's important to get on the record, but it's been flagged that targeted sanctions or additional sanctions could be part of our response. There's been much public speculation about the impact on global supply chains and on fuel shortages and fuel prices. And these are areas that would understandably directly impact the lives of Australians should those consequences occur. So what I'm seeking to understand is if the department's made any sort of assessments on what the implications of coordinated sanctions against Russia might be, and how, my follow-on question is, how are you planning to prepare, for example, for possible increased fuel or gas prices? And
Thanks. I mean, in terms of impacts of sanctions, and I know you will know this, but just, for the record, there are very many sorts of sanctions. So they can be on individuals, for example, which may not have no impact at all. The sanctions that are most likely to have impact are those on financial systems, for example, and assessment of those impacts are part of the assessment of whether or not we should impose sanctions on countries. And we do coordinate with other countries on sanctions as well. In terms of impacts on Australia, that's obviously not just a DFAT responsibility. You mentioned gas, for example, energy. There's obviously clearly energy security issues at stake here. They are discussed by government. That particular issue obviously doesn't sit with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but I can tell you, Senator, that yes, they are considered and impacts assessed in terms of to feed into recommendations to government as to whether actions should be taken.
Because Australia might be vulnerable to these consequences even if we take no
Correct.
further sanctions.
In terms of gas prices and so on, yes.
And so who does have the lead on this in terms of government? Because I'm thinking there's the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism, there's the National Coordination Mechanism that sits within the Department of Home Affairs. I'm trying to understand, when we are thinking about the possible consequences for Australia and Australians, who's got the lead in government? You said Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade does
So,
not.
Senator, I understand it's on the public record. I've seen it reported, I think, today, that this is a matter, these matters across the board in relation to Ukraine are matters which have been considered at the level of the National Security Committee of Cabinet. That includes the relevant ministers in those discussions in relation to industry and resources issues as well.
And is Home Affairs involved in that? Is the National Coordination Mechanism part of it?
I can't speak to the National Coordination Mechanism itself, but Home Affairs is, of course, given the Minister is a standing member of the NSC, part of that, yes.
Thank you. Minister, I do note that your colleague, the member for Wentworth, published an opinion piece in the Sydney Morning Herald in June 2020 where he argued that to manage the rise of China, Russia needed to be brought in from the cold, were his words. Are you aware of that op-ed?
Not specifically, Senator.
So did you approve its publication?
No, Senator.
Okay. Did you agree with the member for Wentworth at the time?
Well, Senator, I've just said I'm not specifically aware of that op-ed, and given the creative juices flow strong and fast amongst members of the government in terms of their publication of opinion pieces, I don't have them all to hand.
And we don't need ministerial approval to submit them.
But I find
unlike
that to be the case,
elsewhere.
Senator, yes.
So,
Given how strongly I advocate on freedom of speech, Senator, that's
Exactly.
unsurprising.
Exactly.
well, then may I ask you, Minister, do you agree with the proposition that we need to bring Russia in from the cold in order to manage the rise of China?
I'm not going to comment on the observations of a particular opinion piece, Senator. What we're dealing with now is obviously an extremely serious matter, a serious issue and challenge for both security and stability, not just in Europe, but frankly internationally. I take that very seriously, and I think all of my statements in relation to the Russian escalation and the situation in Ukraine have indicated that.
I'm not asking you to comment on the particular piece, but the proposition that it put, which is a diplomatic and foreign policy proposition that we need to bring Russia in.
So that's one view, Senator. I'm not going to comment on that.
it's not the policy of the government.
Senator, I don't think you'll see that articulated by a member of the ministry. I certainly have not said that. The Prime Minister has not said that.
Thank you. The member from Wentworth also said a G9 configuration was needed. That is the G7 plus Australia and Russia. Has any work been done within government to progress that idea?
Senator, the status of the G7 as it currently stands is a matter for the G7.
Right.
I see Dr. Feakin grabbing his name tag before he raises up. Can I ask one supplementary question on the side?
Sure.
Dr. Feakin, there's been reports just in the last hour or two about a number of cyber attacks that have been shutting down banks and ministries, etc. in Ukraine. Is there any assessment as to whether that's a continuation of what's occurred in recent years, or is that marking a significant escalation?
I don't have any official assessment of that particular incident, but absolutely I've read about that incident. To be frank, it follows a pattern of what we've seen in the Ukraine over the best part of nigh on a decade of persistent cyber activity in that country, whether it be DDoS attacks, taking down of certain parts of infrastructure. There's certainly been a sense that the Ukraine at times has been seen as a testing centre for various cyber activities. So it's deeply disturbing again to see a report of a cyber incident of that scale in the Ukraine. It further clouds what is already an incredibly complex and difficult situation for that government to respond to.
Thank you.
Senator, we have seen confirmed this morning also that the Ukrainian Defence Ministry has confirmed the experience of a cyber attack as well.
I also would like to ask one in a similar vein in relation to cyber.
Maybe not.
Thank you.
Oh, my bad.
Is one of the possible consequences for Australia increased cyber attacks in our country? Have you contemplated the risk of ransomware or other cyber security issues arising for Australian businesses, government departments and civil society?
The official assessments on that front would certainly come from the Australian Signals Directorate and from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. Certainly what I can say, though, in the geopolitical context is that when we see events going on internationally, it's hard to extrapolate what's going on in the geopolitical sphere and what happens in the cyber sphere. The two undoubtedly are inextricably linked. What I can assure you is that whether they are CISO's chief information security officers out in industry or within government, there's always close monitoring of what's going on in the globe in terms of fine-tuning your cybersecurity settings.
Senator, I can assure you from a department perspective, we are very seized of this challenge and watching our security very carefully at the moment.
In terms of government, are you aware of any action that's being taken to ensure that government agencies are completing the top 4 and the essential 8 actions that are recommended in order to protect themselves from cybersecurity attacks?
Senator, I think that would be probably, I can talk about DFAT, but I'd probably better ask of either the Digital Transformation Agency or the Australian Signals Directorate to get a more whole of government. But we are working.
I think it actually sits within AGs, but to be fair to DFAT.
Yeah.
But I'm just seeking to understand if DFAT has, given your awareness of the risks of cybersecurity attacks, if you are working with those partners in government, because what we've seen from Auditor General's reports is that government agencies are, in fact, pretty slow in adopting the top 4 and the essential 8 actions to protect themselves against cybersecurity attacks.
So within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and more broadly across the portfolio, we are very focused on upgrading our systems to ensure that we can achieve that. I am working closely with the COO and the CIO to ensure that the appropriate resources are put into our systems to drive that compliance.
Okay. I might take that up with other agencies then. It is a concern we've been raising for some time. Minister, as we saw on Monday, the Prime Minister has not yet had a phone call with Ukraine's President Zelensky to convey support, nor has he initiated calls with other international counterparts to discuss the situation. Has that situation changed since Monday?
Senator, I have been leading Australia's engagement with both international counterparts and with Ukraine. That is as I would expect it to be. As you can imagine, President Zelensky is absolutely focused on the immediate challenge. Australia has offered our support through my engagement with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, DFAT's engagement on multiple occasions with the Ukrainian Chargé, the work of our head of mission in Kyiv and now in Lviv, including with the Deputy Foreign Minister and other officials in Ukraine, and that is what I would expect to happen.
Well, we have seen the Pentagon warn of an imminent attack by the Russian forces. We've got 150,000 Russian troops on the border. And I appreciate that there have been many statements from the government supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. But to date, we haven't yet supplied any new direct assistance. We haven't put in place any new sanctions. And we haven't even had a phone call from the Prime Minister to the President. We're not suggesting that, no one is suggesting that Australians' actions on the ground are central to these events, but it does appear that these many fine words have yet to be backed up with actual action. It does appear there is some level of passivity to this very real threat to our global peace and security. This could potentially be the first war in Europe since the Second World War.
I completely disagree with your characterisation, Senator.
Why is there such a passive approach?
That is absolutely not the case, Senator, and that has been, in fact, the lie is given to that by the engagements that we as a nation have had, including in my conversations with the US Secretary of State, the UK Foreign Secretary, with the other members of the Quad also in their visit here, with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister himself, and with those engagements I spoke about earlier. Senator, we have devised and are producing the potential set of sanctions applications with like-mindeds. That work is being done with the US, the UK and Canada, all of which have sanctions regimes. I stand to be corrected, but in the immediate term, my understanding is those countries have not yet moved to apply sanctions in relation to the imminent actions of Russia, perhaps on other issues, but not on the imminent actions of Russia. We are ready to move when those countries move. We also, as you know, met with one of the very interested European partners of Ukraine in Australia last week in Foreign Minister Gabrielis Landsbergis' visit from Lithuania, a country that has also had acute recent experience of actions from an authoritarian regime in relation to its own sovereignty, and in fact experiences every day the challenges that Russia presents on their own borders. So I'd suggest that it is not the case in any way, shape or form that you could characterise the government's approach as passive.
Chair, if I may just
Well, I apologise. This is the Labor Senator's time. Senator Van.
Yeah, but we do in this committee, not
Sure.
doing it at 15-minute
Oh,
blocks.
that's a
So,
lovely tradition.
like others do, we have given Labor a fair run, but we do allow, if you like, supplementary questions
I would
from
just
other
flag
senators.
then, I think
But if you've got a specific line you want to pursue, and then we'll have Senator Van.
I just
ask
flagged
it.
it, and thank you, Chair, for your approach, and it's
We try to be
refreshing.
very diplomatic and conciliatory
it's
in this
refreshing.
committee.
and perhaps you might speak to some of your other colleagues about your refreshing collegial approach. I do not
I
believe
might
that-
remind you of that later in the day, Senator.
I do believe that Senator Kitching has some questions in this vein.
Yeah, but I think Senator Van just has one or two. If we can interpose Senator
I will
Van
allow
and then Senator Kitching.
Senator Van and Senator Kitching
Yeah.
seem to be in
As long as we can stay on topic, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think Senator Kitching has some questions in this vein.
Did you have questions, Senator Van?
Yes, I did. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
all right. Go for it, and then Senator Kitching.
Just on that point of passivity, Madam Secretary, that Senator Keneally just raised, an alternate view to the member for Wentworth is, rather than bring Russia into the tent, would be to Australia standing up to authoritarian regimes wherever they are in the world and joining with our like-mindeds and pushing back on behaviour that the world would see as unacceptable, encroaching on others' borders and challenging their sovereignty. Would that be a fair assessment?
Well, Senator, I would note that this op-ed, which I haven't seen and I've asked to see a copy of, was written in 2020. There's been significant changes since that time. The government's been very clear on standing up for sovereignty of nations, and that is what is happening in this case with our like-mindeds equally so minded.
I might also point you to one I wrote last week, which is a little bit more current on this topic. Thank you, Chair. That's all I had.
All right, Senator Kitching.
Can I just ask, the UK has laid legislation down a change to their Sanctions Act. Are we planning on strengthening our Autonomous Sanctions Act, as the UK has done? So I think they can do, under there, they're planning to do, so Ms Truss is, so there's businesses, individuals, financial services, so it's a broader
Yeah, and I'm familiar with the
cross-section.
UK sanctions, and I'm familiar with the changes you're talking about, which essentially go to sanction of oligarchs. And I can certainly say that's under active consideration. Our current sanctions regime is really quite broad already, we are actively considering whether we, as part of our consideration, obviously a decision for government, which is why I'm being cautious here, but consideration for government. But yes, as a department, we have it under active consideration, including the element that you are talking about, Senator.
Thank you. That's good.
I can give a rundown of the UN Security Council
Yes, I'd be interested
position
in
if that would be
yes.
helpful. It was a couple of weeks ago, so I had to refresh my memory. It was called for by the United States on the 31st of January, and it was held on the 1st of February. The title of the item was Threats to International Peace and Security. Russia called a procedural vote on whether the meeting should go ahead, and there were 2 votes against, which were Russia and China, but under the UN Security Council rules on procedural votes, you need 10 for it to go ahead, and there were 10 voting in support of that. Oh, sorry, there were 9 required, but there were 10 in support, so it went ahead. And the Under-Secretary General for Political Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, she briefed the Council, she led the discussion, and Belarus, Lithuania, Poland and Ukraine participated in that discussion as directly affected states. So the opening by Under-Secretary DiCarlo, she made very clear that there should be no alternative, that the sort of comments that I made earlier about, there should be no alternative to dialogue to find a way to resolve this dispute, and discouraging any sort of aggressive activity. And pretty much all of the countries spoke in favour of the territorial integrity, obviously, of Ukraine. Russia, as you can expect, spoke in a different way, and Belarus, as I said, who was co-opted, also had some comments around that. I note that those Security Council, the details of those Security Council discussions are in the public domain, but that gives you a flavour of the discussion and explains perhaps why that discussion could go ahead in the Security Council, because I know there's often an understanding that there is a veto power in the Security Council, but in terms of this particular discussion, that was able to go ahead if 9 of the Security Council members voted in favour, and in fact 10 did.
Is there any? Is there going to be another meeting like that? Is there anything scheduled?
There is something scheduled, but it's not like this. It's actually something that Russia is comfortable having, and that's around the Minsk agreement. But in terms of another discussion of this sort, there's nothing scheduled that I'm aware of. It could well be, though, another discussion in the Security Council, and as I said, we did see a statement overnight from the Secretary-General.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to France.
Are we finished on Ukraine, or does Senator Keneally want to come back to that? He's done his questions.
I don't have anything more for cyber.
All right, back to Labor. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
See you later.
I've got some questions on the bilateral relationship with France. Could I just get an assessment of the current state of Australia's relationship with France?
Thanks, Senator. That's me again. Yes, our relationship with France is an important one for us, obviously. It's an important actor for us. It's a resident power in the Indo-Pacific. We cooperated very recently with France in assistance to Tonga. That was a really positive combined effort, and other countries too, of course. Our ambassador in Paris is meeting regularly with senior people in the French administration to advance our bilateral relations. We do have a whole program of bilateral relations and a whole plan which we refer to as affinity with our relationship with France. So all of those conversations are ongoing in terms of how we can implement that plan. It's a very, very important relationship for us, Senator.
A few years ago, this committee did an inquiry into our bilateral relationship with France. So we also looked at the...
And it was very well chaired, if I might say.
Thank you. And looked at our cooperation with France also in the Antarctic, which was very interesting.
Senator, I would say, in addition to the observations that Ms Cooper has made, one of the most effective aspects of the work that we've been doing in the Pacific in response to the volcanic eruption and tsunami in Tonga has been through the FRANZ Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Mechanism. So FRANZ, of course, being France, Australia and New Zealand. I'm sure Defence will be able to provide more information tomorrow in terms of that cooperation, but does include, as I understand it, embedding a French official in our Operations Command work in relation to the Tonga response and deployments. And I think that is a reminder to us all of the work that we are able to do in addition to, for example, the Kiwa Initiative, which is France-led, but a multi-donor activity in which we participate about strengthening climate change resilience in the Pacific through biodiversity conservation for Pacific Island ecosystems and communities and economies. So that work is ongoing and I think very welcomed in the Pacific. But the Tonga response in particular has really reinforced that.
Are there plans for more alliances with France?
Well, Affinity itself has a very significant breadth. I'm happy to ask Ms Cooper to go into more details on that. I don't have a copy of the work plan here with me, but is a project of very significant breadth. We certainly intend to continue with that, but also to grow that where we can.
Thank you, Minister. I'd ask Lynette Wood, who works for me and who is principally responsible for implementing all of those projects, and talk in much more detail. But it is a really comprehensive package of work that we're doing with France that spans across political, economic, military, cultural, and it's an ongoing. It's not a one-off. It's a long-standing program, and it deals with all aspects of our bilateral relationship, but also, of course, with an emphasis on how we work with France in the Indo-Pacific.
Ms Wood.
Thank you, Senator Kitching. Lynette Wood, First Assistant Secretary, Europe and Latin America Division. To add to the comments that my colleagues have made, Affinity was first agreed in 2018, as I think you're also aware, and last year there was an update on implementation of Affinity that foreign ministers presented to leaders, and the update set out expectations for projects which will lead into the future. It has a number of pillars, and under each pillar there's a range of activities. Pillar 1, building security. Pillar 2, strengthening resilience. Pillar 3, embracing opportunity. And it covers, I chaired a meeting with colleagues across government last week. It involves activities right across government, as has been referred to, everything from in the environment area, culture, science and research, defence cooperation, projects such as bushfire management, in the Pacific, as my colleagues have already outlined, cyber. So it's a very wide-ranging document, and it gives us a roadmap into the future.
And was there a timetable for activities or projects under that agreement? Were any accelerated due to the Future Subs program finishing?
Affinity is an ongoing project. When foreign ministers presented their stocktake to leaders last year and added additional projects into the mix, there was the expectation that this will be implemented, I understand, by the end of 2023. And that was the purpose for my getting colleagues together recently, so that we have a sense of momentum and that we're continuing to implement those projects.
So there was no acceleration of anything because we were looking for opportunities, to have, other areas where we could have a relationship with France after the Future Subs program was cancelled.
So, Senator, we will always seek to do that, and Ms Wood has been leading some very important work, both in the implementation of Affinity and more broadly. But it does give us a very sound basis. I think we've done 2 reports to leaders, if I remember correctly, a very sound basis for the cooperation and the opportunity, as I said, to reinforce those partnerships in the region has come about most recently through a devastating natural disaster, but it does remind us of how important those Pacific relationships particularly are.
Is it so? Is the update public? Is it possible? Can you table?
It's a report to leaders, Senator. I'm not sure whether it is, but let me see what it is possible to make public.
Lovely, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that would be great, Minister, if you could. Could I ask, Minister, when you go to Paris, and I'm very jealous you're going to Paris, but when you go to Paris, will you meet with the French Foreign Minister? Is that one of your appointments?
Well, the French Foreign Minister is chairing the EU Indo-Pacific meeting that I am attending, and we are working through bilateral commitments at this point in time, like literally at this point in time. I'm still working through those, so they're not settled yet.
And will you have a one-on-one meeting?
They're not settled yet.
They're not settled yet. So the ambassadors met with whom in the French government?
We'd have to take that on notice, Senator, but happy to provide you with a response on that.
Do you know?
She certainly presented her credentials to the President in December.
December. Okay.
At the Elysee.
Well, the 2nd of November.
Sorry, November.
2nd
for the record.
Thank you. And was there any discussion there of the Future Submarines program?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but again, we'll take this on notice.
Thank you. So there was on the 28th of October, so only a few days before the ambassador presented her credentials, there was a discussion. Certainly the Elysee Palace said that it's now up to the Australian government to propose tangible actions that embody the political will of Australia's highest authorities to redefine the basis of our bilateral relationship and continue joint action in the Indo-Pacific. Has the department or the government offered any initiatives to improve the relationship?
That's the sort of work I'm referring to that Ms Wood is doing, Senator. Meetings in Canberra and in Paris with French officials. I have met with the ambassador, as I think is on the public record, and met with him again in the last week. Those discussions continue, and it is about building on that existing extensive cooperation.
Is there any new funding that's been allocated to the initiatives that Ms Wood was discussing? Is there any new funding for that, for any of those projects?
I don't think it's a case of funding allocations at this point in time, Senator. But if that is a matter which we think needs to be addressed over and above what is already within the affinity envelope, then we would certainly consider that.
Okay. And any additional staff?
I don't think so, Senator. I think our Europe team is, and the focus on France is very strong in the normal work of the agency.
And has France suggested any projects they would like to see? So.
Senator, I think in terms of going into detail of the bilateral discussions, I wouldn't normally do that on the public record, but we're certainly working collaboratively across government here and with appropriate counterparts on the work that Ms Wood is doing.
Thank you. Because I do remember from our inquiry there was interest in the Antarctic, in having a further developed relationship there, given
the history.
Yes, given
very
the
strong
history.
between Australia and France, Senator.
Yes. Could I ask, in terms of, so I just want to ask you about meeting with Foreign Minister Le Drian. Those are still being settled. Is there any? So if you meet with him, would you also meet with the Defence Minister? I mean, do you have an idea of what meetings you would like to have?
The last time I saw a report of Defence Minister Pali, she was actually in Indonesia, which was a very welcome visit to the region. I'm not sure what her program is. I would not normally and necessarily do that. It very much depends on the schedule. The Munich Security Conference has a large agenda with a number of commitments, existing commitments that I already have, and as I said, we are working with multiple counterparts on what the bilateral program looks like.
Thank you. What other countries, and I'm happy for this, for a list to be provided later on in the day, what other countries have been invited to the forum?
The EU Indo-Pacific Forum?
Yes.
We'll take that on notice, Senator. It's a large group and we'll provide that on notice.
Could I go to the...
It's not our invitation, of course.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I understand.
Yes.
Could I go to the text message from the President of France to the Australian Prime Minister on 16 September that was published in the Daily Telegraph? The Daily Telegraph also understands that 2 days before the AUKUS arrangement was announced, Macron messaged the Prime Minister to say that he was not available at the time Australia was seeking for a call, and said, "Should I expect good or bad news for our joint submarines ambitions?" Did the Prime Minister authorise the leak of a text message to him from the President of France?
Senator, as I understand it, this was discussed extensively at PM&C estimates on Monday, and I have nothing to add to that.
Okay.
I think
I'm
Mr
sure that
Birmingham's
was a comment.
extremely straightforward as a finance minister. I always find him very clear.
I think he's coming tomorrow.
He is, Senator, I believe.
Could I ask, Minister, when did you become aware of a private text message from President Macron had been leaked to Australian journalists?
Senator, I would have to check. Well, I have to recall, but my understanding is through media. Or my
So
recollection
through-
is through media.
Through the Telly article.
I couldn't specifically say, Senator, but I think of through media.
Did you have discussions with anyone in the PMO?
I don't recall where I was, again, at the time, Senator. I think I was travelling or in quarantine, one or the other, and I'm not sure I was in a position to do that.
Could I ask, Secretary, when you became aware of a private text message from President Macron that had been leaked?
Via the media, Senator,
And when?
when the media reported.
Okay. So no one phoned you the night before?
No, Senator.
Did anyone in the PMO discuss a leaking of the text message with you?
No, Senator.
So on the 4th of February this year, the Prime Minister's office rejected a Freedom of Information request to release all of the text messages between the Prime Minister and President Macron. This rejection is on the basis that the disclosure, and I quote, would or could reasonably be expected to cause damage to Australia's international relations. So if there's an acknowledgement and that's a basis on which the Freedom of Information request was rejected, have you made an assessment that there is damage to the relationship?
I would say, Senator, and I'll ask the officials can obviously respond as well, but I would say, given they make FOI decisions, that category, that description in relation to FOI applications to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is a category of standard use, if you like, across multiple FOIs that I have observed in the past 3 years, and in fact preceding that, in relation to FOIs requested through the Department of Defence. I know officials who run our FOI system make very robust decisions, and I have no further comment to make on the PM&C decision, or whether it's a PMO or PM&C decision, but I do know that category is one that I have seen used on countless occasions.
And can I just ask, Minister, in relation to that category, it is not only the potential content which is a matter of concern or damaging to our relationship, but if world leaders get to know that any text message to our Prime Minister might be, or from our Prime Minister to them might become available under FOI for public gaze, then that sort of communication, one suspects, would stop very quickly, and one form of diplomatic channel would be stopped or closed.
Well, Senator, I note that observation.
Yeah.
So, Chair, we were not involved with that decision, so I can't clarify that any further, but the comments both by the Minister and the Chair are accurate in the consideration that we would do when we were considering such matters.
Thank you. The second reason provided by Mr Morrison's office for declining the FOI request was that the text, and I quote, contained information that was communicated in confidence by the head of state of a foreign government to the Prime Minister. So the text exchange was confidential. Again,
Senator, I'm not aware of the details of this matter, and I have read like you have.
So confidential, but one was leaked.
I think that's a statement, Senator.
A close advisor to President Macron told a French newspaper disclosing a text message exchange between heads of state or government is a pretty crude and unconventional tactic. Would you agree, Secretary, that leaking private correspondence with an international counterpart is unconventional?
I see from the information on the FOI that because they chose to use the national security criteria for not releasing the information, that as we have discussed, that sort of information has the potential to impact on international relationships.
And calling somebody a liar would be a pretty crude and unconventional tactic as well. I'm sure you would agree, Senator Kitching.
would you say, Secretary, would you say that the leaking of a text message has weakened Australia's relations with France?
Senator, we're working very closely with our French counterparts to ensure that the bilateral relationship remains strong. And I think both Ms Cooper and Ms Wood have outlined some of those initiatives that we have taken. We are very engaged with our counterparts, looking to continue the strength of this relationship because of the importance of France in the Indo-Pacific, and we've seen that demonstrated in the response to the Tonga situation. So I am very focused on us moving forward and working with our counterparts to ensure that both nations are able to ensure peace and prosperity, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, and that's where our focus is.
And there's been no discussion with other heads of state where there was an expression of concern that a text message from President Macron had been leaked?
There's been no discussion with me about that matter.
Minister?
Sorry, Senator, I missed.
So there hasn't been any discussion from other heads of state expressing concern about a leaked text message from...
Not to my awareness, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Just 1 second. Do you want to
James, do you have any questions? All right, Senator Rees, yeah, keep going. Yep.
Thank you. I have some questions about COP26 and the Prime Minister's attendance. Perhaps if Mr Isbister is... There he is. Very good. Thank you. Thanks, Mr Isbister. Can you confirm for the committee that during COP26 Australia did not submit a new emissions reduction target for 2030?
Senator Jamie Isbister, Australia's Ambassador for the Environment. Australia did submit a new NDC, but it didn't include an update on the 2030 target.
So despite all of the Prime Minister's rhetoric at the conference, we essentially took former Prime Minister Tony Abbott's 2030 emissions reduction target to COP26, didn't we?
Well, no, I think, well, as I said, we submitted a new NDC, and in that it included a 2050 net zero target, and it also included a range of quite significant targets on what we would achieve on 7 low emissions technologies that are going to be both critical in terms of what Australia's going to need to do to deliver on that net zero target, but reduce emissions over the next decade. And obviously equally importantly, how that's going to have to work with other countries to support their efforts to accelerate that. But the government have been clear that the 2030 target was set. It did include in the NDC, and we did communicate quite clearly, as the Prime Minister had, that our current projections had us on track to get to a 35% reduction from our 2005 levels, and the government's focus was how we were going to continue to exceed on that.
But those are projections, aren't they? Nobody sensibly regards those as targets.
Well, Senator, I think Australia's record, particularly concerning our exceeding of our Kyoto 1 and 2 targets, and we have some of the best data, and I think data is the right word, but Mr Isbister will correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the analysis that we do here of our emissions. Those projections, as he said, will see Australia achieve up to a 35% reduction by 2030. I think it is very important that Australia advances that proposition, and to that end, why we included that and continue to include that. in our engagements at COP26. I mean, just yesterday, Senator, we signed a new and renewable energy technology letter of intent with the Indian government, between Minister Taylor and his Indian counterpart. This is ongoing work for this government to pursue these emissions reduction achievements.
Well, precision's important, isn't it, when we're discussing these things?
That's why I've talked about data, Senator.
Projections are not the same as a target.
That's an interesting debating point, actually, and we could spend a very long time about how precise a target is as opposed to an achievement. And an achievement is what we have on the record in relation to Kyoto 1 and 2, for example.
There is no difference between the position that Australia took under Prime Minister Abbott in terms of our 2030 target and the position that Prime Minister Morrison took to COP26.
Well, that's categorically wrong, Senator, because the position that Mr Abbott was able to take was in relation to the target and the projections as they sat then. The position that Prime Minister Morrison has been able to take is one which notes that our projections to 2030 will see Australia achieve up to a 35% reduction by 2030. They are qualitatively different. And that is because of time. The targets taken by Prime Minister Abbott during his term between
there's a credibility
2013 and
problem.
2015, and then the targets taken in 2021. Of course, the projections are different. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a credibility problem for Australia here, isn't there?
No, Senator.
The United Kingdom submitted its own glossy pamphlet to the...
and the United Kingdom welcomed our commitments at COP26, Senator. I know that's probably inconvenient for you, but Prime Minister Johnson welcomed our commitments at COP26.
The assertion that the government of the United Kingdom made was that 153 other countries submitted new 2030 reduction targets for COP26. I'm going to ask you to provide that list on notice, but Australia isn't one of those 153 countries, is it?
Senator, I think what you're referring to is the document that the UK put out that sort of summarised their elements.
Yes.
I think the latest is actually 155 countries submitting new NDCs. Australia is one of those countries. The number of countries that included increases on their headline target was around 91 of those 155. Those new NDCs obviously reflect a whole range of elements around what countries are going to do and continue to do over this decade and over the next decades under the Paris Agreement. And obviously, as said, the government did bring the 2050 net zero commitment. We outlined significant ambitious technology targets, not only with cost points, but also with the date ranges. And we also committed and announced as part of our broader packages of doubling of our climate financing commitment.
So let me understand this properly. So the government's position is that we took to COP26 a new 2030 target.
No, I said, Senator, and so did Mr Isbister, that we had a fixed 2030 target, which this government took to the election in 2019, and we took that 2030 target and our projections for our latest emissions projections that will see Australia achieve up to a 35% reduction by 2030. And frankly, our record between 2005 and 2021 of over 20% reduction is more than double the OECD average, and is an achievement that is clearly and squarely on the record.
So no new target at COP26 for 2030.
Senator, I don't know if the standing orders here apply to tedious repetition, but at the risk of breaching them myself by saying the same thing again,
I think we've both done it already.
To mirror
Minister,
you,
we've both done it already.
Let me say that we have a fixed 2030 target. What we have been able to do is to take the latest emissions projections to 2030 that will see Australia achieve up to a 35% reduction by 2030, but also our record between 2005 and 2021, which tells us that that is a 20% emissions reduction as an achievement, as an outcome, which quite clearly speaks to the pathway that these projections represent.
And can you at least confirm for me that at the conclusion of COP26 that Australia adopted the Glasgow Climate Pact?
Yes, Australia adopted, as all other countries did in the Paris Agreement, the Climate Pact.
So the Morrison-Joyce governments agreed to the pact. That's correct, isn't it?
The Australian government agreed to the Glasgow Climate Pact.
Minister, how's that consistent with the Deputy Prime Minister's claim on the 15th of November that the National Party hadn't signed the pact and that he, as Deputy Prime Minister, hadn't signed it?
Well, Australia has supported the Glasgow Climate Pact, Senator.
It's not the first time that Mr Joyce would be wrong, I suppose.
Unlike yourself.
Well, again, Senator, that could take us down a very, very windy path if we want to choose who we think's wrong on each other's side of politics. I don't particularly want to do that today, but if you wish, I can.
Well, I'm
We
asking
can talk about
you
Mr
a
Fitzgibbon
specific...
for a while, if you like.
I'm asking
Fellow
you...
New South Wales Member of Parliament.
I'm asking
Be happy
you
to do that.
Specific question about whether Mr Joyce's assertion's correct.
I'm advising you, Senator, as Mr Isbister has correctly advised you, that Australia supports the Glasgow Climate Pact. We have also been very clear in commending the UK and their presidency for being able to secure agreement amongst all parties on what are very complex issues. And our advocacy throughout COP26 included the importance of turning negotiation and commitments into action, which is why we are making particularly the low emissions technology agreements that we are making across the globe, Japan, Germany, Indonesia. Mr Isbister will help me if I can't remember the others.
Korea, UK.
Korea in the UK. Vietnam. And we advocated for the completion of the Paris Rulebook, including the transparency framework and the rules for international carbon markets. Mr Isbister, Minister Taylor, the Prime Minister, the team were very strong participants.
So I'm grateful for you, being clear about Australia having signed up to the pact despite the Deputy Prime Minister trying to slide out of it. What was the Deputy Prime Minister consulted on the draft text of the pact? And if he was, when was the Deputy Prime Minister's office consulted about the draft?
Senator, as you know, these matters were, as is widely reported, the subject of Cabinet discussions. I'm not going to go into the details of those.
You can't tell me whether the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia was consulted on the draft text.
Well, Deputy Prime Minister is a member of the Cabinet, Senator.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did his office provide any feedback?
Senator, I just indicated to you that it is not my practice and it has never been my practice to go into the details of Cabinet discussions. I don't intend to change it today.
So you won't tell me whether the Deputy Prime Minister agreed
Senator,
that Australia should
I have
sign up
said,
to the pact?
in fact, going further than I usually do, I have said, Senator, that this matter was the subject of extensive Cabinet discussion, as you would expect it to be. Deputy Prime Minister is a member of the Cabinet.
The document says, I think, at Article 28, it says it urges parties that have not yet communicated new or updated nationally determined contributions to do so as soon as possible in advance of the fourth session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. Can you confirm, Mr Isbister, that work is going on for the Morrison-Joyce government to update its nationally determined contribution in the lead up to COP27?
Well, Senator, the wording is in the Glasgow Pact or in the CMA, the Paris Agreement element of it was to revisit and strengthen 2030 targets in their NDCs as necessary to align with the Paris Agreement goal by the end of 2022, taking into account different national circumstances. So Australia did update our NDC before Glasgow, as we've discussed and outlined. The government's committed to continuing to provide an update, an annual low emissions technology statement that looks at how we continue to accelerate and deliver on that ambition to reduce emissions, not just in Australia, but also with other countries. I think Minister Payne referred to a number of those partnerships that Australia has agreed and signed to. And that focus is going to be how we continue to deliver on that and bring that practical ambition to COP27 in Cairo.
So we are updating our nationally determined contribution?
Well, a decision of whether or not the government's going to update its NDC will be a decision by government in the future. But as said, I think the government's been clear that its 2030 target's been set, and it took that to the election. And our focus now is how we're going to continue to utilise technology, international partnerships, and engagement with private sector to accelerate that ambition.
So this distinction between projection and target's very politically useful, isn't it, Minister? It allows slippage between these two quite distinct concepts.
Well, I'm not sure it's fair to ask an official that. You might ask a minister.
No, he was asking
I just
me.
did. I did,
He was asking
Chair.
me.
Yes.
Oh, right.
And I would say, Senator, that's I'll take that as a comment,
Well, it was a question.
and I'm taking it as a comment.
So the intention, if we're precise about this, is that 7 years after Mr Abbott's policy was announced, we're going to Egypt for COP27 with Tony Abbott's 2030 emissions targets.
No, Senator, that is not. And your precision's an interesting thing. I don't know whether you think Mr Fitzgibbon was being precise when he said after 14 years of trying, the Labor Party hasn't made one contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in this country. That's what he said in November last year. What Mr Isbister has indicated, Senator, is that our work for COP27 will include our ambitious low emissions technology stretch goals. They are reflected in our NDC on clean hydrogen, on ultra low cost solar, on low emissions materials, on energy storage, on carbon capture and storage, on soil carbon measurement. And the focus, as I understand it, of the African presidency of COP27 in Egypt is very much on adaptation. So we will also, with the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal in adaptation in the lead up to the global stocktake in 23, be part of those strong discussions as well.
Article 29 says, I'm sure you're familiar with it, Mr Isbister, that the conference requests parties to revisit and strengthen the 2030 targets and their nationally determined contributions as necessary to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal by the end of 2022, taking into account different national circumstances. So by signing up to the pact, I just want to be clear about the implication of this. By the Morrison-Joyce government signing up to the pact, we've agreed to revisit and strengthen our 2030 target. It's correct, isn't it?
Well, as I said, I think the agreement is clearly encouraging countries to continue to bring forward at subsequent COPs greater ambition on a range of elements, including, as you rightfully say, at 2030. I think what the government's committed to is coming to COP27 to Cairo, demonstrating greater ambition and greater focus on reducing emissions in Australia and globally over the next decade. And as mentioned, Australia has released its second low emissions technology statement. It is looking at, under Alan Finkel's chair, releasing that annually, and as that process is looking at how we continue to review, identify those technologies that the Minister went through, they're going to deliver that greater ambition. And the focus is how we come to Cairo to demonstrate what we're achieving, what it means in emissions reductions, what further international partnerships that we're going to commit to and sign on to. I think the Minister went through 7 or 8 of those, but also under the Quad, there's a very strong climate working group that's looking at how India, Japan, the US and Australia can work together to deliver on those emphases. The Prime Minister's announced that in June there'll be a Australia will be hosting a clean energy supply chain fora that is focused around how we're going to work with other countries to get those supply chains, those investments and that research that's going to be critical to reducing emissions. So I think that's the intent to be coming to COP with the commitments and the practical actions to be able to reduce emissions.
Thanks, Mr Isbister. Minister, why then on the 14th of November did you feel it necessary with Minister Taylor to issue a statement that says Australia's 2030 target is fixed?
I've said that this morning as well, Senator. We took the 2030 target to an election.
So why are you trying to suggest that the nationally determined contribution is a target? They're quite different things, aren't they?
Senator,
There's an enormous gap between the projections that we've taken to the international community in our nationally determined contribution and the target, which, as you say, Tony Abbott's target, is fixed.
Senator, I think it sounds to me like we're speaking at cross purposes. I think I've made the government's position perfectly clear in response to your questions, and I have provided a consistent answer in response to your questions.
Did any of the Prime Minister's international counterparts raise concerns about the government's climate policies and our conduct in relation to those in Glasgow, in the lead up to Glasgow?
Senator, in the lead up to Glasgow and at Glasgow, we engaged with a wide range of different parties. We did consultations, obviously, with all of our Pacific partners, with like-mindeds, with the UK as a presidency. And as I said, the Glasgow and COP26 was focused on a whole range of different elements of demonstrating action on climate, around climate financing, around practical commitments to demonstrate that on 2050 net zero targets, on 2030 targets. And in those discussions, absolutely, there was discussions about how we were keen to see greater ambition on different elements. There was requests for Australia, as flagged before, that we would look at how we would release a long-term strategy and a 2050 net zero commitment, which the government took. And yes, how we continue to accelerate and commit to greater ambition over the next decade.
Okay. Did President Biden raise concerns about the position that Australia had adopted?
I wasn't. I know the US certainly asked Australia to look at bringing greater ambition on its 2030 target.
Yes. Prime Minister Johnson did the same thing essentially, didn't he?
Senator, we've had, as Mr Isbister has alluded to, multiple discussions with counterparts. I myself met with Secretary Kerry twice, if not three times, in the year preceding the COP26. I've obviously discussed the issues with counterparts across the globe.
I'm not asking about those. I've asked Mr Isbister whether the United States, the government of the United States and President Biden raised concerns about our position, and he's acknowledged that as is clear publicly that they did. I'm asking now whether Prime Minister Johnson did the same thing. I don't.
So, Senator,
I'll come to some of the other countries in a moment if necessary. But did Prime Minister Johnson raise concerns with the Australian government in the same way as has been reported publicly?
Senator, I know that as I have, and I've just indicated that, as I have, the Prime Minister has discussed the challenges of climate change with international partners around the globe. There is no secret about those discussions, and I'm sure that they will continue. And it is not simply a question, as you would assert, of seeking further Australian contributions, but it is in fact a global discussion about initiatives that we, for example, are taking in the Pacific, in Southeast Asia, our own initiatives in relation to our low emissions technology, which is reflected in the partnerships that we've already signed.
In the interests of precision, which we've had some discussion about, Chair, I would like a list of all of the bilateral meetings that the Prime Minister had at Glasgow, perhaps to be provided if it can later on during the day, and I see that we're at 10:30, so I'll bring that line of question to a close there, if I can.
And that question is being taken on notice, and so with that, the committee will be suspended until 10:45.
So, Chair, I would say that should have been done through PM&C, but we'll seek that from PM&C.
Right, and after the morning adjournment, we will commence with questions from the Greens, so if Labor and others want a longer morning tea break, they can. Thank you. The committee is suspended.
Are we waiting for some people to join you?
Senator, I'm just asking.
We'll have to get the officials to the table, but keep asking.
Sure.
Keep talking, Senator.
So I just wanted to know how much has Australia contributed in terms of funding, supplies and equipment so far, and what else is to come?
Senator, I'll ask the officials to go into the details with you, but in the last month, I think we are up to. We have obviously been working very hard with partners, but most particularly with our partner, the Tongan government, in the challenge that they are addressing following the volcanic eruption and tsunami. The Department has engaged closely with the High Commission here. I've spoken with the High Commissioner myself, and our ambassador has been strongly engaged in Nuku'alofa and more broadly. Mentioned earlier this morning when you were not here, the engagement of France, Australia and New Zealand in the FRANZ Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Mechanism. But I think it is important to say that given the spread of islands in the nation of Tonga, those assessments are ongoing. So this is a work. I won't describe it as a work in progress, it's not appropriate, but it is a piece of work where the Tongan government will advise us of their needs, and as they do that, we will work with partners to respond, and the contributions will flow through that partnership. But I'll ask either...
Could I just ask what the monetary contribution has been to date?
Yeah, I was
including
trying to explain
everything.
its context,
Yep.
Senator.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. So we've contributed $3 million so far in humanitarian contribution through the aid program. Of course, there's been a lot more provided through the Defence Force in terms of the assets that have been provided into the region with, of course, HMAS Adelaide and numerous flights into the region, both for surveillance, for delivery of humanitarian aid, and also in relation to COVID in terms of the outbreak and preparation.
And there's no monetary figure apart from 300 million on that?
3 million.
Sorry, 3 million.
3 million,
Yep.
yeah. And of course, we've also used our bilateral program
Yep.
that we have in Tonga.
Okay.
Just in terms of the Minister's earlier comments, I think it's important to note that Tonga have led this response and done it extremely well, and we've responded to all their requests.
Yep. Just going to HMAS Adelaide, the delivery, I know that there have been issues obviously with COVID and with the power failures. And have we now been able to deliver all the required supplies on the ship?
Yes, Senator, we've delivered a lot of things on the ship. So just so you're aware, I can take you through that if you wish.
How much of the aid on the ship has been delivered as a percentage?
It's all been delivered. So it's done in a non-contact way. So the protocols around the delivery were agreed with the Tongan government. Each day, Senator, we have a whole of government IDC that I chair that works out the priorities across the government, and we've delivered all of that consistent with the Tongan government under their guidance.
Is there another ship on the way?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
HMAS Canberra. And HMAS Canberra will take construction supplies. It is departing later this week, as I understand it. Senator Defence can speak more to that tomorrow, but it is important to note that on HMAS Adelaide, Fijian members of the RFMF are also deployed in support of Tonga as well as part of the Pacific response.
And Minister, just confirming, you said that anything over and above the 3 million that has already been provided will be discussed in future with the Tongan government?
Absolutely,
And-
Senator, yes. And our ongoing programs, for example, Australia and New Zealand have the responsibility for the reconstruction of the Tonga Parliament House, which was destroyed in a previous previous cyclone, if I recall correctly. Those will also continue, obviously also continue as well.
And also, I think, Senator, on that vein of Fiji, PNG are also looking at what they can do. And today, I think FSM also contributed about $100,000 US dollars as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm tight with time, so I
Okay.
might move on to other questions. I just have a few questions about the latest Pacific practice note, which talks about women's economic participation and basically says that it will not automatically lead to empowerment and economic equality, and makes several recommendations to address women's empowerment. I'm just wondering if you've read that report and responded to it.
Senator, can you be more specific on the report?
It's the latest Pacific practice note, which we have periodically. If you
I
haven't
have
looked
not
at it,
seen
I
it.
can.
I'm just trying to work out who the author is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who the
Well,
author
we're happy
is.
to take
It's
it.
the WEE program, Women's Economic Empowerment Note. I'll just put them on notice then if you haven't looked at it, because that's. I think it's really important, the recommendations that they are making. So it would be really.
I'm sorry,
good to-
Senator, are you saying that's a DFAT document?
It's not a DFAT
Oh,
document.
thank you, okay.
It's an Australian aid.
Thank you. We'll
document.
have
Yeah.
a look at that and we'll come back to you, Senator. I'd
Okay.
also like to provide on notice, Senator, the details, particularly of the engagement of Air Force, the 14 RAF flights, the aerial surveillance, etc. We'll provide that to you on notice.
Yeah, that'll be good. Regarding, I just want to go to the 500 million climate finance pledged by the government at COP26. Will this be new and additional funding to Australia's existing ODA budget, or is it based on reallocations of the existing budget?
We'll just ask the Ambassador for
Thank
Climate
you.
Change to come to the table, Senator.
Hi, Senator. Jamie Spistra, Australia's Ambassador for the Environment. The new announcement was of $2 billion, which was a doubling of the previous commitment we'd had over 2015-20. Nearly all, but not all, of the money will come from within the ODA program. It will be driven by particularly how we're supporting a much stronger focus on climate change through our bilateral regional programs. It will include some new initiatives, a number of them already that we've got in place in terms of how we partner and work with the private sector.
Sorry, I just wanted to know if this was new, the 500 million that was announced. Was that new funding or existing funding? And did you say that not all of it is coming from the ODA budget?
The majority will come from the ODA
How
budget.
much is coming from ODA?
Well,
How much isn't?
In the last year, the commitment was 346. There was 3 million of that was outside the ODA budget. So the
So most
majority,
of it is outside?
Yes.
Is the funding 100% grant-based, or is it loans as well?
The majority of it is grant-based, though we are increasingly through a range of initiatives looking at how we're using some non-grant mechanisms to engage and partner with the private sector, particularly in investments that can accelerate the uptake of renewables, low emissions technologies, but also some nature-based solutions partnerships, such as marine coastlines, blue carbon, etc.
If 100% is not grant-based, what percentage is grant-based and what percentage is loans?
Look, I'd have to take the exact percentage on
Then
that,
if
but
you could-
each year it changes as well, Senator. So we do the final accounting of how our climate financing is flowing and the elements at the end of financial year. But I'd have to take on notice what it would have been the last
And just
financial
on
year.
the 300 million that you said isn't from ODA, what budget is it coming from?
The majority of it is from the additional one-off budget measures, including how some of that's flown in the Pacific.
One-off, sorry?
The additional one-off budget measures
Okay.
that were made for the Pacific and elsewhere.
Okay, thanks very much. I think my time is up. Over to you, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Thanks, Chair. DFAT's annual report from 2014 and 15 says there was a Great Barrier Reef Task Force that worked to ensure there was a strong understanding of Australia's work to protect the reef by committee members. Given all the activity that we've seen in recent months, going back at least 6 months, with Minister Lay's trip to Europe to lobby the World Heritage Committee to vote against an endangered listing, has DFAT re-established that task force or any similar structure?
Senator, no, there's not currently a Great Barrier Reef Task Force within DFAT. As you'd probably know, the Department for Agriculture, Water and Environment is a lead on the Great Barrier Reef and much of the engagement with the World Heritage Centre, though DFAT certainly has and continues to support DOR in engagement and dialogue with World Heritage Committee members, not just on the Great Barrier Reef, but obviously on all of our World Heritage properties.
So if it hasn't been reconstituted, who within DFAT's primarily responsible or dedicated to coordinating your efforts to help lobby World Heritage Committee countries to vote against an endangered listing for the Great Barrier Reef?
Senator Cathy Klugman, Deputy Secretary, Development and Multilateral Group. That function sits within my group and specifically under Jamie Isbister's division.
Okay, so can you tell us what your primary tasks have been? I've noticed a number of Australia's ambassadors are taking to social media, Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, with very positive messages about the health of the future of the Great Barrier Reef and the government's commitment. Who's responsible for coordinating those activities? Is that done at the level of each ambassador's office or out of your office?
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade supports DOR, which is as Mr Isbister said, is the lead agency here. Yes, the sort of activities we undertake would include providing material to relevant embassies overseas and otherwise to put forward, to build awareness of action Australia is taking to protect the heritage value of the Great Barrier Reef.
Are you making those UNESCO World Heritage countries know about the government's 2030 climate ambitions, for example, which is on record 30 to 35% emissions below 2005 levels?
Yes, we certainly are.
Okay. Are you letting them know about the approvals of new fossil fuel projects, new coal mines, new gas projects? We estimate 114 new projects in the approval process the federal government's signing off on.
We're letting them know about the action that the Australian government is taking.
Well, what about the action
the
Australian government's
value.
taking in relation to approving new fossil fuel projects? Do you think that's something ambassadors should be telling the truth about?
So what Ms Klugman thinks or does not think, Senator, is not a matter for these estimates. You know that. And
well, what about you, Minister?
These are matters of public record, Senator.
What about you, Minister? I've got a copy of your latest communication here, which you give me a second, I'll just look up.
It's very good of you, Senator.
Yeah, always happy to be of service, Minister. 28th of the 1st of the 22nd.
Pete?
The Morrison government is investing $1 billion in caring for our magnificent Great Barrier Reef. On top of the $2 billion under the 2050 Reef Management Plan, we will protect our most prized environmental asset and the 64,000 jobs that depend on it. How are you protecting the Great Barrier Reef, Minister, while you're approving new fossil fuel projects?
Well, Senator,
and you've got the least ambition of your 2030 emissions targets of the major countries, the major polluters around the world, like the EU and UK and US.
Well, Senator, you had the great misfortune to miss the exchange between Senator Ayres and I in the previous session, which spoke about those issues at length, but also about our achievements in terms of reductions, for example, between 2005 and 2021, which are matters of fact, and the projections that we have been able to make in relation to 2030 of emissions reductions up to 35%. Senator. And I think it is important to note that Australia, and Minister Ley has said this on multiple occasions, Australia has never hidden from the challenges facing the reef or the pressures of climate change. What we are about ensuring in the work that we're doing with the World Heritage Committee and with partners on these issues is a fair, consistent and transparent process for the reef and for the people who you and I both know work tirelessly to protect it.
Minister, if you're not hiding from climate change, as you say, why are you helping lobby the World Heritage Committee members, individual countries, against an endangered listing? And as you know, UNESCO recommended that to the World Heritage countries. There was a scientific report. I remember Minister Ley said China was behind this. There was some shenanigans, but we'll leave that aside. That's the science before us. They're recommending a World Heritage downgrade, an endangered listing based on climate change. Why are you lobbying against that? Why are you promoting climate denial writ large on the world stage when you should be telling the truth about what the future of the Barrier Reef actually is projected to be?
Thank you for that statement, Senator. And the government is in no way hiding or misrepresenting the position. In fact, I've just been clear that we are not doing that. I think
I don't see any of that on your communications, Minister.
Senator, you asked.
Senator, I could bring to the committee an analysis of your Twitter communications, and I think between...
Feel free to. I'd love to see you publicise.
Allow the Minister to answer, please.
So I think that the point, Senator, is that both the Minister and I spoke to Director General Azoulay in June of last year in relation to this matter. We did not think that the process that was being, the process that was being pursued by the committee on this matter, which was in context in relation to the broader issues of the impact of climate change on World Heritage listed areas, such as the Great Reefs of the world, was advanced by the singling out of one reef in the world. We have worked closely with members of the committee, and I don't have all of the notes here, Senator, to refresh my memory on this, but we are continuing to work closely with all of the members of the committee to ensure that we take a better approach on process. And a number of countries joined us on that, Senator, as part of those considerations. 11 other countries wrote to UNESCO with concerns about process.
After you lobbied them?
It is legitimate. It is perfectly legitimate, Senator, for us to raise concerns in relation to those issues, as many other countries do on countless occasions. So we will continue to work constructively, collaboratively. We've invited a reactive monitoring mission here to assess the reef firsthand. That had not happened, Senator. So without that personal visit, I think that's very important.
I agree, and I hope they do come and see everything and they get a fair and balanced view when they're here. Perhaps if I could ask you or the department, Minister Ley was very clear when it said that the government had been blindsided by UNESCO's scientific committee recommending an endangered listing. Because the Great Barrier Reef, as you say, is one of many of the world's reefs that are in danger from climate change and sadly are declining very, very rapidly. She mentioned very clearly that she thought China was behind this and this was a punitive measure against the Australian government. Did you get advice from your department as to whether that was true or not?
I don't think the Senator, I don't think the Minister ever said that China was behind it. I think China was the chair at the time of the World Heritage Committee. We'd been clear that we were constructively, as the Minister said, trying to ensure the process that was going to make any such decision was fully informed, that it was looking systematically about how climate change was impacting on all natural heritage sites and how that was done through a considered fashion. And that was the focus. I mean, when the World Heritage Centre and Committee was initially developed, climate change 40, 50 years ago was not the issue it is today, and trying to understand how that issue is now going to be considered by the World Heritage Centre and the committee and its technical advisory bodies was critical to be informing and ensuring a decision was going to be...
With all due respect, Mr Isbister, this has been discussed now for at least a decade in a very detailed and thorough way through many agencies. It's not something new. I mean, we all know that climate change is the biggest threat to the reef. My question, Minister, is will you use your social media account, and will the other ambassadors who are talking to these UNESCO countries that will vote on this, on the impending vote, will you use your social media account to promote that Australia is the third biggest per capita emitter of emissions in the world? We are also the third biggest exporter of fossil fuels. That's not included in our statistics that we've been making publicly available. We're still approving new fossil fuel projects at a very rapid rate. Even when the International Energy Agency says 2021 was the year to stop exploration and approval of all new fossil fuels. And will you also make the very simple point that even our Paris protocols that we've signed up to, that your government signed up to, limiting global warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees, or less than 2 degrees.
We are now past the 20-minute mark, so if you would
just
like to wind up
if
this,
I'll just finish this question, Senator Betts. Will you make the world aware that even under those Paris agreements we've agreed to, the best science says that coral reefs around the world will decline between 70 and 99%, even on 1.5 degrees warming, regardless of whether we meet our Paris agreements? Don't you think that's the kind of information the world should see? Don't you think we should be sending the strongest possible siren call for global action, list the barrier reef in danger, all the world's reefs get listed in danger, and then we take political action around the world? Surely that's one of the most important things we can agree on to get this job done and secure the future of the reef.
Senator, I'm going to be respectful of the time that is limited for this committee today, but frankly, I could begin in 1975 with the enactment of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Act on a partisan, non-partisan basis, the banning by the Fraser Liberal government of oil and gas operations on the Great Barrier Reef, the deeming of the reef to be of World Heritage standard. What is important, though, is that we are working with our partners around the world to ensure that the process that is taken in relation to the World Heritage listing of the Great Barrier Reef is a process which is sound and which is contemporary, as Mr Isbister has pointed out. Also that the Australian government has made very significant contributions, including the most recent $1 billion in funding for the reef, extending that that investment to over $3 billion. And we will continue to indicate that we do not, as I said on the record here, we're not in the business of hiding from those challenges. We've been clear about the issues facing the reef, the pressures of climate change. But what we do want to ensure is a fair, consistent and transparent process for this. And that is the position that we'll continue to articulate.
Minister, I'm asking you and all of you as human beings, you know you're going to look back on this later in life and wonder why you didn't do more.
I think time has expired.
This is our opportunity to send the strongest possible message.
I'm sure that'll be good for your social media. Senator Keneally, you have the call.
You could get a few tips from me, Eric.
Oh, I'm sure I could.
You might need them too, mate.
Yep, I fully agree.
Are we done with Senator Betts' social media? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Minister, this morning Paul Kelly wrote in The Australian, and I quote, "Pivotal to Australia's success is in its pushback against China has been support from the public and bipartisanship from Labor. This bipartisanship is a national asset." Minister, do you agree that bipartisanship in this context is a national asset?
Senator, I haven't. I've seen broadly Mr. Kelly's piece this morning, and there's much of it with which I would agree. And broadly speaking, that is a reasonable observation to make, Senator. But there are a number of examples. A number of instances where this has not always been the case. And whilst I would seek to prosecute the case for Australia's national interests in an open and transparent and consistent way, and that is what I do endeavour to do, I have found in my time in this role that has not always been the case from across the Parliament.
Well, the former ASIO Director, Defence Secretary, and Ambassador to the United States, Mr. Dennis Richardson, is also quoted in The Australian today saying, and I quote, "Australian governments have seen it to be in the national interest to have a bipartisan approach to critical national security issues. It is a long time since an Australian government actively sought to create a partisan divide on national security." He also said that the federal opposition, quote, "has stood with the government in defending our national interests when it has come to economic coercion by China." Minister, is Mr. Richardson incorrect?
Senator, I actually don't intend to take this estimates discussion. You can ask questions, but I don't intend to take this estimates discussion in the direction of a comment by comment analysis. I think there are other and more appropriate places, frankly, to do that. And may I say, I have the highest regard for Mr. Richardson, of course, and have worked with him over many years. But, Senator, the engagement by politicians in the rough and tumble of the political discourse comes with a record, usually. You yourself have a robust record of engagement in political discourse. I recall in your candidacy in Bennelong, for example. Senator Ayres has a robust record in political discourse. Senator Betts, Senator Patterson, I probably do as well.
Australia, as as
well,
former
I could go
Ambassador
to
Richardson
your
points
comments,
out-
Senator, on such matters, but I don't intend to take this hearing down that path.
I'm simply seeking to understand where Australia has had a long tradition of bipartisanship on national security and foreign policy issues. Indeed, as a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, I think it represents the best of our bipartisan approach in the national interest, and I pay tribute to my Liberal colleagues on that committee. What I'm seeking to understand...
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Betts.
I'm sure the chair sitting behind you appreciates that as well.
I think that is overwhelmingly the case, Senator. I don't
And what
disagree
I'm
with you,
seeking
but
to
it's not always the
understand-
case, Senator.
What I'm
It's
seeking-
not always the case.
I'm just seeking to understand what your posture as Foreign Minister is in relation to bipartisanship and its role in supporting our national interest.
I have said that that is overwhelmingly preferable. It is important in foreign policy. That's why I've pointed to the vital importance of consistency and clarity and being clear in doing so, Senator. But I am aware and have been on the receiving end, frankly, from time to time as a member of this government of statements which I don't agree reflected bipartisanship by your side of politics. I don't think they're helpful from that either.
Minister, we are in a pre-caretaker period, and these...
What's a pre-caretaker period, Senator?
Well, we are about to go into caretaker period.
So there's no such thing as a pre-caretaker period, there's a caretaker period, to be clear.
Yes, but we are just before that happens, so... We are in a pre-caretaker period, and these discussions will be the subject of much domestic and international speculation. I note that this morning Mr. Paul Kelly went on to say that, and I quote, "The election needs to leave Australia in a stronger position to deal with China, not diminished and more divided." Now, I'm sure you would, as you have agreed, that bipartisanship is important, and I would say both to understanding the threats and the challenges we face and on policy responses, which are important parts of our elements of our national security. So in this pre-election period, perceptions on bipartisanship are important, particularly to our international allies, are they not?
They are, Senator, but I don't necessarily think they give a leave pass to people's records. And if people's records don't withstand scrutiny on this issue, then that's essentially a fact.
Well, I think we would all agree, I would hope, that we face the most challenging set of regional circumstances since the end of the Second World War. And central to these challenges is a more aggressive and assertive China. It seems to me you are agreeing that it is in our national interest that the asset that is our bipartisan approach to foreign policy and national security be maintained.
I would certainly seek that those who participate in the national debate consistently display that, Senator. And I would say that one of the points that has been raised in this discussion in recent times, in recent reporting, is a lack of consistency.
Might come to that, but I really want to explore this issue a bit more.
So, Senator, I'm not going to take this hearing down the path of a lengthy discussion on this matter.
With the
so you can keep asking questions.
Yes, I was going to say with the greatest of respect. It's
well, actually, with none,
I
understand that, but certainly.
But look,
I'm just seeking to ask some questions.
Yeah, but look, we can get into what the Minister has said, and I can remind the committee that there may be a senator sitting at the table here on this side who may have made comments about the government being China-phobic in relation to the expression of some of its concerns, and you might be familiar with those comments, Senator Keneally. You might indeed have a very close relationship with that senator. And if we want to have that he said, she said, we can do, but I'm not sure it serves any purpose.
Minister, have you sought to reassure any of Australia's allies of the level of bipartisanship in our national security and foreign policy? For example, did you do this at last week's Quad Foreign Ministers meeting?
Senator, as I think I said earlier in the day, we have had a significant range of discussions, literally just in the last week, and more to come in my engagements in the coming days. Certainly through the meeting of the Quad with the Foreign Minister and Foreign Minister equivalents from the United States and India and Japan, with the meeting with the Lithuanian Foreign Minister, with the meeting with the Minister for Foreign Affairs from Timor-Leste, with my counterparts with whom I speak regularly by phone and by video conference these days. I always assure them of Australia's strength and resilience and of the basic positions and values that we hold.
Well, that is a quite comprehensive answer. The question I asked was, did you assure them of the level of bipartisanship that exists in Australia, such as is exemplified by the consistency of policy positions between the government and the opposition on matters like China, or indeed the good work that is done by the Intelligence and Security Committee?
I was pleased that the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, and I'm not sure if other Shadow Ministers were present, had the opportunity to meet themselves with a number of our visitors in that context, in those events last week. And I'm sure that message was strongly delivered.
Thank you. Minister, the Director of the National Security College, Mr. Rory Medcalf, has said that the government can't have it both ways, assuring our allies that we are in it for the long haul through the many changes of government that it will take for our odyssey of building nuclear submarines, while insisting that only one side of politics can be trusted on security. But Minister, it is clear that your colleagues, some of your colleagues, are pushing such a narrative. How can this be consistent with our need to reassure our allies that on such long-term objectives, there is bipartisanship on these issues?
So, Senator, there is a point upon which we agree, and that is the importance of consistency. One of the issues which has been raised in recent political debate is that question of consistency, and that is an observation which I think the government is entitled to make. It is absolutely important to be clear and consistent in our approaches on these matters.
Mm. You mentioned earlier the idea of the rough and tumble of politics, and I think we can both acknowledge politics at times is rough and tumble. But Dennis Richardson has made the observation that the opposition has given bipartisanship on matters such as economic coercion by China. Shouldn't national security be outside the rough and tumble? Isn't that in the national interest?
Yes, Senator. And I could point you to a range of examples, which I do not intend to take this committee through, where that consistency has not been delivered. Now, I would hope to see that it is the case, particularly, as you say, in a very difficult strategic environment, that Australia is able to continue to take the very strong approach that we have taken, for example, and absolutely acknowledge that this is an approach on Ukraine and Russia, where where the entire Parliament, frankly, to the best of my knowledge, is united on respecting, acknowledging and emphasising the importance of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine. I have not, that has not been an issue that has been raised with me as causing any of the issues that you have pointed to.
Thank you. Secretary, we asked your predecessor on a number of questions at a previous hearing about the impact of language in this debate on our social cohesion. And she said, Ms. Adamson said, when we're able to project a sense of bipartisanship and of unity about what matters most in our values, that's a powerful message. To be very frank, what I think Beijing is looking for is division, and where they're able to sow division. What's your assessment of Beijing's intent? Are they looking to sow division in our communities and in our policies on national security?
Senator, I'll ask Mr Hayhurst, who has responsibility for this area, to answer that question.
Senator Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Geo-Strategic Group. I think, Senator, it's fair to say that the Chinese system seeks to exploit social and other divisions in countries to pursue its interests. That's very apparent.
And what is your assessment of the best way for countries to resist that division, and particularly Australia?
Well, our remit is about Australia's international posture and policies, of course, but clearly at a time of strategic and security challenges, having the right systems and high levels of social cohesion, these things better equip countries to handle disruption, challenges, security threats and risks.
Thank you. Well, I do observe, and I think it's a fair point you make, that this is not solely within DFAT's remit. The Director General of ASIO said last week in his annual threat assessment, it is critical we do not let fear of foreign interference undermine stakeholder engagement or stoke community division. Were this to happen, it would perversely have the same corrosive impact on our democracy as foreign interference itself. And I can say, as a former candidate in a seat that had a high level of Australians from a Chinese background, that many members of the Australian community who are of a Chinese background do feel acutely at times as if fear of foreign interference by China has somehow cast a suspicion upon them. So, in considering the ASIO Director General's words, which do cross over into part of your area, do you agree that it is critical we do not let fear of foreign interference undermine that stakeholder engagement or stoke community division?
Well, in my framing, Senator, social cohesion is very important, and I think the government and ministers, including the Minister for Foreign Affairs, have been at great pains to emphasise that in relation to members of the Australian community who are of Chinese descent.
Thank you. Bearing all this in mind, Minister, and I do welcome some of your comments today, what advice are you giving your colleagues about the importance of supporting bipartisanship on foreign policy and national security?
Senator, I'm not going to go into my discussions with colleagues on any matters. I do not do that, as you know.
But Minister, do colleagues sometimes have to take the lead on some of these issues, such as, I recall, certain phraseology directed at myself when I opposed an extradition treaty with China, and all sorts of things were accused at the time. Now I think nobody thinks it would be a good idea for us to have such an extradition treaty with China, and we are, in fact, unravelling the one that we had with Hong Kong, or we've suspended it. I think that's the correct terminology. So sometimes you do need people to make these comments and observations. Same with the diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics, which I raised quite some time before it became part and parcel of accepted view right around the world. And so it's very easy to make those sort of comments and say that somebody's not being bipartisan, yet after a little while it does become the accepted wisdom. Has that been your experience, Mr. Hayhurst?
Well, I think my experience has been that Australian democracy has been able to deal with these challenges in a very appropriate way, and by having these open debates, the government has been able to have that context with which to consider the foreign policy and other advice provided by agencies, including us.
I think it would be...
Sorry, Minister.
I was going to say the importance of discussion and debate cannot be cancelled by some of the assertions that have been made in this discussion. In my view, that does not detract an iota from the observations I made about the importance of Australia's foreign policy. But it is the case that the record shows that there have been, during the iterations of this government's enactment of a range of pieces of legislation since 2016, that there have been criticisms of those which have ventured into, to use Senator Keneally's language, the national security space. That is a fact. There has not always been consistency, if you like, from all on those.
If I may, Senator
Yes,
Betts.
keep on.
And thank you for your observation, because it does remind us that bipartisanship is sometimes eventually reached, because in that circumstance that you pointed to about the extradition treaty, of course, Labor also opposed the extradition treaty. And I believe
But
Minister...
not at the time I did.
I
He
believe...
came on board later, which I welcomed.
Well, I believe, in fact, that we were, in fact, on the same page, and correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, but my recollection is that at that time the Cabinet had approved the extradition treaty with China, correct?
I wasn't, I don't
I believe you
recall
were a
the date,
member.
Senator, but I don't have that information in front of me.
You don't recall that the Cabinet approved the
The date,
extradition
I'm sorry.
treaty?
I said,
You don't recall that the Turnbull government approved the extradition treaty with China?
no, I didn't say that. I said I didn't recall the date.
I don't have the date. I didn't ask the date. I
I'm
asked.
sorry, I thought you were asking about the time. You said at that time, and I did not have that
I
information.
think there was talk about a timeline.
My question was, you were a member of a cabinet that approved the extradition treaty to China, correct?
I'm trying to recall the date, Senator.
I'm not asking the date. I'm asking if you were a member of the cabinet that approved an extradition treaty with China.
I believe that was the case, Senator.
Thank you.
But as I've said,
I
I
think
don't
a very
comment on
helpful
cabinet deliberations,
intervention there.
Senator, and you can't possibly have any insight on them, respectfully.
No, I can't. That's why I've asked the question. That's the point of Senate estimates. And thank you, Senator Batts. Well, Minister, what I take from your answers today, and I do thank you for them, is that you do retain a commitment to bipartisanship on national security and foreign policy matters, something I do welcome. And it seems to me you take that seriously. And I appreciate you're not going to comment on your conversations with your colleagues, but I am heartened by the answers you've given today. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, well,
I do.
I'm
Senator.
I'm happy to ask a few questions, or we can go to Senator Fawcett now.
I have,
think Senator Ayres.
questions. If Senator Fawcett has a clutch of questions, I'm happy to go to him
A
and then come back
clutch
to
of
me.
questions. It's a new collective now. Another clutch.
All right, Senator Fawcett with his clutch of questions.
See, I'm going to regret that.
Well, it could lead to
Just
a lot
one
of
of many
discussions
things,
about
I'm sure,
chickens and
Senator.
eggs and all sorts of things.
Secretary, could we get the relevant officers for the Solomon Islands?
Yes, Senator. The Office of the Pacific, the head of the Office of the Pacific will be joining us.
And the Middle East as well?
Yes.
And the Middle East. I suspect there might be a few Israel questions coming up
we'll
as
keep them
well.
close, prepared. They will come down from upstairs if they're upstairs.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling them now, so that they can potentially make themselves available.
Thank you. Mr McDonald, I'd just like to get an update, if I could, on the situation in the Solomon Islands. Obviously, Australia had a significant role there after the unrest that occurred, and I'm aware that they have also had an outbreak of COVID. So I'm just wanting to get an update on the stability, on our ongoing engagement, particularly with our Pacific family. I understand PNG, Fiji and New Zealand were involved. Are they still involved?
And New Zealand.
The response, and New Zealand, yes, and the response to COVID there.
Okay, thank you, Senator, and good morning. So, Senator, as you may recall, it was the 24th of November that Honiara escalated into a series of sort of incidents of public disorder and instability. On the following day, on the afternoon of the 25th, Australia received a request to provide security support under our bilateral security treaty, which was struck in 2017, and it was the first time that treaty had been utilised. Later that day, Prime Minister Morrison announced that we would be deploying to Honiara in support of that request. As you mentioned, Senator, we also work with our Pacific family, so PNG, Fiji and New Zealand were also part of that and responded swiftly as well to restore calm in the Solomon Islands. That calmness was restored very quickly in the morning of the 27th. Stability had, I suppose, got to a point that it was more settled, might be the way to put it, at that time. And also, the Parliament was able to resume in early December. And you may recall there was a vote of no confidence at that time that was being considered. That was very important, I think, for just a democratic basis for the country. And of course, security and law and order was very important at that point. And the RSIPF, the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force, were at that point providing high visibility patrols and the like. Under our bilateral security treaty, the commander, the Australian Federal Police Commander, becomes a deputy commissioner of the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force, and he was also sworn into that role. Subsequent to that, so stability still remains at this point. We still have the contingent in place, and I can give you the exact numbers. But of course, COVID.
So perhaps just before we go on to COVID, can I just come back to the role of the RSIP? My understanding is we have trained them for a number of years since Ramsey, as well as providing equipment. Has there been an assessment as to the efficacy of their approach and the policing and responding to that unrest?
Yes, so Senator, on that day of the 24th of November, I think the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force did an excellent job in being able to withstand the unrest that was happening at the time. That was a credit to the training and the non-lethal weapons that they were utilising. It also, I think, demonstrated the advice that our Australian Federal Police, who are there on a regular basis, are providing to the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force. And I visited Solomon Islands with Commissioner Kershaw not long ago, and he equally reiterated the excellent job that the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force had done. Of course, when we arrived on the 25th, we were able to replenish those non-lethal weapons and the like. So an excellent job was done at the time, and that's continuing. The training and support for the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force is continuing, both through the contingent we've brought in under the bilateral security treaty, but also our existing ongoing Australian Federal Police program.
So that's probably a good point to go to, the COVID question, but a linkage is, I know we went to a lot of trouble to make sure that none of that Australian group or other allies from the Pacific family took COVID in. What is happening now with the COVID, and where did the outbreak occur?
Yeah, so the outbreak occurred on the 21st of January. I remember that day because, as you know, Solomon Islands had been COVID-free up to that point and had worked very hard on that, and we had worked closely with them on preparation in case this was going to occur at a later date. It occurred from a PNG crossing at one of the outer islands. And of course, as you know, Senator, from your time travelling in the region, the health system in Solomon Islands was put under considerable strain as a result of that. So we have since then worked very closely with Solomon Islands on a number of RAF flights have come in, certainly around 6, including the last one on the 15th, which I think was yesterday, delivering humanitarian and medical supplies. We've also had an AUSMAT team in there at the request of Solomon Islands, which I think has been very important. And during the visit to Solomons a few weeks ago, Dr. Jimmy Rogers, who's the head of the Prime Minister's Department, who is a medical practitioner, put a number of requests to us that we have subsequently responded to. Oxygen has been a problem with any of the outbreaks we've had across the region, to be honest, and 100 oxygen concentrators have been provided as well. 6 tonnes of UNICEF emergency water and sanitation kits, as well as increased vaccine doses, because as you can understand, a bit like Australia, where there's an outbreak, the vaccine, people willing to get the vaccine increases significantly. So that was also important. I think the other bit that's worried us a lot, and the Minister has been very focused on this whole effort of Australia, is around food security, and the Foreign Minister approved us supporting the food security drops that have been happening to the outer islands. So as you know, in Honiara there's shipping lines that go back and forth. COVID prevented that occurring, and therefore flights were needed. We did that with the Solomon Islands airline itself, where they could land, and we used the C-27s from the Australian Defence Force. So, you know, the effort's been comprehensive, I think, and will continue for us into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just intercede quickly and just can you tell me how many vaccines we've supplied and what the proportion, you know, what the vaccination, what is the level of vaccination in the Solomon Islands?
Yeah, so we've, from memory, we've given about 300,000 all up. There's the vaccination rate on double vaccination was over 20%. So it started pretty quickly, then slowed because they didn't have it. It's increasing again. There is no shortage of supply for us on vaccines, so we've been rolling them as the demand requires it. We're just concerned about expiration dates if we put too many in too early. So look, that's been a positive. The other thing that's been sort of asked for is, as you can imagine, the testing capacity has been a problem. So getting rats in, as they're sort of known by everybody, into the country has been important, and we've recently delivered around 100,000, I think, there as well. So look, vaccination is important. I think we're seeing an increase, and we're trying to encourage and support that.
Thanks, Mr McDonald.
Thank you. Just remaining with the Pacific and COVID, obviously COVID has had a big impact on their GDP coming from tourists and other activities. And so remittances from the Pacific Labour Scheme and Seasonal Workers Program have been important. Could you just talk to the committee briefly about the program that is bringing those two together, and how many people have come?
The PALM program, Senator?
Yeah, the PALM program, and the updates to that around welfare for workers, etc.
Yeah, so Senator, there's about, I was going to say 55,000 ready workforce to come into Australia from the Pacific. It's dropped, I think, slightly because a number have come in, but it's certainly over 50,000. There's about 20,000 or so currently in Australia, which is the highest number ever. COVID has been a challenge as we've gone through this, and I think the numbers and interest from countries has been excellent in the sense that we've required people to be vaccinated as they arrive or vaccinated beforehand, quarantine arrangements that they've had to go into, as well as other provisions in country. So I think, bringing those two together has been a challenge, I'll be honest with you, with COVID. And of course, in some countries, and it's still the case, the borders have been closed, right? So the borders have closed in order to keep the pandemic out. That's restricted the number coming from those countries. But now it's starting to free up. There's opportunities for employers to support increasing those Pacific labour numbers now. The supply is there. It's now an opportunity, I think, with Australia's changes. The other one that I think is worth mentioning is Fiji, because Fiji on tourism, as you mentioned, Senator, has had a really big hit. They're coming out of their third wave of Omicron at the moment, and they've just, again, reduced their restrictions. And interestingly, they're almost following in step behind us in terms of what Australia's done, I think.
If we could come back to the PALM program, I'm interested specifically around how the reforms in that are working out. And I'm also interested of the numbers of people who are available at the moment to come, how many of those have been here previously and see this as a net positive for them and for their families?
Yeah, so I might ask Ms Heineke to help me with this, but I do know, for example, the seasonal worker program, which we recently took over from the Department of Employment. There's about 74% returnees of workers each year, often to the same employer, actually. So yeah, I mean, there is a lot of return, there is a lot of continuation, and there's been a lot of interest in the program. But I might ask Ms Heineke to talk about the reforms that are being put in place.
Sorry to interrupt, that was 74% return, Mr McDonald?
Yes, Senator Van, 74% under the seasonal worker program, yeah. So that's, and often some are coming back to the same employer because of the relationship they've had, and, you know, overwhelmingly the program is received very positively in the region, and also obviously the interactions we have here, as you've been at yourself, Senator, with the ambassadors and high commissioners here.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, Labor and Connectivity Division. Just to confirm, we undertook a review in 2021 that included consultations across Australia. There were 47 consultations. We had 92 responses to questions. As a result of that review, the government made a series of announcements, first in September last year, the second in November, and that brought together a number of reforms. The first big decision there was to really introduce a PALM scheme, which put the programs together. The machinery of government change was part of that announcement, which brought the seasonal workers program into DFAT. That was completed on the 20th of January, as Mr McDonald has said. I'll just go through a couple of key points from those reforms. The first one, what we aimed to really do in that, based on the consultations, was to bring together the administrative efficiencies, both for Pacific governments as well as for employers in Australia. Now there's one department that everybody's dealing with. We are in the process of negotiating a new PALM deed. That's with employers, Pacific governments, community groups, unions have been involved in those discussions as well. We're close to finalising those. A new deed will come into place on the 4th of April this year. Some of the benefits and changes that have been approved that we're implementing as part of that program include the long-term stream. The visa has been extended from 3 years to 4 years. That does provide greater opportunities as well as funding that we've provided through the program to upskill workers. There's also an option for employees to move from the seasonal stream. That's in horticulture is the primary area that seasonal stream's been used to date, but it is also available to tourism in regional and rural areas. They can move to the long-term visa. That can happen onshore, and it does allow employers and workers to work together to upskill workers into higher jobs in those sectors. We've removed recruitment caps for employers that have got a good record. We've streamlined reporting across both programs, and we've also looked at improvements in the welfare space. Many of those are being negotiated as we speak in the PALM deed, which is under negotiation. A couple of other things I'd just like to mention is that for Pacific countries, we are in bringing the schemes together and one deed. We're also negotiating MOUs with those countries. There is high demand from the Pacific.
Memorandum of Understanding.
Yeah, you said Pacific Gut.
With Pacific governments and Timor-Leste, which are part of the scheme. There will be a new in-country IT database, which will be open to employers as well as for each Pacific Labor Ministry. That's really important to Pacific governments and Pacific high commissions here, because it enables them to track their workers in time, and that's going to be important both for recruitments as well as some of the work that they do here in Australia to track welfare cases with us.
Sure. So my last question on this is, you've talked about the longer visas, the opportunity for upskilling. Traditionally, much of this has been in the agricultural sector. Is there a plan, are there activities underway to expand the options for work into other sectors rather than just agriculture?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, at the moment agriculture has been the dominant sector, but we have got a high interest in aged care, other care sectors. There are 146 aged care workers at the moment in country. We have a pilot at the moment working with the Northern Territory Government, and Samoa, which is training up workers here in Australia, and that will enable them to go into aged care jobs, which of course are in high demand here. Importantly, it is adding to the skills the skills gain in the Pacific, which is really important to Pacific countries. So we are looking to expand those types of arrangements. Now that borders are open, we expect that there'll be also high growth in tourism hospitality. There's also been some demand for, in rural Victoria, for example, we have had recruitment through the Pacific Labour Scheme into light manufacturing, but that's been in relatively low numbers. It is available for any sector in rural and regional areas where labour market testing can demonstrate there's a gap and there's a demand.
I was told recently construction is also under consideration.
Yes, if there's demand, we can work in any sector.
Okay, thank you very much. It's encouraging. I just want to move on very quickly. We can probably deal with this at the Secretary level, with the Middle East, specifically the Amnesty International report into Israel. I found it quite offensive and poorly considered for them to use the word apartheid, and I know the Minister and the Prime Minister have made comments, but from a departmental perspective, can the department offer a view on how valid they think the use of that term is, and actions that we're taking to work constructively with Israel around some of those areas where there have been concerns raised in the international community?
Minister Innes-Brown's well placed to answer this.
Thank you, Senator. Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East, Africa and Afghanistan Division. Thank you. On the specific report, it's not a characterisation that we have determined or share. Senator, those sorts of judgments are usually made in an appropriate international context or setting. We generally, in relation to the issues that it makes allegations about, as you said, we seek to engage constructively with Israel on various issues of concern, and we continue to do so on a regular basis. Most recently, last week on the 7th of February, where our ambassador spoke to the Foreign Ministry about a number of matters. Prior to that, he did speak to parliamentarians a week or so prior to that, and most recently in Canberra on the 21st of January, I spoke to the Israeli ambassador designate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I just have two other questions. I'm just conscious here of time. One is no. So, yes.
Briefly intervene on this issue. Is it a fact that in Israel that there is an Arab party which is a key member of the current Israeli governing coalition?
That is a fact, Senator.
And is it also correct that all of its citizens have equal rights regardless of ethnicity or religion?
I'd just like to check that characterisation, Senator, but I believe so.
Thank you. And are you aware of the Economist magazine's ranking of democracies in the world?
I haven't studied it recently, Senator. I'm afraid.
All right. Well, Secretary, possibly to you, can I ask, does Australia consider, or Minister indeed, that Belgium, Portugal, Greece, Cyprus and the United States are democracies?
We do, Senator.
We do, right, because The Economist ranks Israel as the world's 23rd most democratic country and more democratic than Belgium, Portugal, Greece, Cyprus and the United States. So one wonders where Amnesty International gets off on this. Can I ask, have we made any representations to Amnesty International that if they want to be considered as a credible organisation pursuing genuine issues of human rights, that they might like to ensure that they don't engage in such inflammatory misinformation which clearly defies the objective facts in relation to Israel.
Okay. Well, we will have. We do engage them regularly, Senator. I have had discussions with Amnesty International prior to this report coming out in recent weeks and late last year, and we are more than happy to convey those views and to underline, as I said, that we don't. My initial response to you, Senator, to Senator Fawcett, was that we didn't share that characterisation and we don't support it. So I'm very happy to do so.
Could I encourage you to do so proactively, not just on the occasion of another discussion, but to say, after consideration of this inflammatory report full of misinformation, that if it wants to protect its reputation and standing, it might reconsider its stance. Sorry, Senator Fawcett.
Senator, we, as you know, have also joined a number of international partners in rejecting the characterisation of Israel. Australia has been explicit, as has been acknowledged at the table, but Germany, the UK, France, the United States, and others, and I do not agree with, cannot support, and would not consider an accurate representation, frankly, the comments that Senator of Western Australia, Senator Lyons, made in the Senate last week.
Yeah, basically regurgitating the very misinformed and ill-founded Amnesty report. And in the spirit of bipartisanship on matters foreign affairs, I'm sure that Ms Lyons does not represent the views of the Labor Party, despite the very senior position that she holds, that of their nominee for the presidency of the Senate.
Senator Wong has indicated her position.
Yeah. Senator Fawcett, thank you.
Chair, sorry if I may, just a clarifying question on that. If you're putting those questions to Amnesty International, it'd be interesting to understand their motivations behind such reports. It might be characterised as seeking publicity, whether that be for donations or political reasons, I cannot ascertain, but it seems a lot of NGO activity around Israel seems to be publicity seeking, assuming to shore up public funds for public donations.
I'll take that as a comment, Senator.
All right, back to Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. Just two questions, if I can, on Southeast Asia. Firstly, to Vietnam and Mr. Chow Van Kam. Just wondering if you have any updates on our consular access to him.
We'll just get the consular people to the table.
Thank you, Senator. Greg Wilcock, Assistant Secretary, Consular Operations. Could you ask your question again, please, Senator?
I'm interested in the case of Mr. Chow Van Kam in Vietnam, and I understand that despite poor health and a prolonged legal wrangle, if you like, that our consular access has been limited, and I'm interested to know what representations we've made, whether that situation has improved, and where we see the prognosis, if that's the right word, for his circumstances.
You're right, Senator. It has been a prolonged period without face-to-face consular access to Mr. Kam. If I refer to him as Mr. Kam, you'll understand I'm talking about the same person.
Yes.
Our last consular access to Mr. Kam was in April last year, around the time of Anzac Day. Since then, we've not been able to exercise consular access to him on COVID-19 control grounds. We've advocated to the Vietnamese authorities that we put in place workarounds, including telephone access. That has not just been us, Senator. We have worked with like-mindeds to make those points. That has not been agreed to. I'm happy to report, though, Senator, that our request for consular access to Mr. Kam for later this month, in about 10 days' time, has been agreed to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. I'll look forward to receiving an update from you.
Senator, if I may say, the matter of Mr Cum's detention is a matter that I also raised on my visit to Vietnam in
November, Senator.
November, thank you, correct. November, with senior ministers, including the Prime Minister and the Minister of Home Affairs equivalent, I'm not sure what the correct title is, and the Foreign Minister.
Thank you. Could we go to Myanmar? You'll be aware, Minister, from our previous discussions of my interest through the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, the Joint Committee, in autonomous sanctions and the report we've passed, and I welcome the government's introduction and subsequent passage of that legislation. But the question that logically raises then is, what are we doing with like-minded nations and indeed multilateral bodies like the UN to seek to bring pressure on the junta to stop the atrocities that we are seeing perpetrated against the people of Myanmar on a very regular, if not daily, basis?
Chair, if I might just interrupt, this is a very important subject. Labor senators had anticipated getting the call a moment ago. If I could just get an indication of...
That's my last question.
Oh, sorry to interrupt then, Senator Fawcett. I'll leave it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Katrina Cooper, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, obviously Deputy Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners Group. We do have some sanctions on Myanmar, as you know, Senator, and we have further sanctions under active consideration. We are very active in trying to address the really dreadful situation in Myanmar. Overall, of course, our broader objectives are to, for the military to engage in a dialogue and return to democracy, for violence to cease, to alleviate the humanitarian situation, including getting better access for humanitarian assistance, and to strengthen ASEAN unity and leadership in their efforts in Myanmar. We also call regularly, and the Foreign Minister's done that just recently, Minister, about the unjust trial and sentencing of Aung San Suu Kyi, and just most recently on the 1st of February, she issued a joint statement with many of her colleagues expressing grave concern over the sentencing of State Councillor Aung San Suu Kyi and other political detainees.
Sure. I'll be conscious of time here, so I won't extend this, but statements are important, I understand that, but for many people on the ground in Myanmar, those statements don't change the daily reality of what they are facing in terms of military attacks, health, food shortages, a whole range of things. I guess I'm keen to understand what practical steps we with like-minded nations can be taking to work with ASEAN and the UN to bring about pressure on the Tatmadaw to re-engage positively in that transition back to civilian power. Perhaps we'll leave that. You can take that on notice in the interest of time. So, Chair, I'll...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have some questions about the Australian women and children in northeast Syria. And, I don't know if the can call the ambassador.
We'll bring the officers to the table.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, Roger Noble, the counter-terrorism ambassador, is also coming. So
Down.
Hoping he didn't get lost on the...
I doubt he's lost, Senator. I think he knows it's point to point. He's got those basic skills down, don't you, Jim?
There he is.
Better is that, yes. Probably needs a navigator.
Thank
I didn't
you.
say that, the Secretary did.
I do want to start by acknowledging that I understand the department works closely with Home Affairs, and they did outline that in their estimates hearing on Monday to monitor the situation in the camps in cooperation with Australian security agencies and have explored options for safe repatriation and community reintegration. And I also want to make clear that I appreciate that this work is sensitive and complex, and there are serious security concerns, though, in the camps themselves and security considerations of any repatriations. But bearing all of that in mind, I would like to explore with the department why it is that we are in the third year of this issue, and these Australians, and particularly Australian children or children with a claim to Australian citizenship, remain in these camps.
Roger Noble, Ambassador for Counter-Terrorism. Senator, I think the fundamental is the situation that those women and children find themselves in, where they are and why they are, make them persons of counter-terrorism interest, which is a whole of government responsibility that you correctly pointed out is coordinated by the Department of Home Affairs. Then on Monday, Secretary of the Home Affairs talked to you about the risk-based approach to analysing their situation and the policy towards them. And I think he reiterated that the policy has not changed. DFAT contributes to that by helping inform the risks and getting the best information that we can. But the Australian government driver of the policy has been and remains the protection of Australians and the Australian community.
I understand that. What I sought to explore with Home Affairs officials on Monday is, given the suite of legislation, counter-terrorism and national security legislation that has passed the Parliament, particularly with bipartisan support, control orders, temporary exclusion orders and the like, is there a legislative gap in our suite of counter-terrorism tools? Is there a policy gap that is preventing the repatriation, particularly of these children? It is my understanding from speaking with some of the groups, such as Save the Children, as well as some of the families, that the adults are actually quite willing to agree to a range of orders being placed upon them. Their primary concern is about the safety of the children. So is there a legislative or policy gap where we are not able to safely manage that risk in order to repatriate the children in particular?
No, Senator. Not to the best of my knowledge or awareness. I think Secretary Pizzullo said in his evidence on Monday, thank you, that obviously conditions for repatriation require an overall judgment. I would augment that by saying also a whole of government approach, which is about balancing the various risks. That includes that there wouldn't be, he said, an increased unreasonable and unacceptable threat to community safety here in Australia. We are also very conscious that the security environment in Syria remains both volatile and dynamic, and ISIL's recent attack on the prison in Hasakah in Syria would indicate that. I spoke with the Foreign Minister of Iraq earlier this week, and a number of these issues were raised in our conversation as well.
Okay. So are repatriations under active consideration?
We are always keeping the situation in the camps under review, Senator. We don't have a policy, a blanket policy with regards to repatriations. It's one which is considered by the government across agencies, as Mr Pizzullo has explained and as counterparts here have indicated.
Do you have information as to how many Australian women and children, or indeed children who have a claim to Australian citizenship, are located in Al Raj?
So we listened to your questions to Home Affairs on Monday.
Thank you.
Haven't got the answer yet. The number I have is 65 men and women in Syria. The children number is probably always going to be an estimate. And we don't have it yet, but undertake to get it to you, and Home Affairs will do that. The reason is because the Syrian Kurdish authorities don't actually count the children by number, and that's why you hear the term often 12 family groups as an indicative.
Can we just, sorry, Mr Noble, I apologise. Did you want to finish your answers?
No, that's it.
When you talk about the women and men, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the men are largely in prisons, not the camps. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is the majority of women and children are in Al Roj.
Yes.
The men, their locations are uncertain, but they're in detention and across Syria, potentially not.
But for those that we know,
Yep.
they're more likely to be in prison than in a camp. And there are some that we don't know at all where they are.
That's an accurate generalisation.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to be clear, my questions are really here about those women and children in the camps. Although I am going to come to the particular issue I think that the Minister just raised about the prison attack. As I said at the start of these questions, I'm not minimising the security considerations that are at stake. But as you know, many other countries have steadily conducted safe repatriations. We've seen the United States has done so. We've seen in the last few months Norway, the Netherlands and Sweden. I believe Sweden even did, after the prison attack, conduct repatriations. Switzerland has also done so in recent months. Do you have any engagement with other like-minded countries about the way in which they've been able to safely conduct repatriations?
We do. So we closely track all reports of repatriations by country. We talk to regularly with nations who do it, and we share lessons about it. We also talk to nations that don't do it, of which there are many who have a non-repatriation policy or a policy close to Australia. But that's one of the DFAT contributions, is understanding the current situation and complexities and risks associated with repatriation.
And the fact that these countries have been able to repatriate their citizens shows that it is possible to have access to these camps and to remove people, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, but it's about the risk associated with entering the camps and conducting repatriation. So one of the risks, I think Home Affairs mentioned on Monday, is risk to officials and those who actually conduct any repatriation.
I'm really pleased you raised that, because one of the questions Home Affairs could not answer for me on Monday was a report in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 3rd of November 2021 that Australian officials travelled to Syria in late September to gather information about these Australian women and children. Is that report correct?
So aware of the report, the answer that I give publicly is the consular interaction is indirect with people in the camps, principally through third parties such as humanitarian actors. And we cannot comment to protect the safety of Australian officials who are operating in the region.
The report also states the government was waiting for a report from DFAT, Home Affairs and ASIO, on possible repatriations. Did the department complete that report?
I'd probably refer you again to Monday and the Secretary of Home Affairs' response, which is, he said, which is accurate, there's been no change to the risk-based situation to indicate the need to change the policy and no decision to change the policy. And as the Minister said, we are in constant interagency discussion around the matter and the risks associated with it. So it's an ongoing process with no decision to change the policy.
I suppose what I'm asking here, Mr. Noble, is not if the policy has changed, because demonstrably it has not. I'm asking if there has been a report to government on possible repatriations subsequent to since September. Has there been a report to government on possible repatriations? Has government been advised by the department? I'm not asking the content of that advice. I'm asking if a report or advice has been forwarded to government since September on possible repatriations.
I take it on notice. I'm not tracking that it has, but I need to check.
And Senator Keneally, if I may, will interrupt there for Senator Patrick's bracketed question.
Could I ask? Sorry, Kimberly.
If you've got a burning final question, and we can go a minute or two over time.
Look, and I do appreciate, I don't want to hold up Senator Patrick. I might come back to that, but just before I leave, if you don't mind, I'll be very quick. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Patrick. The Minister raised the issue of the prison attack in northeast Syria, where ISIS did attack a prison. Australian males, including under 18s, minors, are being detained. It was reported that an Australian boy was injured in the violence. Does the department have any information on his welfare?
And can we be told this boy what age he is?
We're aware of the reports we've got from a variety of third parties. Our understanding is his age is 17, almost 18.
He was, I believe he was 14 when he went into a Kurdish prison. Is that correct, Mr. Noble?
I don't know, but that's highly likely. I don't know when he went to the prison.
So age 14, it'd be the same age as the young man that took out that police accountant in Sydney.
Yeah, and it was reported on 24 January he suffered a head wound as gunfire and explosions rattle around him. He told his family via voice message, "I'm scared I might die at any time." So I'm just seeking if the department has any update on his welfare.
So from third parties, we believe he did escape the prison. We don't know where he is, and he is in detention. I can assure you that we're
You don't know where he is, but you know he's in detention?
No, that's the report from third parties.
Right.
I'd assure you that everybody is watching closely and seeking to understand where he is, and not just him, but actually what's occurred after that prison break and who might have escaped from the prison and who might not have.
In order to facilitate the committee, I'm happy to cede some time now, and thank you, but I may come back to this later.
Oh, yeah, of course. Senator Patrick, you have the call, and just to indicate, we will go a few minutes over time.
Thank you, Chair. It might not be necessary depending on the brevity of the answers. I might
and the shortness of the questions.
Yeah, and the shortness of the questions. I was listening to the exchange between the Minister and Senator Keneally in relation to bipartisan foreign affairs support. Just to give some context to my questions, the Defence Minister said last week, "We now see evidence that the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese government, has also made a decision about who they're going to back in the next federal election. That's open, that is obvious, and they have picked this bloke, the Leader of the Opposition, as their candidate." He then went on to say, or assert the claim that the claim was based on open source and other intelligence. So just, you are the experts on foreign policy and China. What open source information is DFAT in possession of that supports the claim that the Chinese Communist Party has made a decision to back Mr Albanese and the Australian Labor Party in the coming federal election?
Global Times.
Senator Patrick, I think if I understand your question correctly, you're asking the department to comment on the statements of the minister. I'll ask
I'm just trying to understand
the department to say whatever they are able to. I would note that this matter, or these issues, have been discussed this week, including in Home Affairs estimates as well, that there have been a number of reports, both the Director General of Security's update, the ASPI report, which are part of the conversation this week as well, but I'll ask the officials whether they have anything to add.
Senator, I don't have anything to add.
I don't have.
So I didn't hear that.
Senator, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. What open source information specifically identifies when, where and which decision makers in the Chinese Communist Party arrived at the decision asserted by our Defence Minister?
Senator, I think in asking the officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to respond on aspects of the Defence Minister's statement or any others other than perhaps mine is a difficult question to ask officials. If they have anything to add, I will ask them to do so.
I have nothing to add, Senator.
So no evidence, thank you.
No.
The Secretary said she had nothing to add, Senator.
Okay, well, your department is the Premier Department in relation to foreign affairs, and
it is the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Senator.
Yes, and I'm just trying to work out what grounded the statement by the Defence Minister. I presume he would have come to the department to seek advice on these sorts of matters?
No, Senator, the Defence Minister seeks advice from the Defence Department.
So he's sort of gone a bit rogue.
The Defence Minister seeks advice from the Defence Department, Senator, and he has made a number of comments in addition in his recent media statements in relation to these matters.
Okay, and so these can just be very quickly answered then. Is DFAT in possession of any published statements by the Chinese Communist Party or Chinese government, CCP communiques, statements by Chinese officials or pronouncements in the Chinese Communist Party controlled publications that supports the Defence Minister's claim that the CCP has made a decision to support Mr Albanese? That doesn't go to what he said, it's just, do you have anything in your possession that would support that claim?
Well, Senator, agencies would not always be in a position to answer on the full extent of matters in their possession, as you put it. I did myself read this morning some passing comments in relation to the Global Times.
I think that was an Australian that was writing for the Global Times, wasn't it?
Yes, that is an interesting point to make, Senator. I have found myself the...
editorial control of the Global Times, Minister?
Pardon me?
Who is generally considered to have editorial control?
Well, not the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. In fact, as I go on to say, I have found myself on occasion to be a beneficiary of editorials in the Global Times.
As have I. As have I.
It's a long list.
It's a competition for badges of honour.
About 4 or 5 times for me.
And not just that outlet. Senator, I'm not sure that officials can add anything, but if they wish to, I'll ask them to.
But look, to assist Senator Patrick, the Global Times, Albanese will not be a charismatic leader, but he positively shines compared to Morrison. Such is abysmal state of Oz politics. One would like to see a reset in ties with China, but Oz leadership is weak and US pressure is sustained. And that is, of course, from the Global Times.
That's an Australian author, isn't it?
Which is the mouthpiece for that brutal dictatorship.
Okay. The Minister also mentioned other intelligence that supports his claim. of the Chinese Communist Party decision to back Mr Albanese?
I'm sorry?
Minister.
Oh, Minister, I'm sorry. I thought you
Sorry,
meant me.
Minister Dunn.
Me.
No, I
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
talking about you.
I didn't think I had just said that.
Look, I know Defence was going to be today, but Defence is tomorrow, so
Sure,
we've got
but
questions for Defence.
these are the preeminent people that I would expect would have access to all of the information. And if the answer is no, then the answer is no. So just asking, in relation to the other intelligence that was mentioned by the Defence Minister, is DFAT in possession of anything, or is that also the Defence Department?
Well, I think there are a range of other intelligence agencies, and it might be better to direct those questions to those agencies,
Sure.
Senator.
Okay, so you don't have anything. What about communication through any embassy or through the Chinese embassy back to Australia? Has there been any communication from the Chinese government that they have made a decision to back Mr Albanese?
Senator, to my knowledge, there's been no communication on the Australian election from the embassy.
What about from other embassies through another embassy?
Senator, I'm not sure to what you're alluding, but that is not something of which we have any knowledge.
No. So from perhaps from the United States embassy to Australia.
Well, Senator, we wouldn't normally disclose those. We wouldn't normally disclose sensitive communications. I'm not saying there are or there are not, but certainly posts.
Right.
Posts in Canberra need to be able to communicate with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade appropriately in confidence. In saying that, I make absolutely no suggestion
Sure.
about communications or otherwise.
I'm not asking for any country.
No, I understand that, Senator.
So I'm not trying to drill into where this might have come from, just whether or not there exists any communiques through our embassies that would from any other government that would suggest that the Chinese Communist Party is backing Mr Albanese in the Australian Labor Party.
I don't have anything to add, Senator.
Any of the other officials?
I have nothing to add, Senator.
Thank you. And has DFAT received any responses from the Chinese government to the claims made by the Defence Minister last week? If so, what has the Chinese government had to say about that?
There are responses in the Global Times, Senator.
I beg your pardon?
There is a response, as I understand it, in the Global Times
That's
today,
the formal
Senator.
way in which DFAT received advice from the
No,
Chinese
I was simply
government.
saying that does include a response. Number of communications have been received in recent times, but I'll leave officials to see if they have anything to add.
Senator, I think we have regular exchanges with Chinese officials. They can offer and do offer critical comments about some public remarks in Australia. I don't know whether specifically in relation to this. We'll take it on notice and get back to you.
Thank you, and I've finished early. Thank you, Chair.
All right, in that case, let's finish early for lunch and the committee.
So just Chair...
I thought it was too good to be true.
Yeah.
Senator Ayres, you have the call.
You've had a series of opportunities, Minister, over the course of this morning to reassert the value of what is a many decades-long tradition of bipartisanship on national security questions in the face of what is a sleazy and desperate assault on the national interest by the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister. I would expect...
Wait a minute, that is...
I would expect that a Foreign Minister would stand up for the national interest at this point.
Well, you should be
But it is very
respecting the
clear...
Senator Ayres,
it is
that
very
is a
clear that you're
clear-
not prepared to do that.
All
And
right,
that
the
is-
committee is adjourned.
That is
The
a problem.
committee is
I'm
adjourned.
sorry, Chair. Before you adjourn, if I may, Senator, you may not have been in the room, but I did have an exchange with Senator Keneally on these matters in which a very different position was articulated on behalf of the Labor Party. A very different position.
Well,
Than the one you have just used. I reject your editorial characterisation. I reject your editorial characterisation. And frankly, the discussion that I had with Senator Keneally, although imperfect, as they always are in an estimates exchange, resulted in Senator Keneally making an acknowledgement in this estimates hearing. But, Senator Ayres, it is the case that members and senators, no matter who they are or where they sit, ultimately have to own their own remarks and language.
Right.
And I mean
like
every
Senator
single
Lyon.
one
That's
of them.
right. That's right.
All right. The committee stands adjourned and suspended until 1:30.
Too good to be true.
I was hopeful. The committee is... no, feel free. Yeah, the committee is resumed. I can indicate that I'll have a bracket of questions dealing with matters Lithuania and the pushback by China, and then a few issues on China, Taiwan, moving into Iran, Israel, as in Middle East, and then Africa, and then issues on Christian persecution and where we are with the death penalty grouping of which we are a member, just so officials can get themselves ready to come downstairs if need be. But
thank you, Senator. We'll get the officials who you've indicated can start making preliminary moves.
Great, thank you. If I can start in relation to the pushback that the dictatorship in China has been giving to Lithuania, and we've had discussions about that earlier this morning. But I'm just wondering, has Australia, or indeed is there within the world community, a grouping or a coming together of like-minded countries that have suffered this at the hands of the dictatorship in China, countries such as Norway, the Czech Republic, Canada, and the list seems to be ever expanding, so that there is a grouping of these freedom-loving countries to say enough is enough and that we start looking after each other's back?
Senator, I'll ask Mr Hayhurst to start, but I'll also ask some of our colleagues from the trade area to be prepared to pop forward as well.
Well, look, if it is more appropriate, Secretary, for me to ask that under trade, I'm happy to do that.
Probably best for both. So
all right,
we'll start here
done.
and then
thank you.
Later for trade as well.
All right, thank you.
Senator, you mentioned a number of countries that have been on the receiving end of trade action by China. I think it is fair to say that there is a much greater coalescing of like-minded interest around the need for the rules to which countries have committed to be adhered to. That when commitments are made, they're met, and that the market-based multilateral rules to which all parties have committed are the ways in which to deal with differences. Now that is apparent in many forums and in many statements and in many ways. There's no single like-minded group, but there's growing contact and cooperation to try and protect those aspects of the international order, the international trading system on which so many countries rely. So the trend is clearly there. Australia is not the only country, clearly, we know that. There are many others and the potential is there. So the point is to act clearly on a principle basis so that the trend doesn't deteriorate.
Right, look, thank you for that, but to use a clumsy term, is there a victims group, to use that sort of terminology, in relation to Chinese sanctions for taking principled stands, or just for taking a decision like Lithuania did in having a trade office in Taiwan, or Taiwan in Vilnius? Vilnius, thank you.
So I don't... Victims group is not a phrase I would use.
No,
but,
clumsy term, but I think you get the drift.
So the answer is we pursue our interests on that principal way in many forums in many ways. We talk a lot to other democracies and other countries about the sort of international order we want to see, the principles upon which Australia's policy is based. The Quad is about that agenda. Our work with the European Union is about that agenda. Our work with partners across Asia is about that agenda. Our alliance is about that agenda. So there's growing concerted cooperation between Australia and its partners to push back against efforts to undermine the system on which we've all relied and from which we've all prospered.
All right, look, thank you for that. Are you aware of the report by Safeguard Defenders about involuntary returns to China?
I'm not personally acquainted with that report, Senator.
All right, well, in that case, could I encourage you to acquaint yourself with it? And that report indicates that Chinese so-called law enforcement agencies right around the world are either forcibly or under threat removing people from the countries in which they're in back to China, and the assertion is made that I think 10 Australians have been so removed from Australia that if they don't come with these people back to China, then their family in China will be under severe pressure. And Australia isn't the only country targeted. So if I could invite you, I think it's a report that came out on the 18th of January, so relatively new. It would be helpful if you could give us some indication as to the veracity of its commentary. I've got to say it looks pretty robust, but
Senator, we'll follow it up, including with the Australian Federal Police and other security agencies.
Good. Look, thank you for that. Our travel advice to people travelling to China, has that...
Senator Betts, can I just ask Ms Lawson to add a very short statement in relation to the Safeguard Defender piece?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Senator, that we are, Ellie Lawson, First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division. We are aware of that report. We have looked into it. It's a different division who looks after those matters, but we are aware of that report. Thank you.
Oh, good.
I will provide further information on notice, Senator.
Excellent. Thanks, Minister. Travel advice, has that changed at all in relation to travel to the People's Republic of China? I think last time at estimates we were told that people were advised not to, under threat of, was it arbitrary arrest, I think was one of the... Arbitrary detention, thank you.
Senator Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. The travel advice for China was last updated on the 13th of January. It currently stands at exercise a high degree of caution. It does make reference to the fact that authorities have detained foreigners on grounds of endangering national security and that Australians may be at risk of arbitrary detention.
Right, so that alteration on the 13th of January, without going into all the details of the wording, it either, in its change, it either says it's now safer or less safe from the previous...
Senator, I think the change didn't
To be
include
clear,
the arbitrary detention.
that's
I think
right.
that was already
That was
there.
already in there.
Was
Yes.
the change related to COVID?
The change related to pre-departure requirements for travel to China from Australia.
right,
having
so the
changed.
only update
Was
on
in
the
relation
13th
to
of January related to COVID matters.
And health testing.
And
related.
health
Yeah, but so the previous concerns remain in place.
Correct.
Yep, that's all I was seeking to confirm. A diplomatic boycott of the Olympics. How many countries were engaged in that?
I'll just ask
To
Ms
our
Lawson if
knowledge.
she's got the full list.
Sorry,
I'm not
making you play musical chairs, but I'm not sure who's
COVID.
responsible for what specific item.
Senator, I don't have a full list with me here, but I can certainly take that on notice and provide it
If
to
you
you.
could.
Yeah.
And are we able to be advised whether Australia sent anybody officially to the Olympics?
As the Prime Minister has indicated, we did not send any ministers or officials to attend the Olympics.
Good. That is good news, and I was hoping that would be the answer. So having raised that previously, and I think the department was a bit agnostic about that. But anyway, it is good that this has occurred. Where are we in relation to issues of representations in relation to the Uyghur community, House Christians, Falun Gong practitioners? Have we been able to have any discussion at all with the regime as to matters human rights generally since the last estimates?
So we have maintained a steady drumbeat of representations on those serious human rights issues. Ms Lawson might have the details, but we continue to do that both in China through our embassies and consulates general and here in Canberra.
Senator, yes, we have consistently raised our concerns about all of those issues. The most recent representations were on the 7th of January, that was in Beijing.
And what about Australians that are in custody in China at the moment? I'm just trying to have a look.
Just get someone from
Peng.
Consular.
Peng. Is there somebody by the name Peng?
Yes, we've...
Yes.
Yang Hengjun.
Thank you. Yeah,
Branch
yeah.
manager.
Is there any update that can be provided on that case, please?
Thank you, Senator. Greg Wilcock, Assistant Secretary, Consular Operations. Senator, you'll be aware of the Minister's statement of 1 month ago on Yang Jun. The Australian Government's amply on the record on the principles and interests at stake for Dr Yang.
Yeah, any updates,
and for Australia.
that's all
yes,
I'm asking.
Senator. Yep. Our most recent consular visit to both Dr Yang and Ms Chung was on the 28th of January. That's consistent with the pattern of monthly consular...
And that was a face-to-face?
It was a virtual meeting. It was at
Virtual.
the detention centre, Senator, but over video link in both cases.
And any movement, status quo, regrettably?
On the cases themselves, and please, Senator, understand I have to be mindful of my privacy obligations here, but on the cases themselves, the notional deadline for verdict in the case of Dr Yang is late, pardon me, is, let me get my glasses and I'll be sure to get this right, Senator. So in the case of Dr Yang, the notional deadline for verdict is the 9th of April. That could be extended by another 3 months, Senator, or it could take place, the verdict that is, the verdict hearing, any time between now and the 9th of April. We'd expect, under the terms of our consular relations agreement with China, to be given a couple of days' notice of that hearing. In the case of Ms Chung, Senator, the notional deadline now for her trial is the 19th of April. And as in the case of Dr Young's verdict, that could take place any time between now and then, or indeed be extended.
All right, thank you for that. Are you able to provide us with any updates in relation to the human rights plight of the Uyghurs?
I'll ask my colleague,
Ms.
Ms
Lawson,
Lawson,
I
to come
think
back to the table. Right.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Senator, sorry. Although we continue to have very serious concerns about the human rights situation in Xinjiang. As you know, we have raised...
With the update, all I'm asking is our view that things have improved or status quo or deteriorated?
Well, Senator, it's very difficult to tell exactly which direction those abuses have gone in, because there is a lack of visibility of what's going on in Xinjiang, and that is why we continue to seek the finalisation of the review by High Commissioner Bachelet. It is also why we continue to urge the Chinese authorities to allow an independent visit to Xinjiang, so that we can establish exactly what's going on the ground.
And lack of visibility, I think, tells us, unfortunately, all we need to know in that regard. What about the plight of Hong Kongers and the democratic movement in Hong Kong?
Senator, as we've made clear on previous occasions, we have concerns over the imposition of the national security law by Beijing without the direct participation of Hong Kong's people, legislature or judiciary. Furthermore, the changes to the electoral system are deeply concerning. They weaken the city's democratic institutions and give greater control to Beijing over the nomination and the selection and the election of candidates.
But have things improved, worsened or status quo?
I would not say that things have improved. There's been a range of new reforms put in place, which further
reforms or changes?
Well, they are reforms. They're stated
reforms
as reforms.
in the
But these are changes
Beijing's
to electoral
terms.
processes, which it's safe to say have been initiated by, or at least Beijing has a great role in putting in place. And as you know, there have been continued targeted arrests, impacts on civil society groups, and of course the forced closure of independent media outlets. We did join a statement by the Media Freedom Coalition on the 9th of February, expressing concerns about the deterioration of those media freedoms. We expressed our grave concern in the Auckland joint statement on the 21st of January, and the Minister has also tweeted on our deep concerns about the closure of Stand News and the arrests of journalists.
All right, and then moving to Taiwan and the relationship there, the overflights by the Chinese Air Force, etc. Have we made any representations to the People's Republic regime as to the inappropriateness of that behaviour, to use a mild term?
Senator, we have made representations. Yes.
And when were they last made? Are you
last...
or take it on notice?
I'll try to answer it in the course
And so
of our
I don't
discussion.
steal Senator Patrick's thunder, I'll allow him to ask a few questions on Taiwan.
I would also note that DFAT issued a statement expressing Australia's concern about the air incursions during that was when the large number of incursions were taking place. That was back in October.
All right, thank you. Senator Patrick.
Well, thank you, Chair. In a radio interview in late January, the Chinese ambassador to the US made an unusually explicit reference to the likelihood of a war over Taiwan. He said, "The Taiwan issue is the biggest tinderbox between China and the United States. If the Taiwanese authorities, emboldened by the United States, keep going down the road for independence, it most likely will involve China and the United States, the two big countries, in a military conflict." What's DFAT's view of the relationship in relation to China and Taiwan since October last year, since the last estimates? And I'd be happy to use the Chair's improved status quo or deteriorated categories.
So, Senator, I think since October, the situation, I don't think has appreciably deteriorated, but remains very serious because the mainland side continues to put significant pressure, the incursions into the Air Defence Identification Zone, etc., on Taiwan. Also, the official and public positioning of the authorities in the People's Republic of China is very clearly hardening. At the same time, in Taiwan, of course, people want to choose their own destiny, the bottom line. So I think structurally the situation is in a difficult position. Our view has always been that the status quo, which has preserved peace and stability in that region and more broadly, is the thing that needs to be protected and preserved, and that's what our diplomacy is geared towards, and the same applies to the United States and others, and that includes, I should say, continuing to engage unofficially and providing support in international organisations where statehood is not a prerequisite for membership for Taiwan's international participation. So that's our broad approach. So the bottom line is, I think, in category terms, it's not significantly different. It was serious then, it remains serious now, and we're watching it with concern.
So you said the words that the sort of Chinese position was hardening. Is the rhetoric, the threatening rhetoric, increasing, or is that on a status quo?
So I think when I say hardening, I mean I think it's articulated publicly in ways that suggest that dialogue has limited prospects for success. Clearly, contact between the parties across the strait is one way to seek to lower tensions and move forward on this matter. Again, my broad judgment is that the situation hasn't appreciably deteriorated, nor has it improved since then. So structurally, we're in this difficult position, and we're concerned about it, as I say.
What about military provocation? So that's perhaps slightly more measurable. Have the incursions that Senator Betts was talking about, have they increased, or has there been a change in the way or in the nature of those incursions?
So
I'm
they've
not
been
sure.
in sort of daily incursions, but in the single digits. The biggest number recently was, I think, 39 on the 23rd of January is like the largest number we've seen since that greater number, late last year. But they continue.
Okay, and what about the new development of the sort of the relationship between China and Russia, and how that may affect the tinderbox?
So of course, we're watching that closely as well, Senator. I don't think that has an appreciable effect specifically on the Taiwan situation, but clearly the two countries are coordinating more and I think signalling a much more overt challenge to the international order. Russia, in effect, publicly now affirms the position of the People's Republic of China on this matter in explicit terms. But I don't think it makes a big difference. I think the difference from that partnership manifests itself internationally in other ways of concern to Australia rather than directly on this situation.
Okay, and I guess there's some milestones that, sorry, this is a project management term, but there's the completion of the Olympic Games and through to the elections in 2024. Do we see that as the potential for perhaps danger, an increase in danger between those, before the election?
I don't think we're in a position to judge whether the risk will grow. I think structurally it's already got some elements about which we're concerned. Elections in Taiwan, I think, are always, there's a possibility, as there has been in the past, there's growing tension there. But, there's, with so much at stake and the status quo helping preserving stability in the region, there is no reason directly for that to be challenged in our view. So I don't want to speculate whether it's before 24, after the Olympics. Both, the People's Republic of China does not need to up the ante in ways that apply coercive and other pressure on Taiwan.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. I note that there's been some sales of howitzers from the United States into Taiwan, and just in the last month or so, a $100 million support contract relating to upgrading Patriot missile systems. Is that something we publicly support? And secondly, are we in a position where we support export applications for military products to Taiwan?
So Australia doesn't sell arms to Taiwan, and the United States, consistent with its own long-standing policies on Taiwan, has a policy of selling arms. We don't have a direct view on those transactions, but of course we do have a strong interest in Taiwan's security and instability and the status quo across the Straits.
And my final question, just in terms of our messages to, or communications with the Chinese and the Taiwanese, what are we doing in respect of discouraging any sort of military conflict that might, possibly be on the horizon,
Senator,
and at what levels?
Senator, we're absolutely explicit that conflict is in no one's interests. In all of our public and diplomatic engagement, that is our clear view. We make regular representations to China on the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait in the interests, as I say, of a secure, stable Indo-Pacific that is based on the rule of law.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
I'll ask my other questions later on. Do you have a quick follow-up? And then we'll start the Greens 20 minutes.
Very quickly. Mr Hayhurst, do you think the Ukraine-Russia situation at all complicates the situation across the Taiwan Straits? Is one country looking at another to see whether aggression might be rewarded or pushed back against?
I don't think there's a direct connection, but clearly in any situation where people use force to resolve disputes across international borders and so on, so there's some differences obviously between the two. So I think that there are lots of things to be concerned about, but a direct and immediate impact on the situation on Taiwan isn't one of them at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Senator Rice, you have the call.
Minister, obviously most of the geopolitical negotiations you undertake, or at the very least many, they're very complex and delicate. And I want to acknowledge the work that you put into those processes and thank the departmental staff for the many hours they spend on very sensitive and delicate work with major international powers. Do you think that the Defence Minister is putting that work and those delicate relationships at risk when he politicises national security to try and run a khaki election?
I don't agree with your characterisation, Senator. I think the entire the range of issues that you have identified are ones that the government takes very seriously, right across the cabinet, led by the Prime Minister, and I acknowledge the points that you have made in relation to my own approach.
Did the Defence Minister consult with you before, or does he consult with you before commenting publicly on international relations?
Senator, Mr Dutton is the Australian Minister for Defence and in that role has a range of responsibilities and opportunities through which he exercises his ministerial undertakings. Don't expect the Defence Minister to I don't think you've characterised the relationship in the way that I would, and equally I would say that having held that role myself in the past, it is the case that the Defence and the Foreign Minister work closely together and extremely closely together, overwhelmingly, and in close concert with the Prime Minister.
Minister Dutton specifically clarified after a question in the House of Representatives question time that he was reflecting on the Chinese government and on the actions of the Chinese government. Did he consult with you before he chose to reflect on the Chinese government as a political strategy in the Parliament?
Senator, I don't discuss my conversations with my cabinet colleagues in the.
So yes or no, Minister, did he consult with you?
Senator, you can't direct me how to answer a question. I don't discuss my conversations with my cabinet colleagues in public.
I'll take that as a no then, I think.
I said you can't direct me as to how to answer the question. You can't presume either.
Minister, in allying ourselves with India as part of the Quad strategy, is there a point past which human rights abuses in India would cause us to reconsider how close that relationship is?
Senator, I'm not going to answer in a hypothetical of that nature. Australia's growing relationship with India is extremely important to Australia, including with the signing of a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2020 between Prime Ministers Modi and Morrison, including the work that the Trade Minister, Minister Tehan, has been undertaking in recent weeks, particularly on the development of trade agreement. Senator, that does not prevent us from raising issues of concern with our partners in India, and they may be human rights issues, they may be others. India is indeed a vibrant democracy, has a very robust culture of public discourse, and I know that there are issues of concern in relation to human rights, and you can rest assured that matters of that nature are raised in our interactions with India.
But is there any point at which we would reconsider that relationship?
Senator, that is an absolute hypothetical.
Well, I mean, Gregory Stanton of Genocide Watch has warned that genocide could very well happen in India. Presumably that would lead us to re-evaluate our relationship if genocide was occurring in a Quad ally.
Senator, I don't think it advances any cause to engage in a hypothetical discussion of that nature.
But there is plenty of evidence of the sort of abuse of human rights that's currently going on in India. I mean, would national leaders enabling and permitting hate speech and ethnic violence, is that enough to give you pause about our relationship with a Quad ally?
Senator, I think I've set out in my statements areas in which we do raise concerns with India, and our post and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade here in Canberra.
But it's one thing to raise concerns, Minister, and then if those concerns aren't being listened to and we've got ongoing abuses of human rights, at what point do we actually say we haven't got a robust, thriving democracy that's, consistent with the rule of law, that would make us reconsider India's role as a Quad ally?
Senator, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals.
So other than raising concerns, so, I mean, what is your current, the current level of concern that you're raising with the Indian government about abuses of human rights in India and in Kashmir?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, there is the potential of genocide. There are the issues of the crackdown on...
You're making statements, Senator. I'm not agreeing with them.
The crackdown on speech. There's the detention of people arbitrarily. There is what's going on in Kashmir.
You're making statements, Senator, and I'm not agreeing with your statements. You're perfectly entitled to make them. What I am saying to you is that in our engagement with the Indian government, both in Canberra, in New Delhi, and bilaterally, where matters are required to be discussed, we have those conversations.
So are you concerned about the abuses of human rights in India by the Indian government?
There are a number of matters which we have discussed, Senator. I've spoken about them on the record here before.
I want to move on to China. How many Australian citizens and permanent residents are arbitrarily detained in China currently?
Well, Senator, I'll ask officials from our consular section to answer that question. There are a number of consular cases which we are engaged on, and some of which have already been discussed here today. I would also note that on occasions where there is the detention of dual citizens, that does add complexity to our ability to both assist and on occasion to be aware of legal processes. But Mr Wilcock may wish to add to that.
Greg Wilcock, Assistant Secretary, Consular Operations. Thank you, Senator. On the exact number of Australians detained in China, I would need to come back to you on that. You used the word arbitrarily detained, Senator. We refer to the detention of Dr Yang Jun as arbitrary detention.
Yes, so it's where our consideration is their arbitrary detention. My question did absolutely want to include dual citizens that may not be recognised, or I know aren't recognised as Australian citizens in China.
And Mr Walker is correct, Senator. We have certainly regarded the case of Dr Yang Jun as arbitrary detention.
We've obviously got the report of the individual detained in Hong Kong. Is the government aware of any other Australian citizens detained in Hong Kong under the national security law?
Under the national security law, no, Senator. We're aware of one other Australian, a dual national again, detained in Hong Kong. This is on criminal charges, not national security charges. That person has been deemed by the local authorities to be Chinese and not Australian. Sorry, Minister. Yep. The Chinese authorities typically will give us consular access when the individual enters China on their Australian passport.
Yes, but I'm even where we haven't got access to them. So you're saying that there's one other.
One other in Hong Kong.
One other Australian citizen who you understand is detained under the national security law.
No, one other Australian detained in Hong Kong, but not on national security, not on the new national security offences, on a criminal matter.
Okay. I might ask Mr Wilcock, if I may, Senator, to speak briefly to the nature of the travel advice and the amendments.
Can we not do that, because I've only got 20 minutes? I'm very happy to receive that information, to have that information tabled.
Your priority, Senator.
Yes. I did want to go to whether the Australian government had made any representations to the UN Secretary-General regarding his attendance at the Olympic Games in Beijing.
Not that I'm specifically aware of, Senator.
We might have to take that on notice, Senator.
And what representations has the government made to the IOC regarding the disappearance and censorship of tennis player Peng Shuai and the IOC's involvement in Chinese government propaganda alleging that everything's fine, when others, like the World Tennis Association, haven't been able to get in contact with Peng Shuai at all?
Senator, I'll ask Ms Lawson to add anything that she wishes to. Those matters that have been raised by the IOC, I don't have details with me.
Senator, we don't have details about the IOC. We have raised the case of Peng Shuai with the Chinese government, but I'll have to come back to you on your specific question.
And whether we've made representations to the IOC. You said you've raised them with the Chinese government, but it's
yes,
the IOC.
I said, well, and Ms
I'm not
Lawson said
aware
we'll
of
come
that.
back to you on that.
Yeah, any representations?
You're not aware of any?
No.
Okay, if you get back to me. I want to move on to your meeting, Minister, with the ASEAN Chair. And when you met with the ASEAN Chair, you said you made representations about Sean Turnell, and then Hun Sen then boasted about securing his release before apologising with egg on his face. Did we commit anything, or what did we commit in order to secure Hun Sen's advocacy?
I don't understand your question, Senator.
Well, we had Hun Sen saying that he was advocating to the Myanmar junta to release Sean Turnell. He claimed that he had received secured his release, and then he had to backflip, and obviously that hasn't occurred.
So he indicated, Senator, that those statements were made in error. I understand, and clarified that. In my discussions with the Prime Minister, we indicated that we had been working assiduously through ASEAN, particularly through the previous chair, Brunei, and other members of ASEAN in advocacy for Professor Turnell, and reiterated our expectation and our hope that as the incoming chair of ASEAN, both my counterpart Prak Sakhonn, the Cambodian Foreign Minister, and the leadership in Cambodia would continue that advocacy, which had been so strongly taken up by the second Foreign Minister of Brunei.
So did we make any commitments as to, things that we would or wouldn't say about ASEAN or about actions in Myanmar in order to secure that advocacy from
There
Hun
is
Sen?
no requirement to make any undertakings of any sort, Senator.
And did Hun Sen, what did Hun Sen communicate to the Australian government about his advocacy to the junta?
I don't have the details of what may have been communicated via post in Phnom Penh with me, Senator, but he did make a public statement to say that he had advocated for Professor Turnell's release.
Yes, and so that was. But was there anything further that he communicated to the Australian government?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay, I want to move on to the Magnitsky legislation. Minister, since the passage of the Magnitsky legislation through the Australian Parliament, what steps have been taken to implement it?
Well, regulations came into force, if my memory is correct, on the 21st of December, Senator, and I am working with the department. We've met twice since then on next steps in relation to the application of any sanctions.
So all of the necessary regulations are in place?
That is my understanding, Senator, and they came into, as I said, into operation on the 21st of December. So I don't think there is no further process that is required in terms of the operations of the system.
Okay, and now with those regulations in place, has the department been engaging with civil society in terms of information that they may be able to bring to the government's attention in terms of who would be sanctioned?
Senator Cathy Clugman, I'm Deputy Secretary of Development and Multilateral Group. There have been conversations with civil society. The Minister has made clear that her intention is to establish some mechanisms by which the department can engage a bit more regularly and specifically on the Magnitsky and sanctions regimes with civil society. Whether we do that as an adjunct to our NGO human rights consultations that I think you're aware of and that go back some considerable way, we will provide advice, which we haven't yet done, to the Minister on what we think is the best structure to ensure that those consultations can take place and that they're timed in a way that is relevant to the processes that through which the Minister will determine listings.
So you've had some engagement with civil society since the legislation came into place. Can you tell me what engagement that has been? So it hasn't been structured, you're basically saying so far.
I'll ask my colleague Natasha Smith to come to the table. But as I said, Senator, and I think as you know, we do have established fora for consultations. The one that I think is most relevant and through which there has been some structured discussions has been our NGO consultations on human rights.
And how often do they occur?
They're an annual exercise. Now,
do you think that would be a sufficient timing for this legislation, or would you think you would need to have more regular consultations on this?
Well, sorry, Senator Rice, we are looking at that now, and we will give advice on that to the Foreign Minister. We haven't done that yet.
Senator Natasha Smith, First Assistant Secretary of the Multilateral Policy Division. We haven't had any formalised engagement with civil society since the regulations the legislation and regulations have come into effect. But as Ms Clugman says, we have plans to make sure we have mechanisms in place for that, and we're working through that at the moment.
Have we progressed as far as having a list of possible people to sanction so far?
Senator, I don't think it's not in the interests of the sanctions process to speculate about those who may be sanctioned. It enables a degree of avoidance that I don't think is useful for the application of the sanctions.
But even without saying who is on that list.
But of course, Senator, I have in both of my discussions with senior departmental representatives, including the Deputy Secretary and Ms Smith and others, engaged in those discussions.
So you are in the midst of preparing a possible list of people to sanction?
Senator, I don't want to characterise it like that. I've met twice with the department in terms of the options that we have, next steps, and we will. The department will provide advice to me based on those discussions.
And do you have any expectation of a timeline as to when you may have a list of, possible people to sanction?
Not that I would apply here, Senator, no.
So it's not a priority?
No, it's an absolute priority. That's why I've met twice with the department in recent weeks.
I mean, there are a lot of people in civil society and people who are extremely concerned about the human rights abuses that would be covered under Magnitsky legislation, who are wanting to see action, who currently haven't seen action since that legislation's passed. So it would certainly be really,
Senator, to be clear,
it would
the
be
regulations
really appropriate.
came into operation on the 21st of December, and we are working with the department and they are preparing advice to me to take the next steps in relation to the Magnitsky sanctions.
Okay, thank you. I now want to move on to Palestine. I know there was some discussion this morning about the Amnesty International report. Sorry?
There's 1 minute left.
Okay.
I might go an extra 2.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I do want to start, first of all, with the Israeli government's allegations of making the unlawful designation of 6 Palestinian civil society and human rights organisations as terrorist organisations. And what's the government's response to the Israeli government's refusal to provide its evidence to the groups affected? And has the Australian government been provided with any evidence?
Thanks, Senator. We continue to monitor this case. We did ask for some information on what the basis of those designations was. I think we covered that in the previous estimates. So we have received some information.
So have you received that evidence, what the Israeli government claims to be the evidence?
We've received some information from them. Whether it's all the evidence or not, I don't know.
Well, that's right. I'm trying to differentiate
sure.
whether, I mean, they've refused to provide that evidence to the groups affected. And so do you feel you have been given that evidence?
I feel I've been given some information. Whether it's the entirety of the basis of their activity, the basis of the actions they've taken, I don't know.
Have you requested further information from them?
Not recently. They provided some information to us, and so they obviously what they provided us. They obviously felt that was what they could tell us, and we have received it.
And so, are you satisfied with that evidence? If you haven't requested any more, do you still think that it's an inappropriate and unacceptable thing for them to have done?
Senator, we are not experts on the Israeli legal system, and it's not really for us to judge whether the information they've provided us meets the test of Israeli law, because I'm not qualified to do that.
And so the Australian government and DFAT are not willing to call on Israel to immediately revoke these designations?
Not at this stage, Senator. It's really it's a matter for Israel. Australia is not a party to the issue.
And what's the government and DFAT's view about the legality of the Israeli government applying domestic anti-terrorism statute against civilians in occupied territory? I mean, doesn't that constitute a violation of international humanitarian law?
Well, I'm not sure that I would accept that characterisation. As I said a minute or two ago, we are not qualified to make declarations or decisions about the applicability of actions that Israel has taken.
And so therefore you're not going to criticise them?
Very lenient. One last question.
Okay. Look, I did, in terms of the Amnesty report about and allegations of apartheid, in response to the report, both the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister indicated that they don't agree with the report's characterisation of Israel. I mean, putting aside the legal definition, what specific facts about human rights does the government believe Amnesty International has got wrong in this report? Have you done your own analysis?
Well, Senator, as I noted earlier, there are a number of issues that from time to time we take up with Israel that we, the Australian government, feel that we should be taking up. And we have done so quite recently, and we have done over a period of time, and we will, as necessary, will continue to do so. It's for us to do, for our own assessment of the situation, including information provided by our post, to take issues up that we see are relevant.
But are there any specific issues in the Amnesty report that the Australian government believes that Amnesty have got wrong?
Senator, as I said, we continue to take issues of concern up and will continue to do so.
That wasn't my question, with all due respect, Mr Innes-Brown. My question was are there any specific issues that the government believes that Amnesty have got wrong in their report?
Well, I think we're in danger here of just repeating what we said earlier this morning about our view on some of the phraseology that's been used in the report. But there are some categories of issues that we are concerned about, and we do take them up in our engagement with Israel.
Could you take on notice then, if there are particular issues that you feel that Amnesty have got wrong in this report, to take on notice what they are?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Keneally. Yep, you have the call.
Chair, thank you. I have some questions about recent concerning activities at the Australian Embassy in Bangkok. I understand from media reports that a former locally engaged staff members at the Australian Embassy in Bangkok was arrested by Royal Thai Police on the 6th of January after cameras were discovered in women's bathrooms in the embassy. Is that correct?
Senator, the Chief Operating Officer, Mr Adrian Hudson, will provide details on this matter.
Senator Adrian Hudson, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, that is correct.
And was the person an employee of the Australian Embassy when he was arrested?
Yes, they were a locally engaged employee in that embassy.
Right. And I'm presuming no longer an employee?
That's a correct presumption, Senator.
Right, thank you. And when did his employment with the embassy cease?
On the same day that he was arrested.
I appreciate that there is an ongoing Royal Thai Police investigation into these events and that the department is likely to be limited in its comments on these concerning developments, but are you able to confirm if any other embassy staff are being investigated by police in relation to these hidden cameras?
So it's limited to this individual, Senator.
Right, thank you. And will the Royal Thai Police be allowed into the Bangkok Australian Embassy compound to complete their investigation?
So, Senator, I can confirm that we are absolutely cooperating with the Royal Thai Police, and if that's a necessary part of their investigation, then yes, that will be facilitated.
And do we have any indication of where the investigation is up to? Do we know when this individual might face court, for example?
I don't have a sense of that at this stage, Senator, but it's something we are closely monitoring.
And are you aware if the accused has written to some of the complainants and asked them to withdraw their complaints and offered them compensation to do so?
So I'm not...
I was unaware of that, Senator.
I'm not specifically
so I expect
aware of
Mr Hudson's
that.
not aware, but we will chase that up and see if that's been part of media reporting or anything, or any information you have would be helpful. We're happy to chase that up. Clearly that would not be what we're looking for.
Okay. All right. So I've seen reports that say the Royal Thai Police have said that the Australian government has asked it not to share any information about its investigation. I appreciate you have given us some information today, so I thank you for that. And it's also understood the accused was told by the embassy the ongoing investigation would be kept private. Now, I get there are privacy considerations about the complainants, But is there any decision that not to comment publicly or to speak to this investigation? I mean, it seems demonstrably not, given your answering
Senator.
our questions
No,
today.
Senator. No, Senator. And in fact, we have no tolerance for this sort of appalling behaviour.
Thank you, Minister. When did the embassy staff first become aware of the hidden cameras?
So the first time we became aware of it, and I'll use the term indirectly, and I don't mean that to be coy, but indirectly was, I believe, in August. However, at that time, the extent of the matters were not understood. There was a piece of equipment.
I don't think that we should go into the details of that, if I could suggest, given we have an ongoing investigation. I think we should be very careful about this.
Because of the Royal Thai Police investigation?
Correct.
I appreciate that very much.
Senator, is it possible that I could suggest that in light of the live investigation by the Royal Thai Police, that my department would be very willing to provide you with a private briefing to the extent that we are able on this matters to avoid any prejudice. And given I'm dealing with a different legal system, I think it is important to be prudent.
And I appreciate that, and I believe that myself or Senator Wong, indeed, when she returns from leave, may well wish to take you up on that.
Thanks, Senator.
But I might ask a couple of questions that don't go to the investigation itself then.
Or the details of the events.
Yes. That I don't... When was the Minister advised of the existence of these cameras, these hidden cameras in the embassy?
I don't have those specific dates with me, Santa, so I'll have to take that on notice.
The Minister was advised, though, I presume the Minister didn't find out from media reports? No.
I did not find out from media reports, no, Senator.
Thank you. And also, is the department aware of whether the Australian Federal Police is planning to launch any investigations into these incidents?
So, Senator, my understanding is these matters are on investigation by the Royal Thai Police.
Right. And is the department's security branch investigating any matters in relation to these hidden cameras?
We did make some initial inquiries, Senator, but the matters are now under investigation by the Royal Thai Police.
Right. And has either the security staff or the department itself recommended any changes to security procedures in relation to this embassy or indeed any of our embassies?
So I think it's fair to say, Senator, when an incident occurs, whether it be of this nature or any nature, we take that as an opportunity to re-examine our risk assessments, our protocols and processes, and we look for opportunities to make improvements. And that may be in a particular location or where there could be broader applicability, we may apply that to other locations.
We probably wouldn't want to discuss that too much further, though, Senator.
That's why I'm being slightly broad in my response, Senator.
Okay. I want to refer to an ABC report of these developments from the 5th of February, which states, a government employee with knowledge of the incident told ABC employees at the embassy, employees at the embassy were shocked and shaken. And the person said female staff, Thai and Australian alike, are very anxious. Some of the women don't feel safe to stay there. They feel compromised and threatened. And the government employee went on to say that embassy staff wanted more support to manage the serious psychological impacts of this matter, or even the possibility of security breaches. What support has the department provided to the staff since this incident happened?
So, Senator, as was said earlier, we take these matters very seriously and we're very concerned about them. A range of support has been provided to staff at the embassy, including in-country counselling support, virtual support when we had travel restrictions in place where we couldn't physically travel over. The department has 24/7 access to both our counselling services externally as well as our in-house staff support office.
Right.
And shortly, now that travel is slightly easier, in the next few weeks, our in-house staff support team will also be travelling across to Bangkok. So there's been a series of ongoing supports provided, and that's in addition to, as you can appreciate, the on-site support that both the head of mission and the deputy head of mission have been providing staff.
So this incident took place on the 6th of January. That media reporting was on the 5th of February. When did you start deploying those support teams, for example, the in-country support?
So these have been deployed over a period of time. They weren't in response to a media report.
So before the 5th of February?
I don't have the specific date on which we commenced those processes, but the supports have been in place for some time and they precede the media reporting that you've referred to.
Did you, in response to that media reporting, did you add anything or did you survey staff to see if they felt they were getting adequate support?
So I guess the way I describe it, Senator, is it's an ongoing approach to providing support and we will continue providing that support. As I indicated, now that travel restrictions are not as great as they are, our dedicated family support area from here in Canberra will be travelling across in the next few weeks, so that will be an additional thing we would have liked to have done earlier, but we had to supplement those arrangements with in-country support given the travel restrictions.
Secretary, have you spoken directly with any of the Australian-based or local staff in the Bangkok Embassy who've been impacted by these events?
I haven't spoken to the staff, but I have spoken with the head of mission, who is managing this issue. Often, rather than have someone from Canberra come down, it's kind of better to locally, and I spoke with him about what supports were in place. We talked about our specialist supports here from Canberra actually going and visiting, and that's what Mr Hudson's just spoken about.
So you haven't spoken directly to any of the women who've been impacted by these events?
No, I haven't spoken to the women who've been impacted. But the head of mission, the deputy head of mission, who's a female officer of a very experienced officer, has spoken with them. She's there on the ground. She knows them, and she understands some of their circumstances, and she's been there providing that support.
Minister, I understand you're going to be stopping in Bangkok on the way home. Will you be taking the opportunity to speak to some of the staff who've been impacted by this?
Senator, that had been the intention in terms of return travel. It's no longer feasible to make Thailand the return location, and it had been put in my schedule that I would have that meeting. In the absence of that, I will determine an alternate approach to engage. Unfortunately, though, the Thai leg of the travel has shifted.
Okay. Thank you. And I apologise if I missed that detail, but I'd heard this morning you were stopping in Bangkok on the way home. So, in terms of the department more broadly, what training is provided to DFAT staff on the disclosures of sexual misconduct?
So, Senator, more broadly than this matter, this is obviously something that we take quite seriously. The department has a very clear sexual harassment policy and response protocols, if I can describe them in that way, where we encourage and support people to raise concerns that they have, either with their supervisors or directly with the specialised area in the HR area here in Canberra. We take all of those matters seriously, and where we get those sorts of reports, we work with the individuals to understand the best approach we should take in response to their concerns. That may include, for example, formal investigations and those sorts of things. It depends on the circumstances.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand what kind of training is provided to staff in terms of receiving such disclosures, for example.
So this is our staff.
Yes.
We have both our HR staff and we also have a specialist support. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
The staff support area.
Staff support area, which is headed by a psychologist as well. So we have psychologists on staff to assist with this. The actual training, I think I'd have to take on notice what that training, but I know in previous organisations where I've worked, we've had staff training provided by Lifeline, in particular here in Canberra, where Lifeline do a course about receiving those complaints. So I'll just check what we've got here and we'll get back to you on notice, Senator.
Right. Could you also check for what training is provided to locally engaged staff? That would be, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
And I expect the training might be different in each location depending on the cultural sensitivities of those environments.
And do you do training here for DFAT's Canberra-based staff?
We will check on what...
I'll confirm the specifics of what we actually provide.
So yes, we do, Senator, and we'll provide you with the details on notice.
With the details on notice, yep.
Thank you. And I don't again want to ask about the trial, it's the investigation itself, but rather that thinking ahead, I imagine there's going to be a level of interest in the court proceedings, both for those directly involved and more broadly, and I'm sure many back in Australia will be also seeking to follow this story. What's your do you have any expectation or understanding of what the media access will be to the trial process?
No, Senator, I don't think we have that at this time. That's a matter for Thai authorities.
Right. And
we will, of course, be seeking to have access to, the department will be seeking to have access so that we are informed, so that we can inform our ministers, but also that we can inform the staff to ensure that they're aware of what's going on.
Right. So you're seeking that through your counterparts in Thailand. Yes. And do you understand if you'll be able to attend the hearings?
Senator, I think we're way ahead of ourselves here in terms of the process of the investigation, given the individual was arrested and charged just over a month and a bit ago. I think we are slightly ahead of ourselves, but I would assure you and the committee and the impacted staff that through the Ambassador and his team and through the team here in Canberra and particularly Mr Hudson and the Secretary, we will be fully engaged with the Thai authorities and sensitive to the sorts of issues that I understand you're raising, particularly in relation to any republicising or publishing the events that have led to this charge and arrest.
Okay.
Or arrest and charge.
I noticed you taken, and I appreciate, a number of questions on notice. If I could add just a few other things. Is there an independent complaints mechanism that DFAT staff can access?
So staff can make complaints through to the HR area based here in Canberra.
Right.
So that's independent from the place in which they work, if that makes sense. Yep.
And has the department engaged any external experts to review its processes of reporting disclosures of sexual assault and misconduct?
So my recollection, I'm looking for someone who knows that this may have been done a couple of years ago or 18 months ago, but we will try and see whether we can find someone in the next break. I'm recalling in my incoming Secretary's brief that there was some items about the fact that there had been a recent review of mechanisms, but I'll chase that in the next break, Senator.
Great, thank you so much, Ms Campbell. Thank you, Chair. I do think that Senator Ayres has some questions. I just flagged for your management committee.
Thanks. Yep. Senator Ayres has the call.
Thanks, Chair. Secretary, I have a series of questions about an article in the Daily Telegraph from the 4th of January entitled UK High Commissioner George Brandis in Diplomatic Crash in Scotland. If there's anybody, it might just be you who's dealing with this matter.
I'm dealing with it with Mr Hudson's assistance.
Perfect, thank you. The article reports that nobody was injured in this crash. Is that right?
That is correct, and that was the first question, of course, we asked when we were alerted to it on the day of the crash, and we were very pleased to hear that no one had been injured.
So according to the report, Mr Brandis was trying to catch up to the motorcade of Mr Morrison during the Glasgow Climate Summit after the High Commissioner refused to take the staff bus. According to the report, security officers in 2 Metropolitan Police cars saw Mr Brandis's official car attempting to join the motorcade and took defensive measures to head off the perceived threat. And so the other cars involved in the smash were the 2 police cars. The article reports that there is a diplomatic investigation underway. I assume that means an internal investigation. Is that the case?
Senator, I have instigated an investigation into what occurred because of the work health and safety implications of the incident. And there was a preliminary investigation at Post which was a little narrower, and I've instigated that from here in Canberra. So we have engaged a legal firm to conduct an investigation of the incident. That investigation is not yet complete.
So there was a preliminary investigation, but you've engaged a firm here to... Can you tell me who the firm is?
Ashurst.
Did you deploy, or have you deployed any security advisors or anybody else from Canberra to the UK to investigate?
No, Senator.
So the investigation's interviews over the phone and
Ashurst
document review?
Ashurst have staff in London. The investigation will be conducted from here, but they will use staff that they have in London to do that. We have a regional security advisor located in London, and of course there are other staff. It's a large mission in London, and it's a hub of administrative type support, so there are technical and security advisors already in London.
So preliminary investigation gave you cause for enough concern to then launch this more formal investigation, or just explain to me how you got from the preliminary investigation to this
So I
broader...
think the preliminary investigation had been commenced at Post. I didn't think it would be broad enough to deal with the matters at hand, so I asked for a more comprehensive investigation to be conducted from here in Canberra.
And when is the investigation going to conclude?
I'm hoping in the next short period, but of course we've had some disruption, particularly with Omicron and COVID in London, that has slowed us down somewhat, Senator.
So the Telegraph quotes a diplomatic source who said George was late and was telling his driver to hurry up and catch up with the motorcade. Did your preliminary investigation suggest that that was the case?
Senator, I have intentionally not, there's been lots of speculation and I have not engaged with that speculation. That's why I've asked for the investigation by Ashurst to collect the facts and to determine what happened. And that's when I'll be able to consider what actually occurred.
So you won't be able to say at this stage whether any speed limits were exceeded or other
not at this
traffic
stage,
laws
Senator,
broken.
I won't
That's
be able to.
A matter for this inquiry that, to use Mr Gaetjen's phrase, is weeks, not months away. Is that right?
I will have to engage again with Ashurst. They are doing their best, but they are limited because of some of the restrictions we've had in place. Some of our staff in London have been working from home rather than in the High Commission. So I will engage and get back to you on the timing on when we're expecting that.
Can you tell me whether Mr Brandis was supposed to be on the bus along with everybody else?
I'm unaware of that, Senator. That'll be. I'm unaware of that, so I can't comment on that. I don't usually get into that level of detail.
Can you tell me whether Mr Brandis's driver had been rostered to work that day?
I am unaware of that as well, and one of the reasons why I haven't delved into the detail is so that I can look at the facts when they come in on the investigation.
So nothing's been put to you about on this point before?
Senator, I have purposefully asked for it not to be put to me so that I don't have to speculate, so that I can have a factual basis, and that's why I've asked Ashurst to do a review so we can get facts rather than gossip and speculation which sometimes occurs around events.
What about you, Mr Hudson?
So, Senator, I wasn't in the department at the time these matters occurred.
Who was?
Ms Sadhu was the Chief Operating Officer at the time.
Is she here?
She's not here, Senator. She's on leave at the moment before a new position.
Well, I want to know whether the driver had been rostered to work that morning, whether when he was notified that he'd be required to drive that day, whether he'd been rostered to drive Mr Brandis the day before, what time did they finish, what time did the driver finish that evening? And I'd like to know, I assume on notice those questions, do we have a copy of Mr Brandis's work program for the evening before?
I don't have that copy, no, Senator.
You can't tell me why Mr Brandis or his driver weren't able to inform the Prime Minister's security detail that they wanted to join the motorcade?
Senator, I expect these details, which you've just outlined, will be part of the investigation report once we receive it.
It's pretty extraordinary that we're not in a position to understand some of these basic details. I understand what you're saying to me, Ms Campbell, about taking a disinterested approach in its proper sense, right? I don't mean it in its pejorative sense. But this has been subject of some public discussion for a while.
It has, Senator.
It's pretty difficult to be in a position where you can't furnish these details. Has there been any discussion with the Metropolitan Police about paying for the damage?
So the Deputy Head of Mission contacted the Metropolitan Police the day after, I think, the incident and offered to compensate them. They declined that offer. And she, in order that we have a continuing good relationship with the Metropolitan Police.
Can you tell me when Mr Brandis was appointed as High Commissioner to the United Kingdom?
My recollection is 2018, in May of 2018, but I'll just get someone to see whether we can get the exact date for you, Senator.
I think it's
about that. Correct.
Can you tell, so the preliminary investigation, that was a report that was provided to you as the Secretary?
The preliminary investigation was provided to Post, and it dealt with a very...
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Oh, sorry, to the High Commission.
Yes.
And it was a pretty narrow investigation about the actions of the driver.
And what did it say?
It said... I haven't read it again because I wanted to have the more complete investigation.
Is there somebody in the building who has read it, Mr?
Have you read it?
I don't have a copy of it, Senator.
So the Post has explained to me that it was quite narrow and it was about the driver's, the actual incident, and it didn't talk to a number of other parties who were involved in the incident, and we thought it best that we engage with those parties before coming to a view.
If there was a motor vehicle accident in any other situation, you wouldn't engage Ashurst to do a review. What is it about this situation that's made you decide that you're going to engage one of our larger sort of top-end law firms to investigate?
Well, depending on the circumstances, I have engaged Ashurst in the past to do reviews. Because this one involved the High Commissioner in the Prime Minister's motorcade with the Metropolitan Police, I thought it warranted appropriate attention, Senator. And given that there has been subsequently media speculation, at the time I felt it was very important that we got the facts sorted early.
Can you table a copy of the preliminary report a bit later in the day?
I I will review it. I think there's some privacy issues in it, but we will have a look at that for you, Senator.
What privacy issues could there be? The driver's name, perhaps?
Yep.
You could
I'm-
delete that for us, I assume?
I'm concerned that the preliminary investigation may not be fair on other people who may be named in the investigation because they were not given the opportunity to respond. And so I don't think there's been due process, and by therefore putting it in the public arena, I don't think that would be fair on anyone. That's one of the reasons why I've asked for the Ashurst investigation, so that we can ensure that due process is applied.
When did you first engage with Ashurst?
So in January this year, Senator, I believe they were officially appointed on the 11th of January.
I had asked for it before Christmas, and I think we were discussing it before the final bits and pieces were put together.
So the department engaged with Ashurst after the Daily Telegraph article?
No, Senator, I had engaged.
Sorry, your colleague. Your colleague said they were engaged.
That was they
on
were
the 11th.
officially engaged.
You're saying you.
Can I? I
did,
might
did
just
what
clarify.
prior to Christmas? Yes.
I clarify, Senator. I think Mr. Hudson said that they were engaged legally, signed up in January. I had engaged with the department in December to ensure that we were able to get a firm to do this, noting the challenges of them being in London and wanting to make sure that we had people on the ground. Did they have people in London that could do this? So it was well before the Daily Telegraph article.
And how much will the Ashurst investigation cost?
I don't know whether we've got an estimate or not.
No, I don't have details of the contracts for Ashurst with me, Senator.
But there is a contract and there
Yes.
is an assessment of costs.
Yes, and
likely
that
costs.
was the date I provided earlier. Apologies for using the same term, engaged.
No. I wanted to ask carefully so we got to the right answer. Can you provide, over the next short space of time, the likely cost? Come back to us during
We'll
the day?
take that on notice, Senator.
Assume that's something that you can access. What broader issues do you think, Secretary, might the formal investigation deal with that the preliminary investigation did not?
I'm very interested in the work health and safety matters. So clearly we have motorcades frequently. We need to ensure that there are lessons learnt and that this is not repeated in any of our posts throughout the world. So I think it's important that we understand what happened and put in place mechanisms to seek not for this to happen again. We clearly know that car accidents do happen, but if there were factors that would mitigate it in the future, I'd like to ensure that that's put in place right throughout DFAT posts.
So there's nothing about the Daily Telegraph article that concerns you about?
Senator, I don't want to speculate about what's in the media. I'd prefer to wait until I receive the report, which has the facts.
And will the investigation deal with those issues that I went through before? What were the circumstances of the drivers'
Yes, Senator.
rostering? What
Senator.
did the work program of the High Commission have been that day and the day before?
Yes, Senator.
So, Mr Brandis has been the High Commissioner for 4 years. That's a year longer than usual, isn't it? He was extended for 12 months, is that right?
Senator, there are some head of mission posts that are 4 years. I think, if I recall, there are a couple like Dublin, Consul General in New York. I think there's a range of.
So was it a 4-year appointment? That's a 3-year appointment that's been extended
No,
for
Senator,
a
I think
year?
it was a 4-year appointment in the beginning.
It's a 4-year appointment. Is it likely that Mr Brandis will be extended?
No, Senator, Mr Brandis will conclude his term at the expected time.
Has any consideration been given to his replacement?
Senator, that's a matter for government.
There has, of course, been some speculation about another political appointment to this position. Can you confirm that Mr Hunt is a candidate?
No, Senator, I can't confirm anything of the sort.
Or Mr McCormack?
Can't confirm anything of the sort, Senator. It's a matter for government and it will be considered in the normal course.
I think on my count since 2013, 17 former Liberal National Party politicians. I think only one National. Might be wrong. 17 in any case have been appointed to diplomatic posts. Is my count correct, Secretary?
Senator, I don't think I'm counting them along that line, but I can take on notice when there's been non-career diplomats appointed to posts overseas, Senator.
Is there any prospect?
Like Mr Gray.
Sorry, Chair.
Including Mr Gray.
Yeah, like Mr Gray.
Is there any prospect of a career diplomat being appointed as High Commissioner?
It's a matter for government, Senator. I'm not going to speculate.
But the track records would indicate that people join the dots and assume that another political appointment's going to be made.
There are a number of posts, Senator, where both governments of both persuasions have made key political appointments. I've worked constructively with many of them over the years, including particularly Mr Beazley in Washington, for example, and that has been historically the case. I think
well, exactly. It's a quality and quantity argument, isn't it?
That may be your argument, Senator. I'm not sure what point you're making.
Beasley's got quantity.
Well, I think he's universally regarded, you know, not just across the parliament, but more broadly as an excellent appointment and been supported by governments of both persuasions, and it's been regarded as a very good appointment. That's my concern is with the volume of political appointments that have been issued by this government. Has a woman ever held the position of High Commissioner to the United Kingdom?
I don't believe a woman has been appointed to that role historically, no, Senator.
So over the course of the last century, we've managed to pull off two blokes called Alexander Downer and not one woman as appointments.
Senator, I don't have the full list of appointments to the role of High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, but you're correct in saying there has not been a woman appointed by any government to that role, either yours or mine.
Okay, I want to ask some questions about passports, the Passport Office. Thank you.
We'll just get the officers to the table.
Thank you.
While they're coming to the table, I might fill this valuable gap by reminding myself that we do have 44% of head of mission and head of post appointments currently held by women and exceptional women across the board, Senator.
Is that the highest level?
No, it's not the highest, Senator, but it is nevertheless a significant increase. And when we were elected in 2013, I think it was at 27% or thereabouts, or 22%, and now it's 44%.
It's double.
Right. I understand that there's been a significant demand in applications for passports. What's the current wait time for a new or a renewed passport?
Have we got on?
Well, Senator, I can...
Oh, sorry. Wait for your colleague. Mr McLaughlin, Ms Brill. Are you able to tell me the wait time for a new or renewed Australian passport?
Yes, good
Thank
afternoon. Bridget Brill, First Assistant Secretary and Executive Director of the Australian Passport Office. Sorry, Senator, I rushed downstairs.
I might.
Take your time.
Do you want me to answer it first? I don't want anyone to do that.
How about
We're
I...
patient, are we not, colleagues? Yes, no need for rushing down the stairs.
So, Senator, the average wait time at the moment for a passport is 16 days.
16 days, and same for renewal as a new passport?
That's right, that's correct. Obviously, renewals can often be processed faster. simply because they are renewals and we often have all the details necessary.
And priority processing?
It's 2 days,
2 days.
Senator.
And the fee?
The fee is $225.
Since the international borders opened up on the 1st of November, what's happened to the average delivery time?
Senator, obviously we had an expected surge with the reopening of the border in November, and we were advising Australians in advance to allow a minimum of 6 weeks for processing.
Yes, that's what your website says, I think, yes.
That's correct. So we did move from a normal 10-day processing time to 16 days.
So we warned out people so that they could make their plans for their travel, but Ms Brills and her team have worked really hard to try and get that 6 weeks down to something much, much lower.
Yes, and the average time, a 60% difference in the average time is not inconsiderable, but I assume what that means is as you approach longer applications, the difference
Correct.
has
So
been
the
quite
16 days
substantial.
is an average,
Yeah.
Senator. We do find that where the 16 days blows out is actually related to the customer providing all the necessary information. So unfortunately, some of the applications that take longer than 16 days relate to us having to get all the necessary documentation from the customer.
So the clock doesn't start when we've got a complete application, it's when we receive the application, and often we've got to chase details.
Can you tell me how many applications take longer than the 6 weeks?
I don't have that information with me, Senator, but I can certainly look to see if I can provide it. Unfortunately, our systems are quite complex, but I'll absolutely do my best to be able to provide that to you.
There would be some sort of reporting, presumably, at intervals that tells you how many passport applications fall outside the 6 week.
I don't think, Senator, we have invested in the management information around this sort of stuff in the past because we've had such a good record there for a while. But one of the things that I worry about is that whether or not we capture when it's because we're waiting for customer information, and if we ask the customer for information, how long it takes them to get back to us on it. So I don't think our systems capture that yet. But we can do the best we can, but we are very conscious. I mean, I would like the clock to stop when we were asking for our customer for more information, but our systems don't allow that at this time.
And Senator, I should add that not only do we have our priority processing for a fee for 2 days, but we obviously also process all compassionate and compelling immediately, and that's a 7-day service. So anyone that has an urgent need to travel because of a death or illness or an urgent unexpected business requirement, we are able to process that immediately to ensure that Australians can meet their travel plans.
I'm told that the Passport Office phone line has been impossible for people to get through over the course of the last 2 months. Do you have a record of when it's stopped being available, or how many times it's not been available to people making inquiries about their applications?
Thank you, Senator. I don't have a record of when it's not been available. We do use congested messaging when we're particularly busy. And you are right, Senator.
Sorry, when you say congested messaging, what does that mean?
So rather than have the customer wait on the line and use up their valuable time, we let the customer know that we're experiencing a very busy period, often at lunchtime or at end of day, particularly on a Monday and a Friday, and advise the customer to try again at a later time.
Yeah.
That's right. Senator, we also do have a client mailbox that we provide for questions, and that customer-facing mailbox responds within 48 hours. So if customers aren't able to get through on the phone, we also have the mailbox in which they will receive a reply within a 48-hour period.
And can you tell me, so you can't tell me how often the phone contact line was too congested for people to be able to get through?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Can you tell me how many staff work for the Passport Office?
So, Senator, we have had quite a variable staffing level over the last 2 years. Obviously, for the last 2 years, while the international border has been closed, we actively redeployed our staff to assist in other urgent areas of service delivery. And this, of course, includes departments such as Services Australia. From October, we had obviously brought back all of those staff and engaged a further 130 staff ready for the expected surge that we would have over the November-December period. That takes our staffing level to around about 600.
So 470, circa 470, some redeployed over the course of the pandemic, back to 470 in October.
No, Senator.
And then an additional 130 engaged. Is that?
Sorry, perhaps I didn't explain myself. We had over 250 staff redeployed, and we obviously brought them back, plus then we added an extra 130 to bring us to 600 at the moment. We are currently recruiting again in anticipation of a further spike we expect as part of the European summer. And so that will continue over the next year, 18 months.
And are they all permanent staff, or do you engage people through labour hire companies?
We have a mix of permanent and contractor staff, Senator, to give us the flexibility to surge the business as necessary.
And what proportion of the 600 are permanent staff or staff engaged directly by the department, and what proportion are
we have
employees of labour hire companies?
Larger proportion is permanents, Senator. I can give you the exact breakdown on notice. We obviously have quite a skilled workforce, and so we have a larger proportion that is permanent compared to our contractor, which is essentially for our surge. So I can take it on notice, Senator, but it's about a 70-30 split. That will change, obviously, as we continue to staff up. At the same time, we're also currently running permanent recruitment process.
Put aside my concerns about the very high level of labour hire and casual, insecure work across the Commonwealth. There are significant security issues attached to dealing with passport applications properly. How many labour hire companies are engaging these staff?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
So more than a dozen?
I don't think it's more than a dozen, Senator, but I'll take it on notice.
Well, maybe not for today, but that does seem to me to present some difficulties managing this kind of, getting assurance in this kind of work.
So we are, of course, a national network and an international network, but we obviously work with companies that are specific to the state that we're recruiting in. They have the best knowledge of the labour market. So we obviously work with a variety of contractors in order to be able to ensure that we've got enough staff working right across our state offices.
What kind of security requirements are there for permanent staff who work in the passport office? A criminal background check, or what's the...
So there is the criminal background check, and then are they protected?
That's right.
Yeah.
So we have
I missed that second bit.
So we have a criminal background check. It's a staged or a variation of levels depending on the work that our staff do.
Yeah.
So some of our staff are involved in processing the photograph. Other staff are involved in our very complex case management around particular passport issuance, and they would have an MV2 clearance. So
same requirement for labour hire staff?
Absolutely. So our labour hire staff generally do the administrative type roles. They're not involved in the full processing of a passport or the issuance of a passport from end to end in terms of approving that.
And when was the Passport Office advised that the border would be reopening on the 1st of November?
We were working very closely as part of a whole of government exercise on the reopening of the border, Senator.
And so when was the Passport Office aware that the border was programmed to open on the 1st of November?
I actually have to check the actual date when the government took the decision, but the Passport Office had been included in all of the work up to it, so I think it didn't come as a surprise at all to us because we had been working with our colleagues on that.
So no surprise there was workforce planning engaged in prior to the...
Absolutely. We were already recruiting and training our staff, Senator, in anticipation of the surge.
So, and is the 130 additional staff, is that because you got approval to increase the full-time equivalent staff footprint of the Passport Office, or are they all labour hire staff?
We had some headroom in our ASL cap, and so that was allowed us to do some issues there.
And how much, perhaps on notice, what was the headroom?
Yep, we can take that on notice.
What's the proportion of the 130 new employees who are full-time? And you say you're advertising for more staff. How many more?
So we will continue to staff up in various areas. At the moment, we plan to engage a further 100 staff over the next 2 months. And then we will reassess our forecasting and modelling based on the current trend. We work very closely with the travel sector and, of course, our counterparts globally on understanding likely trends in terms of people wanting to travel. We are aware, of course, of our unmet demand and how many passports we're expecting to have renewed over the next 12 to 18 months, and we'll be working to meet that demand.
Okay, and you'll be able to come back to me on notice about so you're going to get to sort of 700 before there's an assessment done of what the future workforce demand is, and you'll be able to tell me of the 600, how many are permanent?
Very happy to, Senator.
How many are labour hire staff?
Correct.
Thank you. I think Senator Keneally has some questions, Chair.
All right, Senator Keneally has the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions about the Pacific Labour Mobility schemes. My initial questions start, they may actually involve the Department's Protocol Branch and Legal Division if those officials are present.
They are, but we might bring to the table the head of the Office of the Pacific and Ms Heineke and see whether we can answer some of those questions. But the protocol and legal will be coming down from upstairs down to downstairs so that should they be needed, they can jump up.
Wave up at them as they come down. Yes, please, don't rush.
I think the need, I want Danielle at the table. I might have Danielle at the table. Thank you.
Well, as you are no doubt aware, from reports in the media and from the Department's participation in the Senate Select Committee inquiry into job security, I understand that in July 2021, the Australian Border Force issued a warrant as part of an investigation into individuals who were under sponsored visas and were allegedly being encouraged to leave their employment and commence employment in other areas. I understand that the High Commissioner of Vanuatu was named in the second condition of the warrant, and this warrant was executed through a raid of the Queensland property of Jeffrey and Jane Smith. Have I got anything wrong there that I need to correct? No.
Senator Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, Labour and Connectivity Division. That's correct as far as we understand from advice from Home Affairs and ABF.
Thank you. I also understand through evidence that was provided to that Select Committee on 3 February that the Department of Foreign Affairs was not consulted prior to the warrant being issued or prior to the raid being carried out on the Smiths property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I also understand from evidence provided to the Select Committee on 3 February that the Department's legal team provided legal advice to the Australian Border Force as to the application of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations and Australia's Diplomatic Privileges and Immunity Act 1967, and that advice was provided on 10 December 2021. Is that correct?
Senator Adam McCarthy, I'm the Chief Legal Officer and First Assistant Secretary, Legal Division. Yes, that is correct. The request came in on the 9th of December and advice was provided on the 10th.
So just so we're clear, the warrant that named the High Commissioner of Vanuatu was issued in July 2021, and the Australian Border Force sought legal advice from the Department on the application of the Vienna Convention and our Diplomatic Privileges and Immunity Act on 9 December.
Senator, if you give me 1 second, the dates that you've stated are correct. I just need to double check my notes to check whether the request to us came in from Home Affairs or from Border Force.
That's fine, thank you. The dates were the main thing I was seeking to confirm.
The dates are correct.
Yeah. I note that Section 7 of that Act states that the provision of Articles 1, 22 to 24 inclusive and 27 to 40 inclusive of the Convention will have the force of law in Australia and in every external territory. And then it goes on to, per Articles 29 and 30 of the Vienna Convention, which have the force of law in Australia, that a person of a diplomatic agent shall be inviolable, as well as his papers, correspondence, and his property. Is that correct?
Senator, that is correct.
Right. So can you please explain why it took nearly 6 months? Did you inquire, in fact, to Home Affairs or Border Force why it took them 6 months to provide advice, to seek advice on the application of our domestic and international obligations in the context of a High Commissioner being named in an ABF warrant?
Well, Senator, that's really a question that you'd need to direct to Home Affairs.
Well, I'm asking you, with respect, when you got that request, did you go back and say, well, but you issued this warrant back in July? Did you perhaps suggest to them they should have sought advice before they issued the warrant?
Well, Senator, we may unfortunately play musical chairs here. The first time that this information came into the department was actually to the protocol branch. I think the Chief of Protocol was behind me, Ian McConville. I might ask him to step in for 1 sec.
Ian McConville, Chief of Protocol. Senator, I can add one further item of information. On the 2nd of September, after we had been advised by the High Commissioner of the fact that he had been named in the warrant, at least his communications have been implicated in the warrant, I then spoke with the Assistant Commissioner of the Australian Border Force and underlined our concerns at the time that we had not been consulted.
Right, thank you. So how should it work if a law enforcement, or in this case, a Border Force, an agency that can issue a warrant, if they seek to investigate a foreign head of mission, how should that process work?
So the process had, in this case, been less than satisfactory, and that was the message that we had delivered to ABF at the time. Since then, we have, along with the Chief Legal Officer and myself, written to the Commissioner of ABF, I think that was on the 11th of February, to further underscore the process that we would require. It is a process that we have well and truly entrenched in place with the Australian Federal Police. But the moment there is an individual who has credited status, then ABF or AFP should contact the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and we do have in the protocol branch a permanent duty officer if it's out of hours. Then we can be advised of that, and then in consultation with our legal colleagues, we would then talk through with whether it's ABF or AFP the implications of any future course of action.
So, Mr. McConville, if I understood you correctly, there had been an arrangement, there is an arrangement in place with the AFP, and there really hadn't been one with the ABF, or the ABF just made a mistake?
Well, that's true. There was the difference being that AFP engagement with the diplomatic corps and consular corps is much more common. It is in fact unusual for ABF to conduct investigations or have issues of concern involving accredited diplomats or consular officials. Nevertheless, it is something that they should have been aware of. We have since worked with them on a notification form, which I understand ABF has now is now finalising, which provides instructions and guidance to those out in the field of the process that should be followed. Obviously, in this case, we are talking of a situation that unfolded in regional Queensland, so the awareness of the officers in question may not have been as acute as if it was an AFP officer dealing with an issue in Canberra.
Pretty sure the law applies consistently, though, in Canberra or regional Queensland. And I don't mean to suggest you're suggesting it doesn't.
No, but that's right, Senator, but this does involve, it's more about the process. We're not talking about the legal assessments of whether the ABF conduct was within the scope of our legal framework, but it's the process that we registered concern with on both occasions.
I won't ask you to comment. I suppose my observation is an agency that has warrant issuing powers should have a process in place to understand the legal obligations upon them. I'm pleased to hear that after your representation to the ABF that is happening. So you said the department became aware on the 2nd of September?
It was shortly before then.
Right.
I spoke to ABF, the Assistant Commissioner, on the 2nd of September.
Right, and how did you become aware? Is that because the High Commissioner contacted you?
Yes, I've had regular exchanges with the High Commissioner on this issue, as I have with our Pacific colleagues in our legal division.
And Minister, when did you become aware of the warrant and its inclusion of the High Commissioner of Vanuatu?
Senator, I would have to take the actual date on notice, but I can say that the Secretary hosted an event at which the High Commissioner of Vanuatu was in attendance, with both Minister Seselja and me also attending recently, and we obviously engaged with him there. But as to when I became aware of that, I will have to check.
And was that via a briefing from the department, or when it became...
I'll check, Senator.
In the media?
I'll check, Senator.
Right. Did you prepare a brief for the Minister?
Senator, I think I was advised via my staff, by recollection, which would have been advised to my office from the department, but let me check so that the answer is complete and come back to you.
Thank you. So let's go to the legal advice then that was provided by the department to the ABF. Did it provide an assessment that the ABF's listing of the Vanuatu High Commissioner in the warrant was compliant with the Diplomatic Privileges and Immunity Act 1967?
Senator, no. The advice I would characterise, firstly, I would characterise it as being, if you like, preliminary legal views, and it was not definitive.
It was not definitive.
Well, it did not provide a definitive view. That's not uncommon with legal advice, that it would say there's a range of ways of looking at the issue, and in this case it recommended that if a definitive view was required, that AGS be engaged.
So is a definitive view required? Has AGS been engaged?
Well, that would be a question for Home Affairs.
Oh, right. So essentially Home Affairs, having received preliminary legal views from Foreign Affairs, would need then to go to, for a definitive view, would need to go to the government solicitor?
That would be, in this instance, that would be correct, Senator. Our advice was these are some preliminary considerations as you look at this issue. And if you want a definitive answer, well, really a definitive answer can only be provided by a court of law, but if you want a more considered view, then you should engage AGS and put the question to them.
Is it, well, let me ask this then. The Article 30 of the Vienna Convention clearly states that diplomatic correspondence, and indeed in his person, but diplomatic correspondence in this circumstance enjoys inviolability. That sounds pretty definite. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of wiggle room there.
I think, Senator,
How should we interpret that?
well, 2 points, Senator. You'd be well aware of the long-standing convention that we don't disclose the content of legal advice in these proceedings. We can provide an assessment of the character of that advice, which I've done, but I can't disclose the specific content of that advice. I would say that I think the section that you're referring to refers to the archives of a diplomatic mission, which is different from the correspondence. And that's about as far as I can go.
What we have here, based on the ABF's evidence to the Select Committee on 3 February, was that essentially that there's been a considerable amount of communication between Mr. Smith and the Commissioner of Vanuatu. Even if we were to set aside the questions about the High Commissioner's archives or documents, clearly it would seem that his correspondence has not been treated inviolably. That in fact there was in fact communication, as Mr. Smith says, on his phone with the High Commissioner. What's the department's understanding of whether, in the course of the ABF raid of the Smiths' property, any communication between the Smiths and the High Commissioner were seized?
Well, Senator, I'm very happy to outline the general legal principles that apply, but once we get into the subject matter of the application of those to the facts in a particular instance, that's becoming legal advice. So I'm trying to be as helpful as I can without crossing that line.
Senator, I
Yes,
could add
Mr. McConville.
that during our discussion I had with the Assistant Commissioner that we did receive an undertaking that they would not be using any exchanges with the High Commissioner in legal proceedings unless they consulted further with us. And that has not occurred, so our understanding is that that information hasn't been subject of any legal outcomes
Right, so
from
your
the...
understanding is that they've ruled out using any material that would reflect the High Commissioner's communications in legal proceedings. The ABF and Home Affairs Department were careful to say on 3 February they did not, quote, examine any official material relating to the High Commissioner. Is that your understanding?
Well,
Have
Senator,
they advised you of that?
That's right. That's consistent with the undertaking that they gave me, which was to say that they would consult with us further if they were so minded to use that information or to further interrogate that information.
And so essentially it's quite possible...
Senator, can you wind up for another bracket for the Greens coming up?
Oh, thank you. I do have a few questions, but I'll try to wrap up on this, Chair. So it's your understanding that it's possible that material relating to the High Commissioner, such as text messages, could have been seized but not examined and will not be relied upon? in legal proceedings?
We are not aware of whether anything was seized or not. It
Right.
was certainly within the terms of the warrant, which is, of course, publicly been disclosed.
You would have seen from the evidence provided, and I'll just wrap up here, Chair, it's my last little bit of questions. The evidence provided to the Select Committee that Commissioner Outram at the ABF was not initially advised, in fact, that the High Commissioner was named in the warrant. Now, that's ABF processes, I accept that, and I accept that you have already taken upon yourselves to advise the ABF and to seek to instill better processes there so that they understand their obligations. Just on the point that the ABF, you say you contacted them on the 2nd of, you contacted ABF on the 2nd of September?
I spoke with the acting Deputy Commissioner at the time.
Yes, and but then they didn't seek legal advice until the 9th of December? What explains that lag?
Senator, that's a question you'd have to put to them.
Well, it seems that they only requested your legal advice after the warrant issue was raised in the Senate. So it seems to me if this warrant had not been raised in budget estimates last year in Select Committee hearings, it's quite likely that they might not have sought legal advice at all. Did you at any time suggest they should seek legal advice?
Senator, as I said, the first that we as a department were aware of this issue was well after the issue and the execution of the search warrant in September, and the first that the first time that the legal division was asked for review was on the 9th of December. And just to go back to my previous evidence, Senator, confirmed the request came from the Department of Home Affairs on the 9th. I know I'd confirmed the dates, but said I wasn't sure if it was Home Affairs or
it was Home
ABF.
Affairs.
It was Home Affairs.
Thank you. Chair, that's actually a natural stopping point given the flow of questions
Senator
that I
Rice,
have.
you have the call.
Thank you. I want to start with Myanmar. Minister, did the Australian government encourage Woodside to cease operations in Myanmar?
Senator, the Australian government would not take a position on a commercial decision by Woodside, would be my first response, and if officials wish to add anything further, I'll ask them to do so.
So that's a no, that you didn't engage with them?
Senator, I speak to senior officers of Australian businesses all the time, including Woodside.
So did you encourage them to divest?
So, Senator, no, the Australian government does not encourage businesses one way or the other in relation to their commercial decisions.
Okay. Minister, media reports indicate the junta has started cancelling visas of high-profile opponents. So it's still your position that we should try for ASEAN diplomacy rather than joining other countries in imposing targeted sanctions?
Senator, Australia has been very clear that our sanctions position in relation to Myanmar remains under review, and I reiterate that today. These are options that remain available to the Australian government. But in my discussions with counterparts, including with Quad foreign ministers on Friday and Saturday last week, and including in the Quad foreign ministers' statement, the focus of effort from ASEAN is essential in this region. And we have strongly supported the engagement of ASEAN. The achievement of the 5 points of consensus was an extremely significant step. I do acknowledge that the lack of progress made by the regime in relation to that is a matter of concern, and it is a matter that I have raised repeatedly with counterparts, both in the previous leadership of ASEAN under, as I said earlier in our conversation, under Brunei, and now in relation to the same issues and others in the leadership of Cambodia. This is an issue which we have raised consistently both in the region and more broadly, including a discussion with our colleagues in OCMIN as well.
But we still haven't got to the stage of imposing sanctions, despite the US and the UK increasing their sanctions on the first anniversary of the coup. I mean, Secretary of State Blinken said that there was a robust discussion about Myanmar sanctions at the time of your Quad meeting. Did Secretary Blinken ask you to join the US in imposing sanctions?
Senator, let me repeat myself. I am most unlikely to engage in a public forum in a canvassing of the conversations that I had with Quad foreign ministers within that meeting. There was indeed a discussion, and as I said, and I'm just trying to
So
find
what's it going
the
to take, Minister,
find
for
the
us to
statement.
decide to impose sanctions, given it's currently under review? We've got our major partners increasing their sanctions, and yet we are unwilling to do so. What's it going to take?
Senator, again, I reiterate that in this region, it is my strong view that ASEAN leadership is essential in addressing the issues in Myanmar.
And do you think, is it going to be leading to, you know...
I don't need to say anything, Senator, because you won't even let me finish my sentence.
No, I've heard what you had to say, Minister, but we've had a year now of the coup. We have had thousands of people dying. We've had hundreds of thousands of people impacted. And yet we are not joining our major partners in imposing sanctions.
We join our major partners and in fact lead with our partners on calling for an arms embargo, Senator. We have an existing arms embargo and we have been very strong in reiterating the importance of that embargo. We have, as you know, supported calls for a global arms embargo. We have, in the context of Myanmar nationals who are in Australia, extended their visas. We have suspended our limited bilateral defence cooperation. We have worked extensively to endeavour to provide humanitarian and development support in a very difficult environment.
Yes. Minister, when the Future Fund divested from the Chinese weapons company, they said that it was in response to US sanctions. Doesn't that actually show that sanctions work?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat that?
Recently the Future Fund divested from a Chinese weapons company that was providing weapons to the junta, and they said that they did that in response to US sanctions. Doesn't that show that sanctions actually work?
Well, I've already also, sorry, Senator, already I withdraw. I have also engaged on the matter of the Future Fund with both of our shareholder ministers, Minister Birmingham and Minister Frydenberg, including raising the issues raised in reports that were, I think, publicised in December. DFAT is going to engage with the Future Fund and increase their engagement with the Future Fund in response to that as well. I've consistently said, and you asked me about commercial interests before, that Australian companies and investors with interests in Myanmar should absolutely undertake heightened due diligence. They should be seeking independent advice regarding, as you say, relevant sanctions and human rights obligations to ensure that they're complying, and that includes the Future Fund.
Which to me makes it sound as if the sanctions are actually working. I mean, Minister, in November, Minister Dutton attended the informal virtual meeting of ASEAN Australian Defence Ministers with the Myanmar junta regime. We're not imposing sanctions, but we're taking meetings with them. Aren't we, in effect, legitimising the junta?
No, we are not, Senator. We do recognise, for a range of reasons, including Australia's regional interests, that we have to have some capacity to engage. We have to have some capacity to engage. I don't know if you're suggesting, Senator, that I should abandon Australia's consular obligations, for example,
that the Defence Minister shouldn't be attending meetings with the junta.
Capacity to engage.
It looks like we're
we
legitimising the regime
that.
when our Defence Minister attends meetings with the junta. I can see we're not going to get much further there. I'd like to now move on to Syria. What charges have been laid against the Australian women and children detained in the Syrian
I'm sorry,
camps?
Senator, I think you have just actually made an assertion which is not correct. Can you repeat what you said about the Defence Minister?
That he had attended an informal meeting with an informal virtual meeting of ASEAN Australian Defence Ministers with the Myanmar junta regime.
I'll come back to you on that, Senator.
Thank you. So moving on to Syria. What charges have been laid against the Australian women and children detained in the Syrian camps?
Hello, Senator Roger Noble, Ambassador for Counter-Terrorism. I'm not tracking any charges against women and children currently detained in Syrian camps. I would check with Home Affairs to 100% verify that in the case of Australia.
So you don't know whether any charges have been laid?
I'm not aware of any charges laid against them.
Okay. So you don't know under what, whether under what Syrian or Kurdish law, in fact, that they are being detained?
The people who are detained in the Syrian camps, it's a result of armed conflict. You're obviously aware of the campaign against ISIS, 84 nation global coalition. So the view is that the status of each individual would have to be assessed to determine the basis of their detention.
Do you know whether the Kurdish authorities plan to take the Australian women and children to court for any alleged crimes? Have you asked the Kurdish authorities about this?
Our interactions with them are indirect or through our posts periodically. I don't believe we've asked them that specific question.
Why not, given that they've been detained for now a period of some years?
I'd have to take it on notice.
I mean, we've got Australian women and children who've been in detention for over 2 years, no charges laid, no court dates, no due process provided and no legal basis to justify their deprivation of liberty. I mean, isn't that arbitrary detention? Isn't that what this government says it's so firmly against?
As I said, the camps are there and the detention is there as a result of the armed conflict. Each individual would have to be assessed on his or her own basis, and the government stands against arbitrary detention and supports the Copenhagen procedures and guidelines.
But we don't know, we haven't asked the Kurdish authorities specifically whether they are actually going to be charged under what laws. They've just been there for 2 years and we've got no further clarity about that.
It would have to be person by person, and our consulate, we don't have consular presence in Syria.
And so we're not doing it person by person either, then?
Not presently.
Since September 2021, when has the Australian government actually engaged with the Syrian Kurdish authorities?
So, regularly, but often not in Syria. So, through principally our post contacts.
So when you say regularly, what?
Most
weekly,
recent
fortnightly,
was February.
monthly?
It's not periodic, it's regular. It's so probably monthly. So February was this month.
Okay, if you could take on notice the
Sure,
details
I can give you
of
a
when.
list.
Yep. And during those engagements, have we raised the question of the detention status of Australians?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, and have we used those conversations to verify information regarding the ages, the conditions and other factors regarding the well-being of Australians?
We do.
Okay. Minister Payne, I'd like to go to how information from different agencies feeds into your work with the department. And so in general terms, I just want to confirm that the Australian Secret Intelligence Service is accountable to you as Australia's Foreign Minister?
Yes, Senator.
And that work includes working with the intelligence or security services of other countries?
Broadly speaking, yes, Senator.
Yeah, and so again, without going to the specifics, there's been public reporting on Australian intelligence officials in Syria, and presumably, again, in general terms, not commenting on Syria specifically, if ASIS becomes aware of a risk to an Australian citizen, they'd report that to you?
Senator, I don't think it's in the interest of this discussion to comment on hypothetical issues in the intelligence space, so I'll ask you to place your questions on the record and I'll respond to them on notice.
But it's not hypothetical, and in fact it's not even, I don't want to go to the specifics of Syria.
So
it's just the general
I'm going to
term.
ask you to place your questions on the record and I'll respond on notice.
But I just want to know in general terms whether ASIS would tell you about a risk to an Australian citizen.
Senator,
a threat to the life of an Australian citizen.
Senator, as you know, we don't make public comment on intelligence matters. If you wish to place your questions on the record, and I am very happy for you to do that, I will respond on notice.
It's in general terms. If ASIS is aware of a threat to the life of an Australian citizen, would they report that to you?
Senator, I'm not going to comment on intelligence matters on this record.
On the 28th of October, last set of estimates, following a question about Julian Assange, you said that I would say in relation to the question you've just asked about the media story that I found out in the media. So that's still your position?
I'm sorry?
With regards to Julian Assange.
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, that it was an issue, I mean, in terms of the threats to the life of Julian Assange. And the,
I don't recall this discussion,
the
Senator. I don't recall this specific discussion. I'm happy to refresh my memory, and I'll look at my consular brief to see if that assists me. But I don't recall this particular discussion.
Okay, it was with regards to the reporting of threats to the life of Julian Assange that you said that you found out about it in the media. So look, if you could check your check your records, and whether you, after making that statement to our estimates committee, whether you checked for any other notifications to confirm the veracity of that. The Department of Foreign Affairs has on file, there's a report by the independent UN Special Rapporteur Nils Melzer on torture and other cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, confirming that Mr Assange has all the symptoms typical for prolonged exposure to psychological torture. Minister, have you read that report in its entirety?
The Melzer report I have read in part, Senator. I'm not sure that I've read it in its entirety. I recall at the time that I was advised that the report was produced with no contact with, and I stand to be corrected by officials, but no contact with the Australian government. We were not given an opportunity to engage with the Special Rapporteur, and that is my recollection. If I need to correct the record, I will.
Okay.
All right.
But can I just ask, but have you raised, have you or the department raised any factual inaccuracies about that report with Mr Melzer?
Senator, I will take that on notice.
All right. The committee is suspended until 4 p.m.
4:03.
4:03, Minister. All right.
Senator Rice stole the time, Senator.
Minister and Secretary. Minister, are you guys ready, or do you need to sort something? Yep. All right. The committee is resumed. Can I ask I'll give myself permission to ask a number of questions and turn to Iran.
Which I said I'd take on notice. I thought it was really important that I got
Yes,
that on
of
the
course. Yes.
Details of the Ashurst contract had now been made available, and I was looking for my glasses and the chair's got them. That's terrific.
It's always quite hard to find your glasses when you're not wearing them, I find, Senator.
These are...
Senator, I think we're still looking for that, but we've still got a little bit more time.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Just on the department, we talked about the department's mechanisms to provide professional support to employees who are reporting sexual harassment or assault. We have a network of 200 trained diversity and anti-harassment officers, I think they're called Idahos, across the network, including overseas. They receive training in preventing sexual exploitation and harassment. We also have dedicated staff and family support office staff with highly qualified and experienced psychologists. and as well external counselling support through the Employee Assistance Program, EAP. In addition, the department's recently released our Preventing Sexual Exploitation and Harassment e-learning course, and that can also be conducted face-to-face practitioner training on that module. In addition, we also have when our head of missions or head of posts or any SES officer are receiving their training before they go overseas. This includes handling sexual harassment and assault matters, and that's part of their Managing Overseas Operations course. And each time they go overseas, they have a one-on-one pre-post briefing with the Chief People Officer and the Director of Ethics, Integrity and Professional Standards to ensure that they're aware of these, the way to report these matters and to support people who are reporting.
Thank you very much,
Right,
Ms
thank
Campbell.
you.
I appreciate the efforts the department went to find that information.
All right, now to Iran. Who can tell us about the nuclear issues, the JCPOA, is it?
We'll ask someone.
If that's the right not all at once.
We'll just see where the our ambassador for non-proliferation can come to the table.
Thank you. Do we have an African specialist down here?
We have an African specialist.
Yeah, down
Where's the
here.
African
All right,
specialist down
good.
here?
Let's briefly then deal with an issue, and that is the Congo. I was given a kind update to question. Here we go, question 27, supplementary estimates, topic Congo. I'm just wondering whether you are able to provide any update on that answer as to how things are going in the, let me get this right, the Republic of the Congo as opposed to the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Thanks, Senator. The Republic of the Congo held presidential elections.
Look, just quickly, if I may, I was told that I think in the answer, is there any new information that you would want to supply to us from the written answer provided?
Sure. So we remain concerned about the human rights situation. Repression of political parties and candidates is commonplace, unfortunately. Public gatherings are closely monitored and tightly controlled, as are the activities of civil society organisations, particularly when they're connected to opposition groups. And
that's especially for the, how do I pronounce it, Bakongo from the south?
So there are tensions between the president and his followers who primarily come from the north and the Bakongo from the south. Bakongo primarily make up the majority of the civil servant and technocratic positions in the country, but unfortunately very few hold leadership positions. And we've received reports that neighbourhoods with large Bakongo populations are often subject to heavier police and military focus, particularly around election
During
time.
election, yeah, which is what you provided me in the written answer.
Sure.
But so basically, that's still very
there hasn't
much up to
been. I
date.
can't report to you, Senator. Unfortunately, there's been a remarkable improvement in the situation in the Republic of the Congo.
All right, thank you. And now we have Mr. Biggs at the table, so thank you for that. And that was my only question about Matters Africa. So thank you. Mr. Biggs, what can you tell us about the JCPOA and developments with Iran?
So, Ian Biggs, Ambassador for Arms Control and Counter-Proliferation. JCPOA is important to Australia. We are strongly committed to the non-proliferation ambition of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and we continue to urge Iran to engage in good faith and to hope for a return to the JCPOA. We are not obviously party to that particular agreement, but it has support. The whole of the global community supports the inspection and verification work of the International Atomic Energy Agency that should make the JCPOA work and to provide the assurance that we're all looking for.
But are we convinced that that is happening, or are they now developing nuclear material beyond that which they would be entitled to under the agreement and greater quantities of it?
Senator, we don't have the assurance that this is going to work. I know only what the quite positive signals in the last few days out of the negotiations in Vienna, that an agreement may be imminent, but I can't confirm that.
All right.
What I can say is that we are very concerned, everyone is very concerned, about the amount of material that's been produced as a result of Iran's suspension of its obligations under JCPOA for the last 3 years. A great deal of production has happened, and we're concerned about that. We're very concerned about the inability over the last period of the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify the commitment, the compliance with its obligations.
So if this agency's unable to verify, who is verifying anything?
It has been able to conduct some limited verification during the whole of the period that the JCPOA has been in suspension or not working as it's meant to. And they were excluded at one point and then negotiated an agreement to come back in. Some of their activities are subject to resumption when the JCPOA is fully restored. I could perhaps refer you to my colleague, the Director General of the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office, who's here and can give you chapter and verse on...
But look, I don't want to take up too much time, but very concerning that the monitoring, what has been, in suspension and not verifiable given the circumstances in which we find ourselves in, but we've got our fingers crossed that that which is occurring currently might develop.
The characterisation would be that Australia is deeply concerned.
All right, and how do we then send that message to Iran or indeed around the world?
Senator, Australia has a very active embassy in Tehran, which is in frequent contact with Iranian officials and passes on that message. There's no secret about the concern that's shared.
All right, thank you. And do we also pass on through our embassy in Iran our concerns about the lack of human rights in the country, persecution of Christian, oppression of women? I think I'm moving up to the other end of the table,
thank
Mr.
you,
Dennis Brown.
No, we certainly do. We can regularly take up those issues of concern with the Iranian government, both in bilateral settings and multilateral settings, and that is a major focus of our interaction with the Iranian government.
Are you aware of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, which is based in the United States?
I've heard of it, Senator. I don't know.
Right, they've produced a document. Iran exposing the latest terrorist game plan of the IRGC and I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but it's capital Q.
Quds Force.
Quads, all right, without an A. Right, Quds Force, thank you. What can you tell us about that? Because that seems to be a, creation of naval units consisting of proxy mercenary forces. Would that be a fair description?
Senator, I haven't seen the specific report, but I can say that the IRG Quds Force has been very active over a number of decades in developing forces in the region to conduct operations in support of Iran's objectives. And that is.
And what are Iran's objectives? I know this is diplomatic talk, but is it for peace and stability in the region, or is it to help help terrorists undertake their activities, or to help criminal activities?
Sure. Well, I think, yes, Senator, I wouldn't characterise Iran's activities since the Islamic Revolution in 1979 as promoting peace and tranquility in the
Good.
region. Quite the contrary. Iran does, where it can, in particular countries where it is supporting opposition groups or wishes to promote a particular cause, does seek to promote instability. We've seen that in a number of places and so forth. For instance, in Iraq, they're a very influential country there, but for historic reasons, including the 1980 to 1988 war with Iraq, they are interested in Iraq not falling apart, but no longer being strong enough to threaten Iran. So they want to have all considerable influences over the levers of power in Iraq. Of course, in Lebanon, they're a strong supporter of Hezbollah, which is a very well-known fact, and in other places, I think they're a known provider of assistance to the Houthis in Yemen. Over time, that's been chronicled. Shipments have been intercepted and so forth. So
shipments that are of arms,
yes, that's
and
right.
weapons.
Yeah, that's right, Senator.
All right. Look, are we aware of the teachers' strikes in Iran, and have any representations been made about that to the Iranian authorities? And my Labor colleagues would be delighted that I'm asking this question, because I understand the Australian Education Union has also released a public statement on its website condemning the regime for its repressive measures against teachers.
Thanks, Senator. I'm aware of the strikes. They come in a context of living conditions in Iran and the economic situation.
And it's not only teachers, is it?
There's others. There's farmers in central Iran, including around Isfahan, where there are long-standing water resource problems, supply issues, environmental problems. But yes, there's been significant economic problems in Iran due to mismanagement, largely, and there's a very high rate of inflation. Conditions for workers have not been good for some time. The ability of workers or any other group to take up their claims, as we would in Australia, has been very circumscribed, and public protests, of course, have been met often with force and the detention of protesters. So that's commonplace.
As the women found out as well with their very large demonstrations against the requirement to wear the hijab. Is that correct? There have been...
Which period are we talking about, Senator? Are we talking about in 1980, 1979?
No. A lot more recent times that those demonstrations have occurred, and the women leaders of those protests have been arrested and...
As I said, Senator, unfortunately the situation is public protests of any sort are usually met with force, and the organisers are incarcerated.
Moving on to Israel or the United Nations, and I always forget this, is it agenda item 7, Israel, agenda item 7, 17, what is it? Yeah, on the Human Rights Council.
I think it's 7, Senator.
7, yeah.
Let me check that.
Agenda item 7, thanks. I got a nod from the back, so thank you very much. Can we be given an update as to whether there's any movement or likely movement in getting rid of that very offensive agenda item against Israel, noting that there isn't one for North Korea or Cuba or the People's Republic of China, which... Saudi Arabia, which might sort of give us an indication of what motivates such an agenda item.
So, Senator, yes, we continue to express our concern about that item 7, and we maintain our principled opposition to that, most recently at the 44th Human Rights Council session. We continue to do so. So in terms of is there any progress on it, I don't think so, but we will continue to oppose it.
All right. In recent times, I've been delighted that the government has taken on the definition of anti-Semitism, IHRA. How many other countries have now adopted that definition?
Senator, I'll have to...
yeah, take that on notice.
Take that on notice.
I think
don't
it's
have
a
that
slowly
data to my
growing
fingertips.
number. I'm delighted that Australia is now a part of it, having advocated for that at previous estimates. We are part of a group of countries seeking the abolition of the death penalty, and as is my wanted estimates, I ask for an update as to how many more countries have signed up, if any, and whether we have any extra statistics one way or another of the use of the death penalty.
I'm looking for the relevant officer who's
Look,
coming to the table.
if the relevant officer's not there, I've put it on the Hansard, and let's take that
We'll
on
take
notice.
it on notice for
Yep.
you, Senator, because I'm not seeing any movement.
And then, look, can I put in a request as well from Christian Faith and Freedom? They unfortunately pepper my email inbox, and I welcome them doing so, but when they pepper my inbox, we told about persecutions occurring in Afghanistan, Kenya, Iran, Pakistan, China, India, lots of various countries, Cuba, Myanmar, Burma, Pakistan, etc. Do we have any coordinated approach, either Australia or freedom-loving countries around the world, to seek to protect people of the Christian faith who are being persecuted around the world, and supplementary to that, people of any other faith who are being persecuted?
Senator, officials will come to the table, but we have been participating in a broad alliance on freedom of religion or belief for a number of years now. And you're correct to say that there are ongoing incursions on freedom of religion or belief, or freedom not to have a belief, in many places around the world. That alliance met relatively recently, I think, in the United States, and I think we attended with representative from Post in the US, but that is something which we place a significant focus on as a human right, and work with counterparts around the world on that.
And that alliance, does it have a name?
Yes, it's called the International
Religious Freedom or Belief Alliance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. At least I now know what it's officially
That was close.
called. No, very close, Minister.
Senator,
Sorry.
I might add that just to bring you up to date, I'm sorry, Senator, Kathy Klugman, I'm Deputy Secretary, Development and Multilateral Group. Just to bring you up to date, which I know that you like to be brought up to date in these committee processes. The most recent session of the third committee, the UN Third Committee, which is the committee that deals with human rights and other sort of social and cultural issues, concluded on 19 November 2021. Australia there delivered a national statement specifically on freedom of religion and belief, which is consistent with the priority that the Minister gives to this issue in our global human rights advocacy agenda.
All right. Thank you very much. Senator Keneally has the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to ask some questions about the proposed agriculture visa.
Yes, Senator.
How would the department characterise the status of the visa? Is it operational?
Senator Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Senator, the Ag visa at the moment has one final aspect to go, which is the finalisation of the bilateral agreements. Those discussions are ongoing at the moment with a small number of Southeast Asian countries.
So has any country signed up yet to a bilateral agreement?
No, but negotiations are proceeding with Indonesia in particular, and we expect that they'll be concluded in the not too distant future.
Can you tell me, you said a small number, can you put a number on it?
I'd just say a small number. The only country that's really made that public is Indonesia, and in the nature of the negotiations, I'd appreciate that being kept as a small number of Southeast Asian countries.
Okay. Am I correct in my recollection that there was also a public acknowledgement from Malaysia that they would not be entering into a bilateral agreement for the Ag visa?
Yes, that's correct, Senator. And they gave a reason for that.
Yes, which had to do with their own Malaysia Nation program and seeking to keep workers
Correct.
in their domestic horticulture industry.
Yeah, so at this point they didn't want to participate. They may at a later point, but not at this point.
So I suppose then it's safe to assume that no workers have arrived in Australia under the agriculture visa. I'm not mocking, I'm laughing at the obvious logical conclusion of my question.
Yeah, I think I can answer that, Senator, in the affirmative, but I would say that, the discussions that are going on at the moment are normal in terms of finalising the bilateral arrangements. I mean, discussions need to occur as they do in any government agency and with ministers to finalise those to the satisfaction of those countries that we're entering into arrangements with.
I believe that Minister Littleproud has previously said that Indonesia, he told Sky News on the 29th of January that Indonesia is one of the 4 countries that has been prepared to name themselves in bilateral negotiations. So he's put a number out there. Are you able to confirm that number?
He has put a number out there, I agree, and we are in discussions with 4 countries, yes. But we haven't disclosed, other than Indonesia, what those countries are, yes.
Okay. So he also said in the same interview that Marise Payne and her department are in charge of this, and Marise has given us a very strong indication those negotiations are nearly finalised and we should see some positive outcome very soon. Can the department confirm that is the status of the negotiations?
So, Senator, I can't speak on when those negotiations will be finalised. That's a matter for Indonesia. But I would say that they're progressing very well. We've had at least 6 discussions, and there's a further discussion this week. So once they've worked through those internal processes, we expect that there'll be a conclusion to that, but that's a matter for the Indonesian government, of course.
All right. I believe that the Minister has previously made a public commitment that the agriculture visa would be up and running by Christmas 2021. Do we have any sense if it will be up and running by, say, Easter this year?
Senator, as I said earlier, I expect those negotiations to be completed shortly. They're very active and they're nearing completion, but I can't put a specific time frame on it other than to say I expect that to be quite soon.
Yes, Minister Littleproud also told Sky News in late December that Minister Payne had given himself and the Deputy Prime Minister, and I quote, a strong commitment that she believes she'll be able to achieve a country signing up to the Ag visa in January next year. So we're in February. I understand that sovereign countries have to make their own decisions. Minister, are you able to update us, given that Minister Littleproud has put a month on the record? I'm just wondering if you're able to update us, if you've got a sense of what month we might see a country signing up to the ag visa.
So you're correct, Senator, and sovereign countries do need to make their own decisions, and that is why it's important to work closely with those countries in an appropriately confidential and respectful manner, as we are doing. The discussions with Indonesia are well progressed. The matter has been discussed between myself and Foreign Minister Marsudi. Importantly, of course, Minister Littleproud went himself to Indonesia around the time of Australia Day, if I recall correctly, to pursue these issues with counterparts as well. I think it is very important that we are able to assure sending countries, as of course we do through the PALM program as well, of the protections that will be in place for their workers, of the arrangements that will underpin the administration of the scheme. So I am very respectful of those processes in sending countries, and particularly at this point in time with Indonesia, and I hope to finalise those soon. I'm also cognisant, Senator, of the very significant workforce demand that exists, particularly in a number of agricultural industries around the country, and that is one of the reasons that we have been we have worked so hard with our Pacific friends in terms of the PALM program itself. As Mr McDonald said earlier today, we have a work-ready pool of, give or take, over 50,000 workers in the Pacific, more than half of those double vaccinated, and the others vaccination programs in process through their labour sending units. I encourage employers and the states and territories to engage with the PALM program and to ensure that they can bring more Pacific workers to Australia. I signed an MOU with Timor-Leste last week in terms of addressing this demand with Foreign Minister Adeliza Magno when she was here last week as well.
Yep. Thank you. That's actually quite helpful. And I think there would be another area of bipartisanship to be pursued in terms of a bipartisan support for the Pacific Labour Scheme programs. And that's very pleasing. And I do agree with you, they play a really important role in filling both demand as well as the other benefits Australia gains from those programs. But in terms of the agriculture visa, I did note a report in The Australian from 30 December 2021, which says there's a spat within the coalition over the visa, with some national MPs accusing the Liberal Party of obstructing the progress of the visa as they call for deals to be finalised. Minister, are you aware of such a spat?
It's absolutely not the case, Senator, and self-evidently not the case given the work that is being done through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and by posts, including in Indonesia in particular, to progress this. Again, I would remind, I would even remind journalists who are writing on these matters of the need to be respectful of countries who are sending workers to Australia. I don't think that's often referred to in media reports that I see, because these are sovereign decisions for them to make, and we will work with them as they do that.
Well, I think that's a fair warning to give to media organisations, but to be fair to the media as well, when they see comments from Minister Littleproud in late December that he's saying on media interviews that he's got a strong commitment that there will be a agreement in January this year, I think it's fair enough that they might have at least take heed of what the minister says. So what advice have you been able to provide advice to Minister Littleproud about the status, because it does seem he has in the past provided commitments publicly. I note his media release when he visited Indonesia did not speak specifically to any time frame any longer at the end of January. So I'm just wondering, is Minister Littleproud now aware of the proposed time frame to bring this to a conclusion?
I would say, and I'll ask officials to add to this, that our agencies are working closely together. My post in Indonesia, which effectively facilitated the minister's visit, or in fact did facilitate, I should say, the minister's visit to Jakarta, is obviously working closely with agencies as well. And there are a number of agencies across the Indonesian system with which we are engaging, and in fact I hope to have the opportunity to again discuss this with Foreign Minister Masudi in the coming days.
And Senator, just adding to that, I think it's fair to say that we're working very closely with the Agriculture Department as well as Home Affairs here, so we're all joined up on that, and everyone's aware of where we're up to in terms of those negotiations.
Minister, have your National Party colleagues raised their concerns with you about the delay in the visa negotiations?
I actually had, and again, I don't go to the detail, Senator, as you know, but I had a series of very constructive conversations with a range of National and Liberal colleagues from regional Australia on these issues prior to Christmas.
Prior to Christmas, okay. And without going into the details of the negotiations, but is there a general overview the department can provide in terms of the types of questions that are being raised by those 4 countries, in terms of what they might be seeking to understand, or if there are barriers to them completing bilateral agreements?
Senator, I think it's to be fair, I think, I wouldn't want to go into the details of the negotiations publicly in a respectful way with those countries, but I will say that of concern to them are the same issues that Minister Payne just mentioned around protection of their workers and their people in terms of this program as any labour sending program. So I think the negotiations are being held in the right spirit and across government in both countries. And this is a new program. This requires good consideration of the issues and discussion to finalise a good agreement that we are all looking for as part of the negotiating.
Right. So if we step back a bit, the fact sheet that the department has circulated, or made public, I should say, in relation to the visa, there's some questions that I still have, having looked at it. Do you have a sense of how many workers you're contemplating might access this visa once you've got it up and running? And is there a target? Is there an expectation?
Senator, I think this has been publicly talked about before, but there will be, following consultation across a number of stakeholders in relation to this visa, there will be some form of cap at the start to implement the program. As the Minister talked about earlier, the Pacific labour program still remains in terms of primacy, and we want to retain that. And there's a number of workers, as the Minister said, that are available to come into Australia now from the Pacific. So yes, there will be some cap at the initial outset of the program. And I think it's worth saying that the stakeholder consultation that's been done has been very important in terms of the various respective stakeholders understanding those issues.
Yep. Okay. So no specific projection in terms of the number of workers at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, we will, as you know, there's assessments done or labour market testing for any of this in terms of Australians, but I'd imagine that as this program settles in, that amount of workers coming in under this program will be reviewed each year in terms of the needs that are required.
Okay. And what sectors will be eligible? Because the fact sheet seems to suggest it could be quite wide-ranging. It's more than just horticulture.
Yeah, they're specified. Ms Heineke might mention what they are. I think they're dairy.
Well, they're specified, but then there also has been a suggestion that it could be broader than what's specified. So maybe go through what's specified, and then if there is a capacity to broaden.
Senator Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, Labor and Connectivity Division. So the sectors that have been agreed at the moment, as you say, are broad. It includes all horticulture, meat processing, dairy, wool, grains, fisheries, including aquaculture and forestry. Within that, there has been an agreement at all skills level of the ANZCO skills level.
I apologise, there's an urn going off behind me.
I'll try and speak a bit louder.
Yes, thank you, that'd be lovely.
It has been agreed within that.
Ms. Heineke, sorry, I think. Is the deputy chair? I think we should ask her, please. It's your moment, Senator Van.
I'm quite happy for you to keep going.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. Did you hear did you want me to repeat what I said?
That would be great, because this urn was very loud.
The sectors that have been agreed as part of the policy settings for the agriculture visa are across the primary industries of the agriculture sector, which includes horticulture, meat processing, dairy, wool, grains, fisheries, including aquaculture and forestry. And it does include all skills level on the ANZCO ranking from 1 to 5, which encompasses low, semi and high skilled occupations. But we expect that the initial cohorts will initially be low skilled positions, and that is why we get skills assessment processes in place with partner countries.
Okay, so it's, and is there capacity to expand, did you say, beyond those sectors?
It needs to be broadly defined within the primary industries sectors, but at the moment they're the sectors that it includes. We're working very closely with the Department of Agriculture, and they've looked at the codes across all agricultural sectors, and we have got a detailed list that we have worked on with the Agriculture Department, which does include all the codes of all those job categories. So there is scope to expand it. There are review points in place, Senator, for the ag visa, which would give us scope to expand those codes within primary industries.
Right, and the review points being triggered by what?
It was agreed that there'll be a review of this as well. Importantly, we'll be looking at the numbers in line with demand and supply in the agriculture sector as part of the annual migration review, which Home Affairs leads.
Okay. And I apologise, did you mention Meatworks in that list? Yes. Okay. And all skills categories 1 to 5?
Yes.
Right, okay. Can you speak to me about the worker protections that will be in place?
Yes, there'll be. We've looked obviously very closely, and this is an important part, as Mr McDonald said, of the negotiations with various countries, and we're working with them on some of their own regulations as well that they will require for their workers, which will influence our design. But basically, we've looked at best practice in terms of our own experience on the PALM scheme, as well as other experiences in broader visas like the temporary skills visa, the miller in the meatwork sector, horticulture, labour award. It will include pre-departure integrity checks. We are looking at working with an offshore provider, which will support partner sending countries to ensure the integrity of those that we send. So there'll be an offshore process, as well as normal processes that we do employ under our PALM scheme. So that does include things like pre-departure worker briefings. There'll be vetting as per the fact sheet of employers. It is a sponsored visa, so this is only for approved employers that go through the relevant financial, bankruptcy and fair work history checks. There'll be a 24/7 welfare work line. We'll be working very closely with consulates who already play this function here, but the consulates of those partner countries will be part of it. There will be assurance teams, and again, we'll be employing best practice across other programs. So, for example, that will include assurance checks of paychecks. We're working very closely with the Fair Work Ombudsman, and as you would be aware, Senator, we will be working within the Hort Award, which is going to change on the 28th of April in line with minimum pay benchmarks. So all of those features will be part of the program.
That last part, is that relates to the Fair Work Commission's recent decision?
Yes.
Right. If I can, thank you, that's helpful. Can I just go back on Indonesia? It's my understanding they are already entitled to send 4,264 backpackers to Australia each year under the work and holiday visa, correct?
I don't know the exact number. I can't confirm that, but they can.
That is, they have an
they have an allocation. Yeah.
I'm not asking.
Up to 5, I think.
And it's my understanding that is it. So this agriculture visa would allow Indonesian visa holders to work in Australia. And I'm not picking on Indonesia, I'm just trying to more tease out, if you will, the differences between and the intersection between the working holiday visa and the ag visa.
So the working holiday maker visa, as you're aware, is usually negotiated as part of trade agreements.
Yep.
It's unsponsored in the sense that they're here for a working holiday and they're not bound to one employer. The agriculture visa is a sponsored visa.
Yep.
And the types of programs that we've benchmarked our policy settings are against are things like the Meatworks Industry Labour Award agreement, the Horticulture Industry Labour Agreement, which also applies against low and semi-skilled occupations.
So the agriculture visa would allow visa holders from Indonesia to work in Australia for up to 3 years. Do you have any sense of how many of the Indonesian visa holders are currently in Australia on work and holiday visas?
We'd have to get that data from Home Affairs as to how many are actually here at the moment, Senator.
And Senator, given the last 2 years, I think we could expect it's a small number.
I imagine that would
Potentially
be the case. So I'm just trying to understand, with countries, and again, I don't want you to necessarily comment on Indonesia specifically, but with countries where there is an agreement for a work and holiday visa, is this part of the negotiation as to whether or not ag visa numbers would be in addition to work and holidays?
No, Senator. The working holiday maker was a deal that was negotiated in the past.
Right, so that will stand.
This is in addition.
And ag visa will be in addition.
And just to let you know that the duration, there's two different durations. There's a seasonal stream, which allows workers to work from up to 9 months in every 12 months for a visa that can be one season or multiple over 4 years, or there is a long-term stream, which is 1 to 4 year visas.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's good. Does the department have any projection as to whether the government, or understanding of whether it's the government's aim to have fewer people in Australia under the ag visa compared to the Pacific Labour Program?
Senator, as I said earlier, the Pacific Labour Program will retain primacy. So when this program commences with a cap, it will be less than the Pacific Labour Scheme, which has 20,000 workers currently, or more than 20,000 workers currently in Australia. So again, I think the government's been very clear about Pacific Labour and its primacy.
So remind me the cap again?
There is, as I said earlier, that needs to be
defined.
finalised. Yeah,
But it would be fewer than 20,000, presumably.
Yeah, I think it's more thinking of a figure like 1,000 of that to start off with.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Senator, if I can just add for context, pre-COVID, just before COVID, we had about 8,000 Pacific workers across the Seasonal Workers Scheme and Pacific Labour Scheme in country. it's expanded obviously with the prioritisation of Pacific and the opening up the borders for Pacific. We are expecting around about 25,000 by the end of March, early April, to be in Australia to meet this harvest, and we have made it very clear, as the Minister said, that and worked very hard with employers, particularly after borders opened, where quarantine costs were no longer required to be paid by employers, which was a major constraint. And we have got a really strong pipeline in place with Pacific countries to meet that objective for this harvest.
And as I said, I think that's, it's quite clear that there's a bipartisan support for those programs, given the benefits that they have for our region. So that's really quite useful to understand the relative numbers and the potential cap and the idea that of the primacy of the Pacific labour programs. Now, I believe there was a question on Notice 84 from the most recent budget estimates that no Pacific countries have raised any concerns with the Department about the potential negative impact of the proposed Ag visa on Pacific labour programs. Does that remain the case?
Yes, Senator, that remains the case. Without checking every single person, but no, it hasn't. There hasn't been any concerns raised, and I think part of that is our information that we've provided on the Pacific Labour Scheme and its primacy.
Right, and forgive me if you've covered some of this ground previously, but let me put the question this way. Are there differences in the conditions between the agriculture visa and the Pacific labour programs? That is, I'm thinking about things like industry accreditation and, say, English requirements.
Yes, Senator, there will be differences, and there are a number of reasons for some of those differences. I'll set out a few. First of all, in the Pacific scheme, we do provide considerable support, noting that it is partly funded. It is funded through the development program to Pacific government. So part of what we do is actually supporting each of the labour ministries in the 10 countries we work with to support their capacity. That includes other recruitments and other policies that they do have in the labour sending space. Skills development is part of what we do in the Pacific scheme, which won't be part of the Ag visa. It is not ODA funded. English requirements will be set at an IELTS level, international English equivalent of 4.0. In the Pacific, we don't have a specific qualification around English. We do require it in our seasonal worker program deed to have adequate English, which is judged by each labour sending unit. There are also differences just around, as I said before, the skills level. In the Pacific labour schemes, as I think I said in earlier evidence, and Senator Fawcett was asking about, we do provide not just the agriculture sector. So although the agriculture and meatwork sector are the largest parts of it, we can provide assistance to any sector in regional and rural Australia. So aged care, tourism, hospitality and some areas of light manufacturing are an important growth area for Pacific labour. Pacific labour at the moment also is only from skills level 1 to 3, whereas the agriculture visa will allow people to come in under skills level 1 to 2.
Right.
Higher skills.
Yes, thank you. What about a pathway to permanency? Because Minister Joyce and Minister Littleproud media release on the 23rd of August says it will complement the Pacific programs we've got in place, but also provide a pathway to permanency. Is it the government's intention for this visa to provide a pathway to permanency?
I think it's fair to say the government's committed to creating options around that. But as I said earlier, the negotiations are we're just trying to finalise the first of the bilateral arrangements firstly. So I think that will involve further consultation and design work in the future.
Right. Well, Home Affairs estimates, Home Affairs answered on Monday. The government has, the question was, will there be a pathway to permanency as part of the agriculture visa? And the answer was the government has committed to creating options for permanent residents. So
Yeah, that's,
is the government committed to permanent option? I mean, I can appreciate it might not be fully designed yet, but is the
Yep.
government committed that there is a
yeah, they're
permanent
committed
residence?
to creating options, yeah, as you've just said,
They're committed to creating options.
for permanent residence pathways.
I know we sound now like we're in an episode of Yes Minister, and I do apologise. You can create options,
Yep.
but that doesn't mean you're necessarily committed to creating a pathway to permanency. So if I go back to the media release, the ministers, Joyce and Littleproud, say it will provide a pathway to permanency. So are we just creating options, or are we creating options that are actually going, and we are committed to a pathway?
So, Senator, the responsible department around that is Home Affairs, and you had that discussion with them on Monday in terms of the design of the pathways. So I don't have anything to add on this.
I think the answer is that's for the options are for future consideration for government.
I understand the options are, but is the goal a commitment of government? Is the goal of a pathway to permanency a commitment of government?
So we'll make further announcements on that in the future, Senator. What we are doing now is looking at, to use the word Mr McDonald used, what those pathways might be. It does require a great deal of consultation, does require design work, and we will make further announcements on that in due course.
I understand that, Minister. I'm trying to understand, are you going to announce what the pathway looks like, or are you going to announce that there will be a pathway?
Well, I think the consultations and the design work are part of that process, and we need to receive those to inform that.
Okay, so does that mean that Minister Joyce and Minister Littleproud were a bit premature when they said in their media release on the 23rd of August, but that the ag visa will also provide a pathway to permanent residency?
Well, I think, Senator, my only qualification is to say that it does require the consultation and the design work to go with it. That is what we have to do, and then we'll make further announcements on that.
Okay. I want to brief the Deputy Prime Minister and the Ag Minister. Just a couple quick questions before we round off this chair, just to give you an update. So the department's fact sheet does state that there are 55,000 pre-screened Pacific employees ready to deploy, subject to quarantine arrangements. I suppose the question is, why, if there are 55,000, why do we need a visa that at best sounds like may only provide 1,000 or a few thousand people a year? What is the problem we're trying to solve if we have if we have got 55,000 and yet we may only get a small amount each year on an ag visa, given the amount of time and effort we're putting into these negotiations? I'm trying to understand what's the reward, the return on investment here that we're going to get. What's the benefit we're going to get if we've got 55,000 already screened and ready to go in what you say is the primary program? And we're going to get a fairly small amount from the ag visa.
Well, Senator, as I said earlier, the 55,000 or, let's say over 50,000, because some have come in as well, that will retain primacy. But the whole idea behind both of these visas is to meet the requirements, the workforce requirements of those sectors. So that will inform the demand that arises, and it could be, there are a whole set of things in the Pacific at the moment that are restricting some of the workforce coming to Australia, as you know, around COVID and the like. So there are other factors at play here. So more options, I think, for industry, and Pacific remaining in the primacy is a key.
So how many staff does the department have working on these negotiations?
So Ms Heineke has a branch that's responsible for this, and they are working very hard and very active at the moment. So I'm not sure the exact number. She might be able to help us.
At the moment, we have about 12, 13 people in that branch, but really important to point out that they're not all working on those bilateral negotiations. That team has also needed to develop the policy settings across government, the program design, the procurements that we're progressing in country as well as in Australia. So there is a much broader set of work that they're doing other than the bilateral negotiations.
But that's all work geared around the
yes,
ag visa?
The branch is about 12, 13 people at the moment.
Right.
I think it's fair to say, Senator Keneally, that our posts are very important in this as well. They've done a lot of activity.
And the posts are engaged as well.
Yeah,
so you've got about a dozen people in Australia and overseas posts working on the program.
Yeah, on the negotiations.
On the negotiations, the design of the program and the like. I suppose it leads me to wonder why this is the best use of our resources in Southeast Asia, given that the Pacific labour schemes, the PALM schemes remain. You have primacy. There's 55,000 pre-screened. We're only going to have a small number relative coming on the ag visa. I'm just trying to understand again the relative return on investment.
Yeah, look, on that, Senator, I think the small number is at the outset, which we often do on programs, to test the design, to test that it's doing what the government would like it to do. So I would expect those numbers to increase over time, subject to demand in Australia. So
but not grow larger than the Pacific.
Correct.
The PALM schemes.
And as Ms Heineke mentioned earlier, the PALM scheme is growing at quite a substantial rate, to 25,000 by March. So the demand in Australia at the moment is still large for those workers. So, I think we'll just have to see over time how that all plays out.
I suppose, Mr McDonald, I apologise, this is not a criticism to you, but this has been pitched in some... There's been a perception around this visa that it will resolve the current issues of workforce shortages, and it appears that it will not, because it's not yet operational, and even once it's operational, it will have a significant build-up or lead-in time before it builds up to anything that resembles a substantial number of workers coming here.
I don't think you can say definitively that it won't end up a substantial amount of workers.
But it's not going to resolve this year's harvest or even next year's harvest.
I don't think you can forecast into next year's harvest. I think, as I said earlier, the negotiations with Indonesia are proceeding and will be completed hopefully soon, and then the visa will be able to become operational. So.
And that's one country in a program that is going to be capped and in a program that is going to supply a substantially fewer number of workers than the Pacific labour programs.
Yeah, and certainly initially, and that's not different to the Pacific program when it commenced with smaller numbers. So any program commences that way.
That's right, Senator. I think Ms Heineke referred earlier to the start-up, if you like, of the Pacific schemes themselves, particularly the Pacific Labour Scheme.
Yes, which was... yes.
And we have seen those grow in size, and I expect progressively the agriculture visa will do the same. But it's a new program, as you know, in the migration system. It is complex, and we're working very hard on that consultation as well.
Senator, if I can just add on the startup, we have worked in designing this very closely with an industry stakeholder group. We've had very extensive consultation with a number of bodies, including unions. But on the stakeholder group in particular, we've worked with this group of stakeholders, which includes National Farmers Federation, also organisations like Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, AusVeg, and the Improved Employers Association and the Meatworks Association. Their preference has actually been to work with us to get the settings right, and in working with them, it's been very clear that we will look at a scale-up over time, so it will be a gradual scale-up. We were looking at an initial phase to test the settings, which will then allow us to scale up as more countries come, as some countries start to come on board.
Okay. This might be premature since we don't actually have any agreements in place yet. So, but can you give any indication of how DFAT is planning to administer this program once it is operational? That is, will you need to recruit additional staff?
Senator, we will be employing a similar model to what we have for the Pacific labour schemes, and that is that we will, as I said before, we'll have an offshore contractor that has experience working in Asian countries. We're in the midst of that process at the moment. We'll also have an onshore provider that will provide some of the services that I outlined before in the assurance and welfare space that will have that responsibility. But the department will also have staff members in the team that play some of the relationship, risk escalation, policy, adaptation of the policy and whole of government work, stakeholder management that will happen in the department. So it will be a mix of delivery model, hybrid delivery model.
So does DFAT, just explain this to me again, I'm trying to, does DFAT have the responsibility for enforcing compliance with the rules and conditions of the visa?
So similar to the Pacific Labour Mobility Schemes, we have a deed which we will have in place as well for the Ag Visa, and that sets out our requirements. It provides what we expect from an assurance perspective. Obviously, it's required to be in line with the various awards that the different employment contracts are made under. But yes, we will have that responsibility. We will outsource. Particularly in the assurance welfare space, we will outsource that to the private sector through the procurement that it will be underway shortly.
And has any new funding been allocated to the department?
Yes, in my EFO process, there was $87.2 million across 4 years allocated across government. I can find the table with our specifics in it for DFAT. Sorry, I can't find that right now, but DFAT was allocated, it's in here somewhere. It's around about 50 over the 4 years with a scale up over time. But I can take that on notice. It is in the MyEFO documents.
So this is the agriculture visa?
87 across government.
Yeah, so is this page 18 of the additional estimates document? Oh, okay. I think we've got to add both the departmental and the administered on together.
Yep.
So that it's in the document where there's an amount of money for the administered annual approach, which is 13, 17, 30, 45, about 47 across the forwards, and Australian agriculture visa for the departmental, which is about 14 across the forwards.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Oh, Chair. Senator Van, I've concluded my questions.
The other Labor.
I do have a series of questions, yes.
Then
Okay.
Senator Ayres.
Thanks very much. I have some questions about the ODA budget and just wanted to follow up on questions on notice response to Senator Wong on ODA budget.
We'll get the officers to the table on the ODA.
Thank you, Secretary. Thanks.
Kathy Klugman, Deputy Secretary, Development and Multilateral Group. Senator, I'm being joined also by my colleague who will be able to help you with some answers.
Great.
Together, we can help you with some answers.
Very good, thank you very much. I've reviewed the response that the department provided Senator Wong thinking 28th of October 2021. Is the department able to provide an update to its response to each of those questions? I think we've traditionally gone through a similar process at previous estimates.
Can you remind us what?
Yes. Okay. If you don't have it in front of you, the first set of responses really goes to the pause in the ongoing base ODA, and then it sets out what the impact of indexation is going to be over 2021, 22, 22, 23 and ongoing financial years.
So, sorry, Senator.
Would it help if I tabled the...
Yeah, can you, sorry, do you know which number it is again? Sorry, I think I've got the wrong one. Oh, so this was at budget hearings, not at the supplementary budget hearings?
Yes.
Okay, so
I think so.
hearings,
So the title of my document here is just Senator Wong ODA budget 28 October 2021 responses.
All right, 28 October. And the question number?
I don't have a question on notice.
Oh, sorry.
Let me see. Supplementary budgets estimates in October, so it must have been handed up.
Okay, so it was supplementary budget. We'll just...
Yes.
Rob's got it.
Well, let me see if I can walk you through it without
He's good.
without you having it in front of you. Is that...
Hi, Senator. Rod Hilton, First Assistant Secretary for Development Policy Division. I don't have the exact, but I think I know exactly what you're getting at, which is just to walk through the adjusted forward estimates for the total ODA budget.
Are there adjusted forward estimates that are an update that could be provided today?
Yes, they were adjusted and they were highlighted in the PAES, so we can provide that update. I'm happy to read through the figures, or I can provide that on notice.
Yep, terrific. Yep. Could you do that?
Through? So for the current year, I'm just getting the right chart. So for our current the current financial year,
yes,
the baseline ODA remains 4 billion.
Yep.
Temporary measures on top of that remain 329.11, with a total ODA for 21-22 being 4329.11. For the financial year 22-23,
yes,
the baseline ODA is 4088.7 billion. Temporary measures above that, 179 million, for a total ODA in financial year 22-23 of 4267.7 billion.
Thank you.
For 23-24, baseline ODA of 4199 million, 4.19 billion.
Yep.
Temporary measures on top of that, 106.47, for a total ODA in that financial year of 4305.47.
4305.4.
Yeah.
7. So I know these so the commitment to resume indexing is still being followed through in terms of the base component, but effectively there are some updates. So those figures are somewhat different to the figures that Senator Wong was provided in October, but not substantially different.
Yes.
I think there's a decline in one year and an uplift in another, but essentially the trajectory is for this year and next year substantial cuts in our total aid budget.
No.
No.
Well, we go from a total amount in 21-22, put aside last year, 4329, 22-23, 4267, and then we start to see some upward movement in 23-24. If we put the temporary measures and the base measures together, that's what we effectively get, isn't it?
So as we measure the ODA budget, Senator, we rely on the figures in the baseline ODA, and as you can see there, they are increasing in line with the government's commitment to index that budget over those forward estimates.
So the pause stops in terms of the base
Pause stops, yes.
figure. But the overall figure, the combined effect of a period of pausing plus a number of these programs, the temporary programs concluding, the overall impact of that is a fall this year and a fall next year, and then an uplift in 23-24. If you put the base and the temporary programs together.
The base continues to be $4 billion, Senator,
Yes.
which the government has been quite explicit about.
Yeah, I think we're agreeing. You just don't want to characterise it as a cut.
Because it's not.
Well, the base has been paused and then indexed. The temporary programs are there and then they're reducing. The combined effect of those two things is that the overall expenditure on the overseas development assistance budget reduces.
So the baseline ODA, as we've talked about before on multiple occasions, it's $4 billion. Events of COVID, in particular and overwhelmingly, have required the supplementation that we've talked about, whether it's in the context of Partnerships for Recovery or the Vaccine and Health Security Initiative or the economic impacts of COVID-19 in Southeast Asia, through a range of things. The government has always been very clear about what the base is and continues to be in terms of it being a very targeted and focused overseas development assistance program, Senator.
Yeah, we're only arguing about how it's characterised. I see an overall expenditure in overseas aid that decreases over last year, this year and the coming year. You want to point to the base component and say that is only frozen. The truth is, since 2014, there's been a cut. I'll review these figures, but somewhere between $11 and $12 billion in the government's commitment here, isn't it?
We've discussed this many times, Senator, and including with your colleague Senator Wong, and indicated that the government has planned and set the $4 billion baseline in a way which we think is targeted and focused and affordable within the context of the full budget.
Well, let's just look at a couple of these temporary measures then. The COVID-19 Pacific Response Package, support to the Pacific and Timor-Leste. The development outlook in the Pacific and Southeast Asia has worsened, not got better. Are we still terminating that program this financial year?
The government will make those decisions in due course, Senator. They're part of, as you would imagine, budget processes.
Well, there's no prospect of that in the forwards that were provided to Senator Wong. Is there some change in the government's position in terms of that temporary measure?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean, Senator.
Well, the information that we were provided with was $200 million in 2021, $100 million in 21-22, zero in 22-23.
Senator, the government will make budget decisions in the normal course, as you would expect, in relation to these matters. I think there is a strong record of our commitment to the Pacific, which again we've discussed through these hearings and many preceding hearings, including in the context of the Pacific Step Up, and that commitment absolutely continues.
So I just want to understand what you're saying. Last year when this was dealt with, there is no provision for 22-23, but I don't want to put this any more highly than this. the government is considering its position in relation to that. Is that right?
Well,
Is
we would always do that, Senator, in terms of what further commitments need to be made, of course.
Yeah, there's a difference between a sort of catch-all, you know, we can always consider everything, but is there some active consideration of that line item being extended beyond what the message that's been sent to the aid community and to the region is that program terminates this financial year?
So, Senator, I'm not going to engage in pre-budget speculation, and you may expect me to, but I won't.
Similarly, the support to the Pacific and Southeast Asian countries scheduled to terminate in 22-23.
My response would be similar. And again, in terms of the commitments we've made in Southeast Asia, in particular, in response again to COVID response and recovery, have affirmed our commitment to the region, reinforced our commitment to the region, and that is something that the government's been very clear about.
Is that just the chickens are coming home to roost in terms of, you know, the impact of somewhere between $11 and $12 billion cut in foreign aid is now having an impact, isn't it?
Well, Senator, I think that's rhetorical, to be honest, because for the period of time in which I have held this role, I have been consistent in articulating the government's position in relation to that $4 billion base. And the work that we have done in the last 2 calendar years in relation to health security, partnerships for recovery, COVID response, vaccine distribution, vaccine administration support, or delivery support, I should say. All of those initiatives are a clear indication of our strong commitments with our partners on what is the most difficult issue that we have faced in this region in generations.
Yeah, and there's the likelihood of long-term economic scarring in some of the countries in the region because of the impact. The Sustainable Development Goals set an objective of the eradication of extreme poverty by 2030. If we just consider our region, has DFAT done some analysis about what would be required to reach the goal of eradicating extreme poverty by 2030?
Senator, we're constantly assessing and reviewing needs in the region. That's one of the reasons why this year our record $1.44 billion contribution in ODA to the Pacific is such an important part of our programs. And we work with international counterparts, with all of the multilateral agencies in these assessments all the time, Senator, constantly. In fact, Ms Klugman's area of the department is very much engaged, as you would expect, on all of these, not just here in Australia, but in the multilateral centres in New York, in Geneva, and elsewhere.
Yeah, I understand other partners are engaged in our region, but if the objective
we deliver
that people
a lot
have
through
signed
partners,
up to,
as you know, as well.
In conjunction, there are partnerships engaged in some of these projects. Some of them we are on our own. But if the objectives that we've signed up to are the eradication of extreme poverty by 2030, what analysis has the department done to determine whether or not, in conjunction with our partners, whether we're meeting that objective in the region?
Well, as I said, Senator, that's core business. That's what we do all the time.
So, Secretary, is that what's the nature of that work? Is that, I hesitate to use the word gap analysis, but the gap between what our objective is and what is likely to occur?
Senator, as the Sustainable Development Goals are a really important motivating force behind the Development Cooperation Program, we've done a few work over the last couple of years to take account of the COVID situation. and with the coming of the Partnerships for Recovery framework, to translate the SDGs into our Partnerships for Recovery. We can come back to you on notice if you wish with some of the detail of that work that's been done. You're quite right, particularly in light of the economic and other damage done by COVID-19, but also before that. Some countries in our region were struggling to achieve the progress they wanted to achieve against the SDGs.
Yeah.
We are in very active dialogue with each of those governments, particularly but not only in the Pacific. And the SDGs continue to be a really important touch point for us.
So if you're able to provide that on notice, and that deals with the other objectives of education, healthcare, gender equality.
Yeah, the Sustainable Development Goals.
All of the SDGs.
Where do we currently rank amongst the OEC Development Assistance Committee donor countries in terms of ODA assistance as a proportion of gross national income?
I don't have a ranking with me, Senator, but I'm
Can you
happy
tell
to
me
take
where
that
we
on
were in
notice.
2020 and 2021 in terms of our ODA to GNI ratio?
We'll come back to you on that, Senator.
You don't have any additional information?
I've already taken it on notice, Senator.
I'm just surprised that officers wouldn't be in a position at the table to tell me what our current overseas ODA to GNI ratio is.
Well, I want to make sure that we provide all the correct information to you, Senator. The officers are always helpful to this committee, always.
It's not the officers I'm...
Well, remain surprised, Senator, and ask the next question.
Feel free to reflect on me any time you like, Senator.
Well, I didn't do that. The Centre for Global Development's 2021 Commitment to Development Index ranked Australia 27th out of 40 countries. Looking at traditional OECD donor countries, we're ranked 21st out of 22 countries on development finance. Doesn't that diminishing position for Australia over time reflect the chickens coming home to roost in terms of that reduction since 2014 of our commitment on overseas aid?
Senator, I don't agree with your characterisation, and I think Ms Clugman's going to add to that.
Senator,
I've said it 3 times.
Mr Hilton might have something to say about the specific league tables that you're talking about, but one thing that we find is a really important factor in understanding those league tables is that we're often being compared against countries that do a great deal of lending under their aid program. Our aid program, our development cooperation program, as you know, Senator, has been traditionally and either exclusively or preponderantly a grant aid program.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually quite an important factor to take into account when you're looking at these sort of league tables.
Well, in my UFO, the government provided just over $160 million over 9 years for the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership with ASEAN. Will any of that funding be ODA?
Yes, a portion of that is ODA, Senator.
And how does that work? How is that portion
Depends what it's
allocated?
being spent on.
So in conformity with the DAC guidelines.
Correct.
And assessed against the DAC guidelines.
And does that mean all you can say at this stage about that is that a portion of it will, because there's some in the sort of beyond the forwards?
Yes, well...
Is it possible to determine now how much of that will be allocated, or is that something that can't be determined at this stage?
We have some indicative figures, but always with these things, you only really know in
Could you provide
retrospect.
those on notice?
Sure.
Scholarships to support ASEAN students. Are scholarships for students from developing countries
Yes.
likely to be ODA?
Yes.
There's our The MyEFO measure international economic support includes a loan of 250 million IMF special drawing rights. I think that's about nearly $500 million Australian. And a further contribution of 36 million special drawing rights to the IMF Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. I understand it's a Treasury measure, but the question for DFAT, I suppose, is a portion of those special drawing rights, loans and contributions ODA?
Senator, I understand that there is a proportion. I'd have to take it on notice and get back to
So
you.
the answer is a proportion, and you'll be able to come back to me on notice with a little bit more information about that. I think the IMF made a general allocation of SDRs to member countries in August last year. According to the IMF's website, that included $6.3 billion, so 6.3 billion SDRs issued to Australia. Is that correct?
I'd need to check that.
Senator,
That's
that
in the
is a Treasury lead, but we can check and come back to you.
And is the Australian government considering channeling further SDRs to assist developing countries beyond the 286 million?
The Australian government has recently made a decision to allow that to happen. The question of whether, so I don't know where your briefing takes you up to. And as I said, that's a Treasury lead. But we can take on notice what we've done so far and what might be contemplated for future reallocations of SDRs.
So what mechanisms for redistributing Australia's holdings are under examination?
It's done through the IMF and our participation as a member of the IMF, and as I said, that's led by the Treasury.
And there's a $100 billion target, I think, that's been...
That's my understanding.
What does Australia regard as our fair share of that undertaking?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
So the G20 summit in October set the target that I just outlined.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 15% of the additional IMF SDR allocation last year. So our contributions, I suspect you'll take this on notice as well, but the Australian contributions of 286 SDRs to the IMF Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust is 4.5% of Australia's additional SDR allocation last year. It seems, in the absence of some change, we're lagging.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Yes, if you could take the detail on notice, Minister. Why are we behind the pace there?
Senator, I didn't hear all of your question, and I did hear Ms Klugman say that she would take that on notice. So let me review the Hansard and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Chair, I have a
Yep.
few short questions, and I think then Senator Kitching asked those questions.
In a moment of weakness, I agreed that Senator Rice could have the last 5 minutes, as in from 5:55. So you have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll be rather quick. I just want to return to the matter that Senator Fawcett raised about Mr. Chow Van Kam, and I appreciate the information that was provided in response to his questions. Minister, you did travel to Vietnam last November. Did you have the opportunity there to raise Mr. Chow's case with your counterparts?
Senator, my recollection is that in that discussion this morning, I indicated that I raised Mr. Kam's case with the Prime Minister in Vietnam, with the Foreign Minister in Vietnam, and with the Home Affairs equivalent minister, whose title I don't have front of
Terrific,
mind.
thank you. And I do apologise, there was part of it I was dealing with another matter, so that's helpful. And what was the response received? Did you indicate that this morning as well?
Senator, not just those representations, but representations we have made here in Canberra and in Hanoi through our post are received, are noted, and we seek to have them actioned.
And the Australia-Vietnam Human Rights Dialogue on the 8th of December 2021, what was Mr. Chow's case raised in that forum?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, and how often does the department provide updates to Mr. Chow's family?
I would have to come back to you on the exact frequency, Senator, but we are in regular contact with Mr. Kam's family, yes.
And have we had confirmation that he has been vaccinated for COVID?
Yes, we have.
Right, so, and any, I understand that you may not have visibility of this, but, the current prospects for his release?
Senator, I don't think we can speculate on that. We are advocating, given his age, and I don't wish to breach any privacy obligations that the department holds in our consular role either, but we are advocating, well aware of the circumstances in which Mr. Kam finds himself by virtue of his age and other factors. We're advocating for his release.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, I'm happy to cede some
to Senator Kitching.
Thank you. Could
The
I ask?
birthday girl.
So the cake was misleading.
Yes,
Senator
we
Kitching
are
didn't
all bitterly
produce it for your
disappointed.
colleagues
Senator
on that
Abetz
side.
asked for a
Got a cappuccino, but...
Could I ask about Mr. Puna and just in relation to his stepping aside and whether we've been involved in those negotiations?
Ask Mr. McDonald to come to the table, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kitching. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. This was in relation to
Mr.
the
Puna
speculation around Mr.
yes.
Puna, and your question was what involvement?
Yes, what have we been involved in the negotiations around his stepping aside?
No, those negotiations or discussions, as it would be put, would be led by the chair of the PIF, which is Fiji.
So we haven't had any, we've had no involvement?
No, right through, Senator, we've been advocating for unity of the PIF and wanting the PIF to remain together. Whatever is decided as a result of the discussions that occur would require a consensus agreement amongst the PIF countries, and we're supporting that. And of course, the pause that was announced recently is something we're very supportive of to allow the discussions to continue. There's also been a lot of advocacy about unity and staying together by Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for International Development in the Pacific, and officials. And Ms. Peake might want to add to that, but
Hello.
That's my summary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Elizabeth Peake, Deputy Head of the Office of the Pacific. Just to add to Mr McDonald's answers, on the 12th of February, the Federated States of Micronesia indicated that it would pause its withdrawal from the forum, and of course that's a welcome development. That provides time for the negotiations to retain Pacific Island Forum unity to proceed. Those negotiations are ongoing, and Fiji, as a Pacific Island Forum chair, is absolutely in the lead on that, and we support Fiji progressing those negotiations.
Thank you. Look, I probably don't have any more questions on that, but I do want to go to evidence given by the ABC Managing Director in relation to programs they're doing in the Indo-Pacific and countering a rise in Chinese media in the region. I'm not sure whether you saw his comments. Could I just ask, so firstly, just an overview of the arrangements you've arrived, DFAT has arrived at with the ABC, and then, is the purpose of that to counter an increase in Chinese media?
Thank you for your question, Senator. We've had a long-standing engagement in the Pacific media sector for many years. In fact, our arrangements with the ABC, our support through our development program of ABC International's engagement to strengthen the media sector have been long-standing, indeed 14 years long. Our engagement with the ABC supports a range of media activities, journalist training to support the independence of journalists, supports media infrastructure, and importantly supports the development of local Pacific content. That, as I say, has had a long-standing engagement of 14 years. It's now in its third phase, which will conclude at the end of 2022, and we would then look to proceed to a new phase.
And would you look to increase the ABC's presence, to the programs that are involved in that? Would you look to expand those?
As we go through each new phase of any development program, we take into account the new circumstances that we face, we take into account the effectiveness of the previous programs, and we look to improve every time. So the particular design of the next phase would be a matter for the design process as we go forward.
Senator,
sorry, Minister.
I was going to say, Senator, I understand the context of your question and the evidence that was given last night, which I've read about, I didn't see. But I think it is also important, as Ms Peake has reminded us, that we have been engaged in this work for a long time now. And I think it's a combination of supporting a resilient and independent Pacific media, which is not always comfortable with the Pacific either, but it is very important, and we acknowledge and recognise that. I've been on the receiving end of some of their questioning in a number of countries around the Pacific, only to find they were trained by Australians and through our development program for their forensic approach, but also amplifying Australian voices in the Pacific and reinforcing the partnership that exists between Australia and those countries. So I welcomed hearing of David Anderson's comments that the ABC was looking at ways to expand its presence, and I understand they've communicated with government, and that will obviously be considered.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ewan?
5:50, Senator Van would like the call for a few minutes before Senator Rice.
Okay, thank you.
Look, I was just going to add a small thing, Senator, which you might be interested in, which is the Pacific Oz TV initiative the government put in place as well for 3 years, which is a $17 million program that rolls out Australian content into the region. And the three most popular shows there have been around The Voice, Sea Change, and 60 Minutes, actually. So, yeah, so there's content getting out there through the government's initiative. That initiative's run through Infrastructure Department.
Okay. Do we have a breakdown on, what percentage of media in the region would be Australian, what percentage would be Chinese, what percentage would be, from the island nations of the Indo-Pacific? Is that possible?
In terms of the volume of voice?
Yeah,
I'm not sure, Senator.
Yeah,
we can check.
Senator, I would say it does vary country to country, right, in terms of that. So we can have a look at it, but it's probably not something we have readily available, but we could take it on notice and have a look.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. Thank you. I'm just seeing how... Okay, I've got 5 minutes left. So I might just, while we're in the region, I'll go to the undersea cable, the Micronesian undersea cable. Could I just ask, were there institutional mechanisms which were involved in bringing the 6 countries together in order to do this cabling?
Senator, yes. The East Micronesia cable is designed to connect Kiribati, Nauru and the Federated States of Micronesia to the Hantru cable. It's the mechanisms that we've used are twofold. One, consulting, of course, with these 3 countries, most importantly, and ensuring that they were comfortable with the design of the cable. And secondly, consulting with our trilateral infrastructure partnership colleagues, that is US and Japan, to arrange the financing for that. You may know the Foreign Minister announced that, along with her foreign ministerial colleagues from US and Japan and leaders from the 3 Pacific Island countries, that we would be proceeding with the East Micronesia cable, and negotiations are very active to finalise the financing agreements.
Do you have a cost yet?
We are finalising that at the moment in terms of the absolute details of that, but we are working in an envelope, but we usually disclose that at the time of the financing agreement in order not to prejudice the negotiations.
I was going to ask you how much Australia would contribute, but can you give me a percentage, if not a cost?
That's still to be negotiated, okay, Senator, but as soon, like all projects under the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, once the financing agreements are struck, those details will become public.
And it is through that mechanism?
It is from the Australian perspective, yes.
Have you got timing for the project? So I guess when it's expected to be commencing and then ending?
I would have to take that one on notice, Senator. The first step for us, the one that we're working very hard towards, is closing the financing. At that point, there will be a procurement process.
So we're at the beginning of this?
Yeah, we're at the beginning, that's correct. Okay.
I was struck in Palau recently, December, I think, where we... Struck, I said, but as it happens, Senator Fierravanti-Wells, I was also stuck in Palau by cyclone conditions as well. So it was one of those strange experiences. I was struck, however, by at the sod turn of the Palau cable for the landing site, the quite extraordinary enthusiasm, not just of the leadership, but at community level, particularly young people who realise what a transformative effect it can have on their education systems, health professionals on health systems, and that again is a trilateral infrastructure partnership program between Australia, Japan and the United States. I don't have the sums for that with me, but it may be worth, through you, Chair, doing an AIFF and infrastructure in the Pacific update to the committee. I think you'd find it very interesting.
That would be great.
Yeah. Happy to offer that.
Thank you. And we'd be very happy to accept. Thank you. That would be... And I think...
Your deputy accepted for you, Chair.
Yes, so it seems.
It's her birthday, though. She's allowed it.
Yeah.
It's a good committee.
I just get run roughshod all the time. Right,
I think I'm on 5:50.
Yep, done. Senator Van, 5 minutes.
Kindly, Chair. Could the department outline some of the results that we've achieved in the Pacific and Southeast through our additional COVID-related support, both in health and economic terms?
So, Senator Ewan McDonald, I can talk about the Pacific.
Of course.
In terms of what's been achieved there. Our contribution has been substantial. We talked a little bit, I think, with other officers about the government's agreement to temporary funding of $300 million into the region. That's been extremely important in terms of particularly frontline workers being paid. As you can imagine, Senator Van, the impact on vulnerable groups has been significant. We're concerned about other unintended consequences of shutting the border. a lot of these countries we're also concerned about in terms of just enabling their frontline workers to go to work by getting paid. So the government agreed to that package, which has been extremely important. We've also delivered around about, I think, 3 million vaccines into the region, or thereabouts. I can be corrected on that, but it's that sort of figure, which has resulted in a country, for example, which you'd be interested in, Fiji, for example, double vaccinated up into the 90% range, now going through their third wave and coming out of Omicron, open, tourism coming back in. So we've seen some of the contributions that we've made with like-minded countries in the region that's starting to pay dividends.
And it hasn't just been vaccines and the financial support, it's also been other health support, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's been the complete spectrum. So in some countries we've inserted health experts into the country to assist. It's been all the PPE that goes with that. And Australia, when it goes into these countries, uses what we call wraparound services, but it's basically the complete, the vaccines or the PPE getting to where they need to in a country. You think about a country like Solomon Islands trying to get it out into those. So it's been a very extensive contribution package from the government.
And other non-ODA instruments such as loans and defence cooperation, how has that complemented our development assistance?
Yes, so as was just talked about, Senator Van, in terms of AIFFP, I think it would be good to get a good briefing on those, but we're very conscious of those loans assisting with some of the economic growth you would want to see come back into these countries. So like Australia, trying to generate jobs and economic opportunity, particularly where there's such large young population. So that's a factor that we're building into those projects as well.
Thank you, Ms Klugman. Did you want to add anything to that? Ms Klugman, did you want to add anything to that?
I think Mr McDonald has set it out very clearly. I guess the only contribution additionally that I can make usefully is just to talk about a little bit about Partnerships for Recovery. So that's the Minister's framework under which all of these things have been rolling out. As you say, that's a framework purpose-built for a COVID circumstance. It has 3 pillars. One is indeed health security, you mentioned. Stability and economic recovery are very much part of that. Some of the temporary targeted and supplementary measures that the government has announced and has rolled out last year and this year are very much focused on hitting those pillars. On economic recovery, in particular, I think the work that we've done through the program and building on decades of partnership with, for example, Pacific governments through budget support and really putting our efforts behind the governments of the Pacific so that they can make sure they are best able to make decisions about priorities in delivering their services to their people, but also in current circumstances with a particular focus on health systems, on other basic services, on payment for health workers, for police and other essential workers. All of this has been part and parcel of what we've achieved through Partnerships for Recovery. There's a very strong, the last thing I'll say, particularly sitting next to Senator Payne, she would scowl at me if I didn't point out that. Well, she should.
I've been accused
scowl
of
at
glaring,
me.
not a lot of scowling.
She should scowl at me if I don't point out that gender equality is in a very material way supporting women, their children and the most vulnerable, people with disabilities, in everything we do under all of those 3 pillars of Partnerships for Recovery has been front and centre and a key cross-cutting theme, as we say in the game.
Very important measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Senator Rice, take us home.
Yeah, look, I've just got a few follow-up questions on Myanmar. Minister, you mentioned early that you'd engage with the Future Fund shareholder ministers about US sanctions on Myanmar.
I said I'd written to them, I think, Senator, or engaged with them. I can't remember what term I used.
I think I've got the transcript that you said I have engaged and that DFAT was going to engage with the Future Fund. And I just want a bit more information if you could help us out. So have you met with the shareholder ministers, Birmingham and Frydenberg, about this issue?
I've raised it with them, Senator. I don't think there's been a specific meeting on this issue, but of course, as the Finance Minister and the Treasurer, I meet with them all the time.
Yes, but on this issue?
Not a specific meeting, no, Senator.
Okay, and we're aware now of one instance of the Future Fund divesting from a company. Has there been a broader process of identifying companies which the Future Fund should potentially divest from?
Do you mean by DFAT?
By DFAT, yes.
Senator, I don't believe so. The Future Fund has its own processes, as you know. It invests independently from government. It has a policy on environmental, social and governance matters, as I understand it. And so in seeking to provide briefings from DFAT in the context of that existing governance framework, I was reaching out to my colleagues to say that DFAT can provide further information and further context to the Future Fund.
Okay, I mean, you said in your...
And broadly, it's a matter for finance, ultimately,
You said in your earlier evidence that DFAT is going to engage with the Future Fund and increase their engagement with the Future Fund in response to that. So I was wanting some more details about what that was going to be.
So, Senator, when the Finance Minister responded to my correspondence, which was only earlier this month, there was a welcoming of the offer of briefings by DFAT. And that process has not commenced, to the best of my knowledge, but ultimately it is something which we are engaging on.
So is there any more detail about what that engagement looks like?
Senator Andrew Goldsnoski, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional Division. As the Minister said, this exchange between ministers has just taken place. We're seized of that now. We're prepared to begin the process of putting together workshops with the Ministry of Finance to talk about any aspects of Myanmar that would help them to inform their decisions in how they relate with the super fund in terms of their investment portfolio.
Okay, and is DFAT going to assist them with potentially a list of companies which you think that potentially should be divested from?
I don't think we should speculate about what DFAT will and won't provide, Senator. This is a matter which is at the beginning of engagement between the Department and the Future Fund.
But clearly there's a process that's begun. Is there an intention to be for DFAT to be providing a list of companies, or will you be leaving it up to the Department of Finance or the Future Fund to do their own research?
It is ultimately a matter for the Department of Finance, Senator.
And I understand that, Minister, but I'm wanting to know what DFAT's engagement in that process is going to be.
Well, we'll develop that, Senator, and perhaps it would be more productive to discuss it on the next occasion.
Minister, you said you'd get back to me about Minister Dutton attending the virtual ASEAN-Australia Informal Defence Ministers meeting, which was on the 10th of November, which was attended by the Myanmar, a member of their Special Administrative Committee, Lieutenant General Mya Tun Oo, who says that he's now their Minister for Defence. He is sanctioned by the US, the UK, Canada and the EU, and New Zealand has imposed a travel ban on him. I'd like to table 3 documents. One was a tweet which included a screenshot taken at the meeting, the Myanmar News Agency report about the meeting, and in fact Minister Dutton's own media release about the meeting. So if I can table those. Is Minister Dutton attending this meeting? Is this another example of a difference in approach between Minister Dutton and yourself when it comes to issues of diplomacy?
Senator, broadly speaking, I would suggest that. Sorry, Senator. Let me Start that again. In terms of the approach that the government takes and that agencies take, is that in all meetings where a representative of Myanmar is present, we raise concerns about Myanmar actions. Not all of the meetings are in our control in terms of those who are invited to attend. They're not all run by us. ASEAN, for example, determines participation in its meetings, and as you and I have discussed, engaging with ASEAN continues to be a priority for us. In terms of Mr Dutton's own engagement on this meeting, I'll suggest that you refer that to Defence tomorrow. I'm not going to speak for Defence in relation to this.
I mean, I would have expected that Minister... Can I just... One final question is whether... I would have expected that Minister Dutton's approach to diplomatic relationships to be in line with yours. Did Mr Dutton consult with you before attending this meeting?
Senator, there are countless meetings across the ASEAN system all the time.
But I'm specifically asking about this meeting,
And
Minister.
I suggest you refer those matters to Defence tomorrow.
I'm specifically asking whether Mr Dutton consulted with you.
And Senator, I've said...
Can I get an answer to that question, please, from
Senator,
your
I've
perspective,
responded.
Minister?
You have already asked the question. We've got an answer on the Hansard.
I haven't got an answer. I'm wondering whether the
now
Minister's claiming public interest
Rice,
immunity claim over
Senator
answering
Rice.
this question. Did Mr Dutton
Senator
consult with you
Rice.
before attending the meeting?
Senator Rice, you will come to order. I've been more than agreeable with your request for time. You've gone well over time, and the committee has now concluded its examination of the department's non-trade programs. I thank the officers for their attendance. The committee will now move to the examination of the department's trade programs. Can I again thank the officials? Thank you. And we'll have a short suspension. Department of Trade, or officers from the department with responsibility for the trade program. Minister, any opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I assume in the absence of the Secretary, no opening statement. So let's move to questions. Senator Rice has the call to start for the first 5 minutes, and the stopwatch will be put on you this time.
I think it will
Senator.
be even less than 5 minutes,
Oh,
Chair.
good. You'll make up for your sins earlier
I
in
will.
the evening. Good.
I'm interested to know what the status of DFAT's feasibility study on strengthening trade with Israel is.
Thank you very much, Senator. Tim Yiend, Associate Secretary, Trade and Investment in DFAT. There has been a feasibility study done on a possible trade agreement with Israel. It's something that the Minister is now considering on next steps.
Do we have a timeline?
This is something we're still discussing with the Minister. So we don't have a precise timeline, but we are looking to move it ahead as quickly as we can.
Okay, so the feasibility study is completed?
That is correct.
Yes, and so it's basically discussions
Yes.
with the Minister and no timeline on when things move ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Given the clear recommendations relating to trade and investment with the State of Israel provided by the UN Security Council, the UN Human Rights Council and international NGOs such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, has DFAT sought any external legal advice concerning issues associated with trade and investment with Israel?
No, we haven't sought any external legal advice, but we are in the process of briefing the Minister and coming to a position on the next steps with the proposed FTA.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Senator Kitching.
I was going to go to LNG exports, but could I just ask the Department for their views on the Abraham Accords and the normalisation of agreements with that Israel has entered into with Bahrain, the UAE, I've forgotten the third one, and I think there was going to be there was potentially an agreement to be signed with Yemen, I think.
Okay,
And,
thanks. And
so
I
I'm
might ask
wondering-
my
yeah,
colleague,
thank
Mr Innes-Brown, to answer
Mr. Innes-Brown.
that question.
Sure, thank you, Senator. Yeah, one of the other countries was Morocco.
Morocco, thank you.
And I think there have been some tentative agreements with one or two other countries as well. So I think there have been important and welcome developments in the region. I think those steps are important for regional stability and the general sort of conduct and atmospherics of international relations in relation to the UAE. Those normalisation arrangements are probably most advanced, and just most recently the President of Israel visited the UAE in quite an historic visit, and as I understand it, shortly the UAE Foreign Minister is planning to visit Israel, and there's been quite an extensive, I think, from a small base but growing rapidly, sort of connectivity between the two commercial sectors, and strong interest in expanded cooperation in a range of areas. But very welcome, Senator, and varying degrees of follow-up. As I said, I think as I understand it, the UAE is the most advanced.
And I think the Israeli Prime Minister was this week visiting Bahrain.
Okay. Yes.
So I think that's very good as well. And obviously there have been a reliable trading partner even before the normalisation of relations agreements, yes. Look, I might move on to LNG exports now. So I wanted to ask particularly in relation to the Russian-Ukrainian tensions. Thank you, Mr Innes-Brown.
Thank you.
Could I ask what advice did DFAT provide to the PMO and to ministers' offices prior to a government press release on January the 26th, 27?
Senator, good evening. Michael Growder, Assistant Secretary, Trade, Expansion, Diversification Branch. I must admit I'm not familiar with the press release you're referring to, so I might need to grab that and come back.
Bear with me, I'll give you a copy.
Sure.
Do you want me just to give these to you, or I can table them?
Might be helpful if you tabled them, Senator.
Yeah.
So one is entitled Australian LNG Ready to Aid Europe Over Ukrainian Crisis. And sorry, it's not a press release, it was a media conference in Sydney on 27th January last. Can I just ask? I don't have those documents in front of me now. But when did DFAT provide this advice?
I'll have a look if I can, and I think I'd have to take it on notice. I'm not aware of any advice we provided specifically to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on that, but I will have to take that on notice to be sure.
Yeah, lovely, thank you. Could I ask you, did DFAT advise on the model or the impact on Australian relations with our LNG buyers in Asia? So did we advise them that we might be providing LNG to Europe?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice.
Did we liaise with any LNG exporters?
To the best of my knowledge, no, but again, on notice to be sure.
Did DFAT seek advice from outposts in the EU regarding the risk of LNG shortage prior to that announcement and that?
Also on notice, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Is DFAT aware of any other LNG exporting nations making similar announcements?
We have seen discussions in media where the US, for example, is having discussions, I think, with Qatar is something we've seen.
Yeah.
And also last week, from memory, Japan had announced that it would look to obviously not an exporter itself and an importer, but released some cargoes or supply from some of its reserves. But the details of that, I think, are still very much in the preliminary stages. But they're some of the ones we've seen in the public domain.
Are you aware of any formal requests to LNG exporters in Australia post this announcement?
We're not aware of any formal requests, no.
Are you aware of, so where there's LNG producers with long-term contracts in Asia, are you aware of those? And then if there was a supply to Europe, what that would do to those long-term contracts?
I think our starting point would be that we would expect Australian, obviously these are commercial decisions,
Yes.
not Australian
Yes.
government determined decisions, but our expectation would be that Australian producers would be looking to supply their long-term contracts in Asia in that way. We value those very highly, as do the producers. They're obviously often foundational customers and obviously large investors as well in most of those. What decisions, the implications of those, I couldn't really comment on exactly how that
And
would
Senator,
fall out.
if I could just add that the LNG issue is actually being, Department of Industry has responsibilities. So we're obviously involved with them and other agencies, but this is partly why we don't have the information at hand at the moment.
Is there a committee formed?
So
Is it
Senator,
as formal as that?
Yeah, I think the Minister spoke this morning that this matter had been discussed at the National Security Committee of Cabinet, and so therefore the Industry Department has the lead on this matter, and the Industry Portfolio, Industry and Resources Ministers.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm asking from DFAT's point of view, yeah. I'm going to move on to... I'm going to move on to the global COVID-19 supply chain. So has DFAT done modelling on the impact of the global COVID-19 supply chain crunch on the Australian economy?
So I reckon this might be with the other officers that we've just let go. Sorry.
Why don't I'll go through the questions and then if you're able to answer, otherwise I can put them on notice.
Yeah, that'd be great, sorry.
So what liaison has the government had with regional economic partners to secure supply?
So I think that is with our colleagues who have left.
What liaison has the government had with Five Eyes partners to secure supply?
I know that we have information on that and we'll be able to answer that on notice for you, Senator.
Has DFAT been in contact with shipping companies to discuss supply chain issues?
I don't think we've been in contact. I think that's been led by the Infrastructure Department, but we'll take that on notice and give you a more fulsome answer, Senator.
Thank you. Is DFAT aware of reports that the supply chain crunch will ease before the end of this financial year?
Is there any officer at the table who is able to answer that?
Yes, supply chain sits within the division that I come from, but I wouldn't say we're aware of particular reports like that, Senator.
Have you done your own model? Have you done your own research or modelling on that? So
Typically, modelling of that nature on the macroeconomy would be Treasury's responsibility, not DFAT's.
But you have a section that's dealing with it.
With supply chains, yeah.
And have you done any research in your section about when the supply chain crunch would end, or do you rely solely on Treasury for that information?
I would say a mix of industry liaison and Treasury, if you will, as the two sources.
So you're not doing any modelling yourselves?
We don't do modelling of that nature, no.
Do you receive modelling of that nature from another department?
I don't believe we have. I take that on notice, but I don't think we've seen anything that you would call modelling on supply chain issues.
But you are doing work on supply chain issues. So, I mean, do you have any, I don't want to ask your opinion, but does the department have any, do you have any views, or have you given information to government around when you think the supply chain crunch will end?
I'll take that on notice, but I don't think we've been giving advice of the nature of the length of time we would be looking at to that.
What steps has the government taken to ease the pressure on businesses from increased freight rates?
As the Secretary said, that's a question for the Department of Infrastructure more than ourselves. They have the lead on shipping and transport, those sort of issues.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pass to my colleague who's going to ask about free trade agreements.
Thanks very much. I have a few questions about the UK free trade agreement to start.
And if you're asking on that, I might have a few questions.
Thanks, Chair. Yep. Very happy with that. Can you please confirm the report that I've read, which says that labour market testing has been waived for all workers from the UK in the agreement? Is that right?
Thank you, Senator. Elizabeth Bowes, Chief Negotiator and First Assistant Secretary, Regional Trade Agreements Division. Senator, the commitments we've entered into under the UK FTA concern the temporary movement of natural persons. So that refers specifically to skilled professionals, business visitors, intra-corporate transferees, installers and services, as well as contractual services suppliers. We already have commitments in the WTO with respect to many of those categories that do waive labour market testing. In addition to those WTO commitments, we have agreed with the UK on a reciprocal basis to waive labour market testing for contractual service suppliers.
And that's the category that people are concerned about. Has the department modelled the impact of this on Australia's labour market or our or rates of unemployment?
Senator, no, we have not, but what we do have is historic evidence from other FTAs where labour market testing has been waived on that category of temporary migrants. And in fact, our evidence from those other FTAs has shown that there has been a decline in the use of that particular mode or visa that supplies that mode of movement in relation to the FTA. So in fact, if anything, there is no impact from the waiver of labour market testing, at least discernible from our historic experience of other FTAs where we have waived labour market testing for that category.
So if that's the case, why is the concession being sought and given? What's the...
Senator, it was a specific ask of the UK. It is in fact an ask of many of our FTA partners. It is something that is valued by our FTA partners, which is one reason why we certainly consider it on a case-by-case basis. It is part of the overall balance of the deal. And it was in that context, noting that this is an extremely high standard, comprehensive agreement, that we agreed with the UK to waive labour market testing on a reciprocal basis for that particular category.
So you haven't done specific modelling, but you maintain that it has no impact on our labour market?
Senator, we have not done specific modelling on the labour market flows. As I've said, we've got the experience that we've noticed from other FTAs.
Has the department modelled the number of additional temporary migrant workers expected to enter Australia over the course of the next period as a result of the agreement, over the next 5 years, say?
No, Senator, we have not done that specific modelling. We have consulted with Home Affairs, of course, on the visa categories, which remain constant for the temporary entry of migrants. But I would note, and by migrants I mean those categories that I referred to, skilled professional business people, but I would note that it is very much demand-driven. It's a demand-responsive process, and in particular supports our exports of services as well as supports inwards and outwards investment. The mobility outcomes in the FTA were an element of the FTA that was perhaps the most focused upon by all stakeholders with whom we spoke in negotiating the agreement. And that is in both directions. So increased movement of people between Australia and the United Kingdom on a temporary basis to live and work on a temporary basis was the number one request of nearly every stakeholder with whom we engaged.
So contract for services, backpackers?
There is a separate commitment alongside the FTA. So backpackers, working holiday makers, don't normally fall within the category of temporary entrants. But we have agreed in a side letter with the United Kingdom that we will, on a reciprocal basis, increase the age limit to 35 years of age in both countries and extend the availability of that visa to 3 years. Now, that's a considerable outcome, in particular for Australians wanting to go to the United Kingdom, where the length of period was previously 2 years. So we now have a 3-year, within 2 years, we will finalise that arrangement, increasing the age limit to 35 and extending the time limit for 3 years.
And there's no modelling about the impact of that measure, that side letter on the labour market?
There's no specific modelling, but certainly it is used. Working holiday makers from the United Kingdom and Australians in the United Kingdom are certainly a significant proportion in both directions.
Would you agree that the agreement is politically contentious in the United Kingdom?
Senator, there are aspects of the agreement that have caused some concern or raised some questions in some very specific sectors in the United Kingdom. I would say on the whole it has been very widely welcomed throughout the United Kingdom population, and in particular from many of the stakeholders with whom we've spoken, but there has been some concern particularly raised by the agriculture sector because, as I've said, this is a very comprehensive, highly liberalising free trade agreement in both directions.
Has the department provided the minister with advice about the dissent, particularly from the agriculture sector?
I beg your pardon?
Has the department provided the minister with advice about that dissent, particularly from the agriculture sector?
Certainly, we are in contact with the Trade Minister's office, and the Trade Minister is certainly aware of those concerns. When I was in the United Kingdom with the Minister in April last year as part of the negotiations, I met with the head of the National Farmers Union and her aide to discuss the negotiations in particular, and it was very clear that while there were some concerns about Australia, in fact, they're not Australia specific, and it is more about the precedent that this agreement would set.
In terms of the, so you say it's feedback from local industry and local stakeholders?
As well as from British
Yes, but in Australia,
yes.
Feedback from local industry?
Yes.
What's been the...
It has been incredibly positive. I have consulted, we've conducted over 140 consultations, 250 separate meetings since signature in December. I've had a number of meetings with stakeholders from different sectors. It has been almost uniformly positive, particularly the mobility outcomes. The agriculture sector, of course, which really does stand to gain under this agreement, is incredibly happy, pleased with the outcomes. But so are investors, so are companies that are looking to increase investment or indeed attract UK investment into Australia, because the outcomes do facilitate increased investment in both directions.
So unanimous applause from...
Widespread.
So just back to the side letter on working holiday visas. So that can be altered or cancelled without any consequence for the broader agreement, is that? essentially right?
It is separate from the agreement. It is not legally binding, but it is part of the overall FTA package.
Yeah.
And principally...
There are other, sorry to interrupt, but there are
Yes.
other side letters dealing with other matters, are there?
Yes, that's right. That don't typically fall within the four corners of an FTA, but are considered part of the broader package.
On one area that there's some concern about, of course, is from our wine industry, who say that implementation of the proposed UK duty regime would disadvantage countries in which wine grapes naturally ripen at relatively high sugar levels. Has the Minister had representations from his counterpart in the UK regarding the impact of proposed alcohol tax changes in the UK?
Senator, that issue is under, or indeed has just been the subject of a public consultation. We are aware of the UK proposal to address its excise regime for alcohol, and I note it's excise, not customs tariffs. The Minister, there have been concerns raised not only by our own wine industry but indeed wine producers in different countries. The Minister has written to his counterpart, in fact to the Chancellor, to note the UK Chancellor, which has policy responsibility for this proposal, to note our concerns, or the concerns of industry with the proposal. And I understand Wine Australia has also put in a submission to the public consultation process.
So,
can I come in on that?
Yes, sure, Chair.
That was the area I was going to ask in relation to the UK Free Trade Agreement. A good agreement. We've noted concern. Is that all, or have we used language that is a bit stronger?
In relation to a particular area, Senator?
Yeah, what you were just talking about, the alcohol tax.
Oh, the
changes.
alcohol. Oh, I beg your pardon. No, we have noted that there has been concerns in particular that Australian wine, because of the climatic conditions, would be disproportionately impacted by the effect of this proposed tax.
You indicated that we had expressed concern. I'm just hoping that we may have expressed considerable displeasure rather than just concern in whatever the jargon of diplomatic world is, but to let it be known that we are not amused, to use the English expression.
I don't think we're amused, no.
Right.
But we did highlight the intention to put forward a submission in the public consultation process,
Right.
and Wine Australia has done so.
Good.
And also, Senator, just to add that Minister Tehan himself is very much involved in this issue, and I think, as Ms Bowes said, he wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he has been staying himself very much closely involved with Wine Australia, because we do see this as an issue that we would that's not a good development, but it's a separate issue from the outcome on the FTA itself.
Was it?
All right,
was
thanks.
It, why wasn't the department aware that this had been proposed when the department was negotiating the agreement?
Taxes don't normally fall within the discussions on FTA. They're not part of the FTA negotiations. So,
but it potentially just wipes out the benefit for that sector.
Senator, I disagree. The outcome that we have negotiated under the UK FTA is for the elimination of all customs duties on wine exports to the United Kingdom on entry into force. That does benefit the industry. It will save some $43 million worth of duty, and it ensures that, in fact, Australian wine will have preferential access to the United Kingdom alongside the European Union. Preferential access that isn't enjoyed by some other major wine-producing companies. So there's a difference between the duties at the border and the customs excise, the excise.
If the characteristics of our wine mean that they're going to be more, charged a higher duty or excise, well, doesn't that doesn't that put our wine exporters at a disadvantage?
Senator, the United Kingdom has set out in its consultation paper that this is a non-discriminatory tax that applies to wine regardless of origin. It's calculated on alcohol by volume. There is an argument. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, you go.
Senator.
Finish.
I was saying there has been an argument put forward by our industry that because of climatic conditions we could be disproportionately affected by that tax compared with cool climate wines, for example.
Yes, and so...
And we have, the Minister Tehan, has raised that concern with the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Has the department modelled the impact of the duty regime, the alcohol tax regime on Australian wines?
Senator, what we have done is looked at our exports of wine in the period, and this is the basis upon which we calculate all of our tariff negotiations. On the period 2017 to 2019, average exports of wine to determine on entry into force when the customs duty is abolished, there will be a saving of around $43 million. So that is what we can say based on historic data. To my knowledge, and I should add that DFAT is not the lead agency on this particular issue, but we are working closely with Wine Australia and the Department of Agriculture. To my knowledge, there have been some calculations by industry about the projected impact, yes. But we have not done that.
And was the department specifically aware that the UK government was intending to review its alcohol duty regime at the time of negotiating the agreement?
We were aware of this issue some months, 1 month, 2 months before the conclusion or the signature of the FTA.
So potentially, if the industry's right, the UK's given with one hand and taken with the other, and the industry's estimate is, I heard you say $43 million advantage. They say £82 million additional cost. It's the situation for that industry is worse than when you started, isn't it?
Senator, as I said, what we've negotiated is preferential duty-free access of the wine industry, of Australian wine, to the United Kingdom. And that is an outcome that is not affected. It is separate from the behind-the-border tax, which is not the subject of FTA negotiations and which is non-discriminatory and applies to all wine regardless of origin.
Has the Minister sought advice from the department about waiving the requirement for 20 joint sitting days before JSCOT can review a major international treaty? Has there been a discussion about waiving the 20-day requirement?
Senator, we are obviously very aware of the wish to have this agreement go through JSCOT processes, as would be the normal practice. But given the time frame, Senator, this was tabled last week, and we are aware that the 20 joint sitting day requirement will not be met within the life of this Parliament.
So is there an intention to seek to waive it, or it's just going to have to be dealt with in the course of the next Parliament?
Senator, we have looked at options, but that includes the JSCOT requirements, and we're very cognisant of the JSCOT requirements, including the 20 joint sitting day requirement. Looking at the sitting calendar, we're aware that that cannot be met within the life of this Parliament.
So a waiver won't be sought?
Senator, I am not involved in those conversations.
Has advice been provided to the Minister about waiving the 20-day requirement?
Senator, we have had a conversation about that issue, but no formal advice.
Can you tell me...
Senator, I think it's something that is still under discussion. The Minister is still reflecting on how he wants to advance on this issue. So, but we don't have any more advice for you than that at the moment.
Can you tell me how many times that requirement's been waived since Minister Downer, who got a mention earlier this morning, I think, since Minister Downer implemented the convention in 1996?
We probably need to take that on notice, Senator. I don't think anyone's got that statistic to hand.
It'd be an interesting, given what we've discussed in terms of the wine industry, it'd be an odd thing to do to try and rush it through the Parliament. So the department doesn't have a view about whether it warrants an exemption.
Senator, I don't think that's what we said. I think the officers at the table said that the matter was still under consideration and they were discussing it with the Trade Minister. So I'm not sure our views. I think this goes to the advice we would give to the Trade Minister, and it's under discussion with the Trade Minister.
What's the UK's own ratification protocol?
Senator, that is a fairly new process that the UK has implemented specifically for trade agreements. So immediately after signature, the Secretary of State for International Trade wrote to a newly established body, the Trade and Agriculture Commission, to examine the impacts of the agreement in particular on the agriculture industry, so to examine the agriculture outcomes. That commission has 3 months to report back. That report will then be considered by the Department of International Trade, which will do its own assessment. The DIT's assessment and the Trade and Agriculture Commission's assessment will then be tabled together with the agreement itself before Parliament, the UK Parliament, and the requirement there is for 20 sitting days, that the agreement be laid before Parliament for 20 sitting days. However, I am aware that there are concurrently, and also as we speak, 3 parliamentary committees conducting inquiries into the agreement. So there's the House of Lords International Trade Agreements Committee, there's its counterpart in the House of Commons, and then there's also the Food and Rural Affairs Committee. And then a number of other committees have also examined the agreement, but without raising specific inquiries, more as part of its normal functionings. So there are a number of parliamentary committee inquiries already on foot in the United Kingdom parliamentary system.
I think the UK Secretary of State for Trade said, we anticipate there'll now be a period of several months before the agreement's formally laid before the Parliament.
That's right. So my understanding is they will not, the UK Secretary of State for International Trade will not be laying the agreement before Parliament, at least until the Trade and Agriculture Commission has finished its work at the end of March. But we also understand that there needs to be a period of internal examination before the agreement is then laid before Parliament. So from the 31st of March, the time frame is a little unclear.
So end to end, that could easily be 6 months, couldn't it? Does the treaty only enter into force when both parties ratify it, I assume?
That's right. So, for example, both parties have to go through their domestic treaty-making processes, notify the other party that those treaty-making processes have been completed, and it's only when both parties have made that notification that the treaty will enter into force 30 days after the notification is made, or at another date as agreed between the parties.
Well, what's the argument for rushing it through then? I appreciate what the Secretary says. There's some discussion backwards and forwards, but it's been contemplated. What's the What's the purpose of...
Senator, I mean, notwithstanding the need for the due process, and this is something the Minister's considering, the outcomes in this FTA are the most ambitious outcomes that we have had apart from the CER agreement. So there is a lot of interest from various industry groups. The outcomes in agriculture, as we alluded to before, are very good, and the industries, relevant industries that have been involved in this negotiation do have an interest in it coming into force as quickly as possible. So this is something else just to mention, that there is that kind of pressure as well, and this is all being weighed up by the Minister in deciding how to move forward.
Well, you assert that. I notice the Chair nods vigorously, but the wine industry saying, hang on a second, questions about the labour market impact. Like there's a reason we have processes in the Parliament to deal with these agreements carefully.
Well, in relation to labour market, can I quickly ask, it's reciprocal, isn't it? So whilst UK residents, citizens can work in Australia, similarly Australians can go over to the UK and work.
On a temporary basis, under the agreement, that is correct.
Yes, so it's completely reciprocal.
Yes, we have accorded the UK best FTA treatment. The UK has gone beyond its usual practice, and what Australia has been accorded is access equivalent to that accorded to EU nationals in the United Kingdom.
Yes, and that doesn't obviate, though, people's concerns about the impact. Appreciate Senator Abetts's point, but some people travel for work overseas, and it's a very good experience many cases for young Australians to do that. There are questions about what happens in country towns and job opportunities for people in country towns, and those issues need to be weighed up carefully by the Parliament. I can't see, if we've got a 6-month process, give or take a few months perhaps, what the possible argument could be for rushing it through. But I won't ask you to express an opinion about that.
Country towns are very Labor poor at the moment, so...
I have some questions about the TRIPS waiver.
All right, another 5 minutes.
That's, yes, thank you, that'd be good. Mr Baxter, welcome. I saw that the WTO Director General said about this TRIPS waiver set of issues, we should strive to get this result out by the end of February. Does the Department expect a resolution on this issue by the end of February?
Senator, we are working very closely with other key countries involved in this discussion. At the moment, there are 4 countries in particular who are trying to come to an agreement. That's India, South Africa, the EU and the US. Working very closely with the Director General. We are staying in very close touch with all of those players and the Director General. The Minister spoke with the Director General, speaks with the Director General regularly on this issue and on the broader set of issues about developments at the WTO following the postponement of the ministerial in December. But yes, this is a key issue that Australia is looking to play a very positive role in finding the kind of compromise that will be necessary from all sides. The Minister also, you may be aware, he was in India just recently, and India is a key player on this issue, and the Minister was certainly engaging with Minister Goyal as well with a view to encouraging all sides of this discussion to look for the necessary compromise to find an outcome that all of these key players will be able to live with and will fulfil the objectives of the TRIPS waiver. And of course, Australia itself is supportive of the TRIPS waiver.
I think there was some ambiguity about Australia's position last year, but do you say that it's not possible within the current provisions of the agreement to achieve what's adequate in the context of COVID-19? So Australia is seeking...
I might ask Mr Baxter to go into a little bit more detail for you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. James Baxter, First Assistant Secretary, Office of Trade Negotiations. So what I would say, Senator, is there have been a lot of discussions in the WTO about the role that intellectual property rules are playing in terms of vaccine distribution and access in particular, but more recently, not just vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics more broadly.
Yes, okay.
There are certainly a number of developing country WTO members who are making the point that a waiver of intellectual property rights is needed to support their efforts to ensure that necessary vaccines or other materials are able to be distributed widely.
Okay. So what...
One last question.
I should choose it carefully then, Chair.
You'd better choose it carefully, yep. But don't take too long.
There's an opportunity cost there, isn't there?
There is.
What is the government's... what additional is going to happen? It sounds to me like the prospects of this issue being resolved by the end of the month are not as strong as the WTO Secretary-General might hope. What additional will the government be doing over the coming weeks and months on this issue? Has it been raised in the context of the UK FTA or any of these other discussions that we're having around the place? What is the best way to bring this issue to a conclusion in the department's view?
As I indicated, we do believe that this ongoing discussion with those four countries, they must come to an accommodation in the first instance. But we do believe that Australia can be an honest broker, given the position that we have, and this is why both in Geneva we are extremely active in discussions with other key players, particularly the four members that I mentioned. As I've already indicated too, Minister Tehan takes opportunity to raise the need for finding a way forward on this issue as part of what is needed to unblock a whole set of issues at the WTO at the moment. So in all his engagement with ministers, I mentioned Minister Goyal, but he has regular contact with other ministers. He participated in a informal ministerial meeting at the end of January, where this was one of the key issues, or the key issue, I think, under discussion in terms of finding a pathway forward. So I think those kind of actions, we are already doing them, and I think that we will continue to do them intensively, given the importance of this issue, both on the substance, but also in terms of our view that this is a critical issue that must be resolved to allow us to advance a number of other issues in the WTO at present.
There's a series of other questions, Chair, about a range of other matters.
I'm sure there are.
We will put them on notice for you. Thank you.
Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions on trade law. So if the appropriate trade law.
Trade law? Yes, we've got trade law experts.
I have no doubt you do. I'll start off with my preamble. Just making way to the table. Obviously, there's been, welcome Mr Kenner, there's been widespread publicity or media coverage about the coercive trade tactics that China's been using against Lithuania recently. And I'm aware that the EU has brought, or is seeking to bring in action the WTO, and that Australia is seeking to join that action. Could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Mr Kenner is the expert on this.
Excellent.
Thanks, Senator. Yes, you're quite right, Senator. There was Jonathan Kennard, Chief Trade Law Officer. In late January, the EU requested consultations with China regarding its allegedly disruptive and restrictive trade practices directed at Lithuania. We very quickly came out with a decision to seek to join those consultations. That is open to members with a substantial interest in the matter. Clearly, China as our biggest trading partner means that we have significant interest in how this plays out. So we have requested to join those consultations. Under the WTO rules, China may, for example, reject third-party requests to join consultations. So we will see the response, and we anticipate those consultations taking place in about a month or so.
And if they reject us, what are our options then?
If and when this dispute gets to the panel stage, we can also request to be a third party to the dispute, and at that point, there's no objection to that, so parties can join if and when the dispute reaches the panel stage.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping that out for us. Staying on trade law, but a different area. With the RCEP coming into force 1 January, I believe it was, this year, does the RCEP provide Australia with any remedies against the coercive trade tactics being used by China against us?
Senator, I might turn to my RCEP colleague to answer.
That's Elizabeth Byers.
Ms Bowes will pop back.
Thank you. It's a question I haven't been able to find the answer to, even on my reading of the RCEP.
Thank you, Senator. Elizabeth Bowes, Chief Negotiator and First Assistant Secretary, Regional Trade Agreements Division. RCEP, as you say, which entered into force on the 1st of January 2022, is now the world's biggest FTA, and as such represents a strong representation of the commitment to rules-based trade, particularly in our region. In particular, there is a dispute settlement process that applies where the commitments under the agreement are breached.
And by extension, do those provisions provide Australia with any course of action against the whether it be barley or wine tariffs that have been imposed?
Senator, under most FTAs there is a dispute settlement mechanism, and I note, and my colleague Mr Kennard might want to pop back, but there are dispute settlement mechanisms under most FTAs, but in many cases where there is a breach, and you mentioned an issue of trade remedies, for example, on barley and wine, a consideration is given as to what would be the most appropriate forum in which to bring a complaint in relation to that particular breach. And that includes, and in many cases it includes, opting for the WTO rather than an FTA dispute settlement mechanism. In the case of trade remedies, for example, there's a well-established set of jurisprudence on trade remedies disputes in the WTO, and it is a well-established set of rules as well, so it provides a foundation for those particular complaints.
But do you have to choose one or the other, or could we pursue both?
In many cases, most FTAs would have that choice of forum, so if you commence an action, but not exclusively.
I'm talking specifically about RCEP in this case.
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have those details right
if you would, if you could consider it carefully and look at what options are available under that.
I would note, Senator, that those disputes arose before RCEP entered into force on the 1st of January 2022. So generally we would only be looking at, in any case, anything that arises from the 1st of January.
Fair point. I hope there aren't any new ones, but I'm not that hopeful. Thank you, Chair.
All right, it wouldn't be an examination of the trade portfolio if I didn't ask about Manuka honey.
We've been waiting for it.
So that'll take us out in the next 2 minutes. Can I put on the record my welcoming of the federal government's assistance to the Manuka honey sector to help fight the kidnapping attempts by New Zealand of the name Manuka honey, and it's very timely because I understand the New Zealand Manuka honey producers who failed in their own country are now appealing that decision. And this has been a very uneven fight, given that the New Zealand Manuka honey producers have been given a lot of financial assistance by their government. So Ms Duff, you've come to the table undoubtedly to tell me that you will continue to have a very good watching brief on the issues as they emerge in New Zealand, and hopefully encourage the Attorney General's Department to make more monies available should that become necessary.
Thank you, Senator. Kate Duff, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Bilateral Division. I think you've just answered the questions for me, Senator, in what you provided around the most crucial update, and that is that the government is contributing grant funding through the Attorney General Department towards the Australian Manuka Honey Association's legal costs, reasonable legal costs for proceedings relating to the trademark dispute. So that is a development since we last spoke about these matters, Senator. In the meantime, though, of course, we continue to press New Zealand around these issues, and at ministerial level, and indeed the Trade Minister, Minister Tehan, raised these issues with his New Zealand counterpart, Minister O'Connor, during an in-person meeting in Melbourne in November, pressing the points around wanting to work together collectively and in some workshops and other manners that can try and deal with these issues a little bit more cooperatively. So that discussion is ongoing. We are, Senator, as you mentioned, continuing to closely monitor the ongoing certification trademark hearings and procedures that are occurring. I mentioned last time, Senator, that we were able to get an observer into the Australian Manuka Honey Association's opposition hearing to the New Zealand case in October, and we continue to watch that very closely. There are, as you point out, none of the ongoing certification trademark cases have succeeded at this stage. There are some still under objection procedures or have been rejected or are being assessed. And in December last year, the UK Intellectual Property Office rejected the trademark bid in the UK.
And the assistance, and if the Secretariat can pass that to Attorney Generals if need be, but the monies being made available are for new cases, as I understand it. And if that's the case, are appeals considered new cases?
Thank you, Senator. I would need to take that on notice and refer to the Attorney General's Department as manager of that particular process, but I'm very happy to do so.
As the release tells us, the federal government will lend financial support to future legal proceedings. So I hope that future legal proceedings include appeals.
Senator, we'll pass it on to the Attorney General's Department.
Good.
I'll mention it to the Secretary.
Look, thank you very much. And this concludes the committee's examination of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I thank the officers for their attendance. Secretary as well, and the committee will move to its examination of the Department of Veterans Affairs. It's scheduled at 8:15, so I think we've got about 1 hour 13 minutes for dinner, and we suspend until 8:15.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
And Zed, thanks for your valuable contribution. We'll get started. I welcome Assistant Minister Duniam, representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. I also welcome Ms Cosson, Secretary and Officers of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thanks,
Secretary,
Chair.
do you wish to make an
A
opening?
very quick one, please, Chair.
Emphasis on the
On
very
the
quick.
very quick.
Good on you. And do you have copies for...
Yes, thank you. Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Over to you, Secretary.
Thank you. I am conscious that the committee does have, has indicated they have a range of questions to ask at the hearing this evening, so I will be brief. I did want to acknowledge the important work of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and that the Department will continue to respond to the Commission and also continue to support veterans and their families during the conduct of the inquiry. Chair, I also want to put on the record a significant milestone achieved on Saturday 29 January with Open Arms, Veterans and Families Counselling. It celebrated its 40th anniversary. The history of the service is quite remarkable. It was established in 1982 as a result of lobbying by our Vietnam veterans who identified the need for specialised counselling and support for veterans and families. And the Department continues to focus on delivering outcomes for veterans and families. This includes the key priority of addressing the backlog of claims and supporting veterans through the claims process. Chair, I did want to take this opportunity to highlight another of our key department outcomes, Outcome 3, which is the acknowledgement and commemoration of those who served Australia and its allies in wars, conflicts and peace operations through promoting recognition of service and sacrifice, preservation of Australia's wartime heritage and official commemorations. This week in particular is a poignant week in this regard as we mark a number of very significant anniversaries with our nation's involvement in the Second World War and later conflicts, including National Servicemen's Day on the 14th of February, honouring the hundreds of thousands of young Australian men who served our nation through compulsory military service. The 80th anniversary of the fall of Singapore yesterday on the 15th of February, the massacre of Australian nurses on Banker Island 80 years ago today, and the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Darwin, the first time in modern conflict that mainland Australia came under direct attack on the 19th of February. These are just some of the many commemorations that the Department is involved in, and we are still supporting veterans from the Second World War who are alive today and supporting their families. We are also preparing for significant upcoming commemorations of some more modern conflicts and operations, including the 75th anniversary of Australian involvement in peacekeeping in September this year, which will recognise all Australian peacekeepers and peacemakers over the past 7 decades, and the 50th anniversary of Australian withdrawal from Vietnam in 2023. Recognition, understanding and commemorating service and sacrifice are important aspects of our commemorative activities. The Department is committed to honouring the service of those that defended our nation and sacrifice of their families. Finally, I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all the staff of the Department. I am proud of their efforts maintaining services to veterans and families during this challenging time. I also thank our veteran community, including ex-service and veteran organisations and the advocate community for their ongoing commitment to veterans and families. Chair, I welcome questions from committee.
Thank you, Secretary. Senator Ayres has the call.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome, Ms Cosson. Minister, I just want to take you firstly to a few pieces of evidence that have gone to the Royal Commission that consistent with some of the material that we've traversed. I think the Commission heard that the Department had an average of 100 days to process claims, but that's recently doubled to 200 in some instances, 14 months. Now, I know we've had some quite specific discussions about lengths of claims, waiting periods, but is that That's roughly right, isn't it?
There are some claims, definitely, Senator, that are waiting 200 days and that we're not meeting our targets. I think some of our claim types, we are meeting targets around 28% of claims being made within target, and Ms Cole's joined me. But yes, that would be about right.
Thanks. Welcome, Ms Cole. I see Dr Boss said that some pension, what she called Tri-Act claims, which is not a term I'd heard before, but I understand it's commonly understood, could take up to 2 years to process. Broad agreement that that's right?
It depends, Senator, quite a bit on the claim itself. Tri-Act claims refer to acts where to claims where there's potentially eligibility under the 3 acts.
Yeah.
So it can start in a particular place, usually MERCA, and then we discover that actually it's a VA DIRCA type case, which can add extra time and complexity. At times we have cases where claims actually get conditions decided under the 3 different acts. So they are our most complex and our most difficult caseload. It's around 15 to 20% of the total caseload.
20% of the total caseloads across the 3?
In the compensation stream.
And you, I think Dr Boss said that urgent reforms were needed. I know that in these hearings we've focused on the operating procedures, the resources, you know, how the department's response to claims is managed. Dr Boss said the end user shouldn't be going back and forward against each act. There is a psychological cost, and people who are not well find it incredibly difficult to deal with fairly straightforward administration, let alone having to go back and forwards trying to get their head around which act they're supposed to be dealing with and why. The bottom line is that the system is too complex trying to travel across 3 acts. When she's not the first person to have made that observation, I think the Productivity Commission report said essentially the same thing. What's the plan in terms of what are the things that the department has to do to deal with that issue? Legislative reform required, and beyond that, what steps can the department take to deal with that complexity and red tape?
Yep, so certainly, Senator, as you rightly pointed out, the legislative reform is a big one that a few previous reviews have identified it would be better to reduce the complexity. I think we've got over 2,200 pages of legislation, and it's about 800 odd instruments, and some of them are the operating principles, and so it is very complex, and that will take time because the fundamental issue with legislation is, one, you've got an old act for veterans, which is a pension type scheme, and the new act, which is our MERCA, is a rehabilitation scheme. So I think Dr Boss identified, well, it would be good just to move on to a single act like a wellness act. So that will take some time to actually work through that plan. But because it does take time to change legislation, some of the things that we have been doing includes talking to advocates about how they can support the veteran in what information they should be gathering before they lodge the claim. A lot of the wait time that we're seeing are veterans who have to go and gather additional information, which will take time through the claims process. But also for us, we've got a claims support team to actually do more outreach with veterans, to talk to them and educate them about what they can do to support us, and we can then support them. And Ms Cole in her division has established another team that is calling veterans. We now also have on about 56 of our defence bases, veteran support officers, about over 30 of them, who are assisting veterans in that process of transition to get them claims ready and then decision ready so that they can lodge them. So there are a whole range of initiatives which happy to go through all of them that Ms Cole has been looking at, in addition to other areas in the department, to help veterans lodge their claim and help them make sure that they've got all of the supporting material so that they don't have to wait, and importantly to make that assessment early. What act do they fall under? And certainly veterans who enlisted after 1 July 2004, predominantly they do sit under the MERCA, but what we have seen recently is a growth in that TRI-Act eligibility across the 3 acts, particularly DERCA and MERCA. And so there's a whole range of issues which I'm happy to talk a little bit more about if that's helpful, or if there's a specific area you would like us to focus on.
I think the Commission also heard that the backlog of claims at June 2021, 56,663 claims in the backlog is double that of 2 years earlier in June 2019. I mean, I assume you agree that that's unacceptable.
Certainly, Senator, we're very focused, and that is our priority with the Minister as well, to reduce the claims backlog. And we are seeing improvements in productivity with our staff, and particularly with the additional training that Ms Cole has introduced for delegates, and with the additional recruiting and getting some stability in the workforce has been, we're starting to see signs, and Ms Cole was just briefing today in particular that where the determinations not quite meeting the actual claims received, but it's getting closer, so that gap is closing. And yes, we agree, the claims backlog, the way it was growing, was not sustainable, and it is not good for the veteran community to be waiting that long for their claims to be determined.
I mean, it seems to me that, you know, we've done these hearings many times in the short amount of time I've been in this place, and there is there have been criticisms levelled against the department in the course of these hearings about a range of issues, resourcing, how claims are managed. You know, your staff, and I can see your leadership team sitting behind you, people are making an enormous effort to grapple with these questions, but there's a clarifying, you know, the evidence before the Royal Commission is pretty clarifying in terms of these issues, isn't it? If what Dr. Boss has said is right, that the system is hopelessly complex, essentially. There's too much red tape. The volume of backlog of claims is increasing, not decreasing. The issues in terms of resourcing and the level of, you know, despite the increase in the small increase in staffing levels that have been provided to the organisation, that these challenges are just continuing to overwhelm you, aren't they?
So, if I may, Senator, I won't talk about any evidence before the Royal Commission. I shouldn't, but I can talk about what you're mentioning there about the claims backlog.
I'm not trying to draw you into a discussion about...
So the claims backlog, absolutely, and we're very conscious of trying to reduce some of that complexity and the red tape. But importantly, I know there's been a lot of commentary around the backlog and the veterans waiting for their claims to be determined. But what we have put in place, recognising that there is that backlog and that there are veterans who may actually be seeking some support from us, that they don't have to wait. Ms Cole's team triages every single claim that comes in, has a look to identify whether the veteran is at risk. So when we talk about the claims number, by the way, it's not the number of veterans. The number of veterans is less than the number of claims, but that aside, we will make sure that if the veteran is in need, we're connecting them to support. And I also just flagged that anybody that has served one day in our Australian Defence Force now is eligible for non-liability healthcare, for free access to mental health treatment, and we now write to everyone since 2017 who leaves the Australian Defence Force to let them know that they can access that. But we also have those, as I mentioned, those teams we established to call veterans who have been waiting for long periods of time, just to find out if their circumstances have changed. But I'd encourage any veteran, if their circumstance has changed and they do wish us to have a look at their claim for prioritisation, to call us on 1800 Veteran, and we will have a look at them. We have, as I mentioned, a claims support team, and because we are very focused on it as well. We know it's going to take us time. We're training up all our delegates, and we can start to see a bit of a shift, but it will take us the time that we've been given the resources to actually eliminate the backlog.
What's the current backlog of unprocessed initial liability and permanent impairment assessments at, let's say, 31 December?
Okay.
Senator, the current on hand, so that is cases that are in progress and cases that are not in progress, that are waiting. So that is quite important to understand what on hand is. For Mercer initial liability, it's 34,249 claims. For Mercer permanent impairment, it's 6,045. For, would you like to know the other? That's the largest one. Would you like to know the other acts?
Thank you, yeah.
Senator. For Durka initial liability, it's 9,862. For Durka permanent impairment, it's 4,772.
Yes.
For war widows, it's 130 claims. And for disability pension, which is essentially both initial liability and permanent impairment, the way that Act works, it kind of rolls together, it's 9,147.
And the figure that I gave to you earlier that had been provided in evidence to the Royal Commission, is that just a roll-up of all of those numbers together, is it?
It also includes items such as incapacity, which is both under Mercer and Durka. To be honest, Senator, I'm not sure entirely, just from your number, exactly what it includes, because there are a number of small categories which could be in there. But on
yes,
that, it's likely to be.
It's likely to be the same thing, isn't it? So even on that, I mean, my basic maths, you know, at December, you're north of 65,000.
Of those ones that I've just listed, the ones that we would normally include in compensation, it's 65,030.
Okay. Well, my maths isn't too bad for day 3 of estimates then, but that is a 20% increase on the July 2021 figures.
Sorry, Senator, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
From 56 to 65,
Yeah.
call it 20 between friends, I think. Still very significant increases.
We are still seeing increases in the application rate.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yes. Well, they're not coming from nowhere. That's the challenge that the organisation faced since the first round of cuts in 2014. Is what the government believed was going to happen didn't happen, and that the impact of a number of things, but not least our commitments overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, have meant that there's very significant applications out there and more to come. It hasn't peaked yet, presumably.
No, we do keep seeing the growth in demand, which I'm okay with, that veterans are actually coming to the department to, if they need it, but also we have a much better connection with Defence, which we didn't have quite a few years ago, Senator, where when you left Defence, it wasn't automatic that you were connected into the Department of Veterans Affairs. So that's one thing we've closed that gap. So we do know everyone now that does serve in the Australian Defence Force, which we didn't prior to 2016.
So is that I was going to come to that data issue So that data issue has been resolved, has it? I've heard a story of a soldier who had real difficulty proving that he'd been a soldier. You're saying that issue is absolutely resolved?
I'd never say absolutely, Senator, but certainly from the time that we started the early engagement process with Defence and the data sharing, still not completely there with the data sharing, but we do now know everyone that has served from enlistment, and we connect with the Defence, particularly those that are medically transitioning, and to support them during their transition. And in a number of cases, we have been able to make sure all of their claims are ready and processed before they actually leave the Australian Defence Force. But certainly you will still hear stories of those who have served prior to 2016-17 who will find that challenging in finding their records, and there have been occasions.
So I think Senator Lambie's... Yep.
Just clarify that. So what you're telling me now is before anyone leaves Defence, all their claims are done?
No, I didn't say that, Senator. I said that those that may be medically discharging, you will see that a lot of them, not all of them, we work with Defence to make sure their claims are being prepared before they leave, and in a lot of cases, I won't say all, their claims are ready when they are leaving through transition for medically discharge, not for all discharge, so it's about 20% at the most.
Of those medically discharged?
Yeah.
So you've got 20% of those claims fully done?
No, sorry. Of those that transition, about 5,500, 6,000 a year, about 20% of those are medically discharging.
Yep.
That's roughly the figure.
Yep.
And of those that are medically discharging, we work with Defence, and our veteran support officers work with them to make sure that their claims are prepared and that they're ready before they leave.
So they're prepared, they're not processed. So they're not completed though, but they're prepared.
We try to get them completed. We try to get them completed, Senator. And
how many out of that 20% are being completed?
I'd have to take that on notice,
Thank
Senator.
you.
I don't have
Sorry, Senator.
That on notice, Senator. There are some legislative reasons why not all claims can be done before the person actually discharges. So, for example, if a person is seeking incapacity, while we can have their claim ready to go and their initial liability claim actually sorted, we aren't able to actually grant and pay incapacity until they're no longer employed by the ADF. So we try to make that happen within a very short period and have all the prep work done, essentially, before the person leaves, so that they have some continuity of income.
And similarly with permanent impairment, would take some time after they leave if they've, so their liability
No,
with the
I
permanent
get that.
impairment.
Could you break that down into the numbers and provide that to the committee though, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Senator?
Yep.
Can I ask you to... I just want to get a bit of a sense of how we're going in terms of some of these issues. Can you tell me in September and December of last year what the number of claims were on hand?
I have on me, Senator.
Well, we can do this on notice if you like, but I
Yes,
wouldn't
please.
mind if we can, if it's possible to go through them now. I think it would be useful for the committee. Are you in a position to tell me the number of claims on hand in September and December?
I can tell you the number of claims. So we've gone through the number of claims that were on hand as of 31st of December 2021.
Yes.
I do have with me as at 31st of December 2020. Is that helpful, Senator?
Give me that date again, sorry.
31st of December 2020, so the 12 months prior. Noting that on
Yep.
hand is always point in time.
Yes.
Yep. Would you like those?
Yeah, oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
So VEA disability pensions, 6,617. War widows, 127. Mercer initial liability, 25,035. Mercer permanent impairment, 4,852. Durka initial liability, 6,112. Durka permanent impairment, 6,124. And I believe that's the main categories I gave you previously.
Yeah, what was the Lurker initial liability, I'm sorry?
Mercer initial liability was 25,035.
And what is that as a total?
As a total, including incapacity, it was 49,481.
Okay.
Can I just, so if someone puts in 10 claims for 10 different injuries, is that 10, is that counted as 10? Are they ever counted as, because they're close claims, have got 3 different ones for a knee, that is claimed, that is claimed as one, that is one claim?
Yes.
Okay, so then they're not actually true figures. So if someone's got 10 different claims in, and you say, no, there's 3 relating to the one area or with the same problem, that's one claim, yeah? So that's actually not quite
no,
true.
Senator, it doesn't quite work like that. So how we count them is in terms of conditions and claims, if you see what I mean. So a person might put in one claim with one condition. For example, say they have a knee issue. A very common claim is a knee issue, right? Or they may put in, under MERCA or DERCA, they may put in 2 claims in my service, one for a knee condition and one for a shoulder condition. And we will count those as 2 claims when they're registered, but we will combine them into one claim. So and this is the difference, this is why we talk about gross and net claims. We will combine them into one claim and we will say that's one net claim. And the reason why we do that is because then one delegate is dealing with that individual rather than 2 delegates. So it's a client service initiative, basically. If that person subsequently comes back later and 3 months later and puts in a 3rd claim for, say, lumbar spondylitis or similar, we will try to give it back to the original delegate, but we will count that as a separate claim.
So if you've got alcohol abuse, major depression and some other illness, but that goes to one delegate, that's one claim. Is that what you're telling me?
It's one net claim and 3
one
gross,
net claim, but 3
Okay, thank you.
in terms of the application.
And the numbers that we're talking about are gross claims?
Yes, we're talking about
okay,
gross
thank
claims.
You. I might ask you to take these on notice for September and December. Just given the time, I'm keen to get to some other issues, but I'd like to know, as of September and December last year, the number of claims on hand, and I think you've started to answer that very well, the number of unallocated claims on hand, the average time for a claim to be allocated, the median time taken for a claim to be allocated, the average processing time for claims, the median processing time for claims, and the number of claims on hand not processed within 100 days. I think it's pretty similar to the sort of material that we've sought before. Can you tell me where the this $1.3 million McKinsey claims diagnostic audit is up to? This is the one that the Minister announced another review when he became the Minister, I think.
So, Senator, McKinsey's completed their diagnostic work and provided us the report on the 17th of December. And at this stage, we're in the process of analysing with the Minister the outcomes from that McKinsey report.
I think you said last time this would deliver some KPIs or milestones over the next 18 months to 2 years, and that there would be some evidence of change when we came to the next estimates. Are there any early results or metrics that you're able to tell us about?
A few things that McKinsey certainly did identify is the complexity of our environment, and they looked at our initiatives that we were looking at and certainly validated some of the work that we were doing, which I've just briefly described on supporting veterans in the claims process. But other than that, we're still going through the process of considering those recommendations.
No quick wins or...
No.
I think the Minister said when he announced the review that he wanted to see immediate progress so that veterans and their families can get the support they need and deserve. It's not... I appreciate you're going through a process of considering the outcome of the review, but there's no immediate results, are there? In fact, the issues of complexity that you've pointed to and Dr. Boss has pointed to and we've seen in vivid colour in previous estimates proceedings, and the Royal Commission is now getting to have a look at that those problems are the same, and the issues are continuing to overwhelm the department, aren't they?
I think McKinsey did some really good diagnostic work to understand what was the heart of the problem, and did actually identify some ideas that we could consider taking forward. But at this stage, Senator, it really is something that's being considered, actively being considered by the Minister and the department.
Well, Minister G said this is not another review.
Importantly, Senator, it provided, as you rightly pointed out, McKinsey was looking at an action plan for us and some key milestones for the 6, 12 and 18-month, 24-month period to say what we could be looking at to actually realise the benefit of some of the work that they've, some of the initiatives that they were putting forward. So it is more than a review, it is actually an action plan for the department and what we can be doing to keep an eye on managing the delivery of and reducing the claims backlog over that period.
The Minister said, "I won't be waiting to action this roadmap," Minister G said. Well, we're many months down the track, aren't we? Can you tell me, did the review examine the impact of staffing and staff shortages?
It looked at everything, Senator. It looked at our legislation, looked at our processes and staffing, our IT, our digital capability. So certainly McKinsey's did quite an extensive analysis, diagnostic work of the claims process.
Can you table the review?
It's still being considered by government at this stage, Senator, so no, I can't.
You can't tell me what the key findings and recommendations of the review are?
No, Senator, they're all under consideration at the moment.
So when did the Minister announce this review?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that date.
I think I have.
Oh, it's the 16th of October, Senator.
Is what the department really needs another review from yet another Minister for Veterans Affairs? Is that?
Well, Senator, we actually commissioned the review. We went out to the panel to look at some ideas from a few organisations, not just McKinsey, and did some analysis of some proposals that came forward, and we actually commissioned McKinsey's. We were very keen, noting that there was the backlog was growing, and we were really keen to see whether some of the work that we were doing was going to be able to support us in reducing that backlog. And the Minister announced that commissioning of the review. So we commissioned the review in the department.
The department's commissioned the review. The Minister seems at least has created the impression of optimism and action. What are the tangible results of this review going to be? I think what had been indicated to us was that there would be in the Minister's terms, a roadmap to action, whatever on earth that means. What are the tangible results of this going to be?
That really would be a matter for government to consider those initiatives.
So we can't see the review, we don't know what the result's going to be, and we're...
Not yet, Senator, no.
6 months down the track. How many families and individuals participated in the review?
I think in the end we've got a number of submissions. I don't have the number, but Ms Rundle might be able to give you the number of submissions we received. And I think in the end there were 3 or 4 families, two families were interviewed as part of the process. But Ms Rundle might be able to take those facts, if you like, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, Vicky Rundle, Deputy Secretary
Hi,
of the
Ms. Rundle.
Department of Veteran Affairs. The people who were consulted in the McKinsey review were 2 families. There were 3 or 4, I think 3 formal submissions received. There were a number of emails to the Minister's office with wanting to contribute and with ideas, which were passed on as well to McKinsey. There were, from memory...
Sorry, how many emails?
I think from memory there are about 33 emails. We also consulted with some of the ex-service communities, so our ESORT, our Younger Veterans Forum, our Female Veterans and Family Policy Forum, and also our Multi-Act Claims Working Group.
So, let me... So $1.3 million review. I saw in the Minister's press release he had his email address for people to send emails to. That 33 emails. I think at the last estimates you said 6 families, now 2.
Oh my God.
And 3 formal submissions. $1.3 million review. Commenced in October, concluded just before Christmas.
17th of December, that's right.
See why the government hasn't handed it in.
How does that? How is that a robust evidence base for yet another? I mean, we've got a very significant undertaking in terms of the Royal Commission, very obvious set of issues. I'm trying to be patient with the idea that another review somehow is going to add value here, but $1.3 million review that's spoken to 2 families.
Well, can I also please offer, Senator, that that doesn't account for all of the staff engagement that McKinsey
I hope so, yes.
With the department. Ms Cole's division and a few other areas in the department were very active in engaging with workshops and discussions with McKinsey, and Ms Rundle was part of a steering committee with McKinsey just to explore ideas. It was a fairly, I believe, thorough diagnostic piece of work that was looking at our claims process, but I just am not in a position to talk about at this stage, while it's being considered by government, what the outcomes were in that review.
Minister, is the government going to have anything to say about this review before we get to the election?
Well,
I see that McKinsey staff are in front of the Royal Commission next week, I think.
Thursday.
Don't you think
Thursday.
that report would be handy if the Royal Commission had that report, or that you're waiting for them to ask for that report? Because that would be rather embarrassing. Other than that, I guess we can make the Senator, we can make the Minister come in and explain to him why, under the circumstances of veteran suicide, they have not released that report. That'd be rather damaging for the government of the day, I would think, in the last few days of sittings. Seriously.
We'll take that as a comment.
Thank
Questions,
you.
that'd be helpful.
We'll take that as a warning because it's coming.
Can you tell me if the government and Minister consulted with the Royal Commission about the review, about the McKinsey review? Did the Commission express a view about the review?
Certainly the Commission did. The Commission did issue a media release, but I'm sorry I don't have that with me. But
I'm not sure whether I have it actually.
Sorry, Ms Rundle has that.
The Commission issued a media release on the... I'm sorry, now it's not long after the Ministers. I had it with me. I think it's the 21st, but I will look through my folder
So we'll
and
take
find
that
it.
and be able to give you an answer shortly, Senator.
I think what Mr Sanders was asking is simply this. Did the Commission raise concerns about this? Did they raise... Surely you must know that. That would stick in your mind. You don't need to come
Senator,
back
that's
to
what
us.
we're just trying to find. Well, certainly they didn't raise it with me personally. The Commission hasn't done that. But they did issue a notice, or a media release?
The 19th.
Yes, on the 19th of October. So the Commission did express...
Concerns.
Interest. More interest.
What did they say?
I can have this copied and tabled if it's in the public.
Is it very long? Maybe just give us a quick brief on it. What concerns did they have?
Well, I wouldn't characterise this as concerns. I mean, it's not for me to characterise what the Royal Commission said, Senator.
Okay, just table.
Thank you.
In the last estimates, I think you said that there were some preliminary findings that McKinsey provided to you that were about improving the department's correspondence and the way that delegates engaged with veterans. Has those issues been resolved?
What I was referring to earlier as well, Senator, we have looked at how we can simplify our letters. We've been doing that for a very long time as well, but how we can connect with veterans to support them in lodging their claims and making sure they've got all of their the records that they need to lodge a claim. So we have been doing that, and through the outreach that I mentioned in Townsville and Tasmania, calling veterans and talking to them about their claims. So we have been doing quite a bit of that.
And how does the work of isn't there some real prospect of the review and the work of the Commission overlapping, pointing in different directions?
I think they share the same interest and outcome. Certainly the Royal Commission is very focused in understanding what are the barriers to veterans and families receiving the support from, in my case, from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and in order to reduce any incident of suicide. So I know that's a key focus of the Royal Commission. And McKinsey's is looking at it from one slice of that, which is the claims backlog. Is this causing concern to the veteran community, and how we can remove the barriers to streamline our claims processing, which is something we share, and I know the Royal Commission, from what I'm listening, share that as well, to find out, well, what can we be doing to remove these barriers?
Okay, I just want to deal with some staffing questions. We've traversed these, I think, a few times, and I think over the course of some of the other parliamentary processes, there's been a series of different figures being provided to the Parliament. I think the uplift in ASL positions was 447. That's right, isn't it?
447, that's
Yes.
correct, yes.
How many of those positions have been filled?
Oh, Mr Harrigan will come up and help me with that, Senator. So we have been, certainly since we received the uplift in our ASL, we have been, particularly in Ms Cole's division, the first step we took was identifying the number of additional ASL for her division, which I think was around 270, but Mr Harrigan will correct me. And what Ms Cole did initially was look at all of the labour hire that we had on board to see who could convert to non-ongoing, which I think we talked about at the last estimates, and then going through recruitment with those to see who could convert to, or who could be recruited into ongoing positions. So it's been a steady increase. We have faced some challenges with recruiting, in particularly Melbourne and Sydney, with lockdowns and a few workforce pressures and a little bit of attrition, but we are seeing a bit of an uptick in our ASL, and I am pleased to report that the percentage now of labour hire to ASL has come down, but Mr Harrigan might be able to give you some actual numbers if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Secretary. Mark Harrigan, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senator. So the recruitment of the additional 447 that we received in the budget is progressing well. Around 360 of those additional positions have been filled. Most of those are in the targeted areas of claims processing, case coordination, on-base supports, rehab services, and our Veterans Access Network. So these are APS positions, as we've previously discussed. And
so how many in each of those categories?
I'll have to give you the splits on notice, Senator, but most of them were designed for the client areas. In terms of claims processing, it was around 250 of those.
So the lion's share in claims processing.
Yes.
And then the rest
are in client support areas where there's a workload for the department flowing on from the additional claims that are lodged for the department and the work done by claims processing staff. a lot of those positions that have been filled have been conversions of labour hire, and we've previously spoken about the benefits of us doing that, in that we are providing those staff the opportunity to be appointed as public servants, but importantly capitalising on the investment that we've made in their training, their learning and development, which in
Sorry, I just take you back to the beginning of that. You're saying the majority of people you've recruited from the labour hire companies who you'd previously engaged?
Yes, that's right. So labour hire individuals who we've had on the books for a while, we made the offer to them to convert over to public service roles. We had a good response to that, and as a result, we've kept our investment that we've made in their learning and development. So the lion's share of the additional APS roles have come from labour hire staff we already had.
Okay, so for those staff, there was some confusion, wasn't there? Because the first thing that they heard was that there was a plan to, the ASL cap had lifted. They were recruited into non-ongoing positions for 2 years, which was all you'd been funded to do. There's no commitment to maintain the higher ASL cap beyond the 2 years, was there?
So the ASL cap was over the ongoing, so it wasn't just the 2 years. The funding for the ASL, it was to come back because we were...
Maybe I have you confused with one of the other departments who told me that they were only funded for 2 years.
We were
so
only
they
funded
offered...
for 2 years,
Yeah.
Senator, that's correct. But
Yes.
the ASL, correct me if I'm wrong, ASL cap was beyond the 2 years, and the intent was to always to hopefully eliminate that backlog in the 2 years and to then have a look at what we needed moving forward. So
you might get more funding, you might find savings from somewhere else within the organisation.
possibly.
Or you might have redundancies.
But have a look again at what is the backlog now after the 2 years if we've had the injection of additional staff in the workforce.
So total number of staff, my rough maths, depending on whether I've got this right, based on the figures that I've had before, around 3,158 if you incorporate the new positions, is that right?
Yes, Senator, at 31 December 2021, we had a total workforce of 3,158. That consisted of 2,100 APS staff, being a mix of ongoing and non-ongoing.
Sorry, say that again, sorry. So 3,158.
3,158, 2,100 of those are APS staff.
Yep.
The remaining 1,058 labour hire staff.
There's still a very high proportion of labour hire staff, largely in those,
yes.
What did you call them, client-facing areas?
Yes, that's the client benefits division. But if we look at the department as a whole, we were 6 months ago at 38% labour hire. We're now down to 34%. So that's tracking in the right direction. If I look at the claims benefit division, which is where the claims processing staff are, 6 months ago they were at 41% labour hire. They're now down to 27%. So
and that the 360 additional positions, just so I understand this, how many of those are now on non-ongoing contracts and how many have now been transitioned into permanent APS roles?
That is a split I'll need to take on notice, Senator.
Sort of 50-50 or...?
Well, at the moment, I'd say 50-50 is probably a close estimate because we've explained previously that the initial step was to lock in the investment in our labour hire staff, convert them to non-ongoing, and then run a series of recruitment processes to then ideally allow those individuals to become permanent APS staff. But as the Secretary has mentioned, the last 6 months has presented some challenges in terms of the speed of our recruitment caused by tight labour markets. It's a very competitive market in most of our locations where we have client-facing staff, and the lockdowns in a couple of states has made it difficult to progress recruitment at the rate that we would like.
And despite that, claims still overwhelming the organisation
well, certainly the demand is outstripping our capability and capacity at the moment. Absolutely, Senator.
I think questions I noticed the last round of estimates, you indicated that contractor expenditure, including fee for service and labour hire arrangements for 2020-2021 was $69.7 million. And I think you indicated the period 1 July to 31 October 2021 was $24.2 million. Can you provide a figure for that 1 July to 31 December 2021 period?
Yes, Senator. So for 1 July 2021 to 31 December 2021, the figure's $37.3 million, which is sort of on par to...
Sort of be about the same.
Yeah, the previous financial year, yes.
And why is that? If you've transitioned 360 people...
So we still need some labour hire.
You've still got... so 360 people have moved from labour hire to... But the bucket's been filled up by additional labour hire people, has it? Is that...
So we still need some labour hire to... We will.
Yes, I understand that, but I would have thought it would be a smaller number, but it's really about the same,
It's really about the same, and as we've talked about, we're always going to have labour hire, but we use them as well for our recruiting pool. So we bring in our labour hire, and if we need them, we can turn them, ask them to consider non-ongoing and then later ongoing. So we will continue to have labour hire engaged, but yes, it has not dropped as much because we actually still need the labour hire helping us with progressing the claims.
And Senator, there are other budget initiatives where it has been necessary to bring on some labour hire staff. One example of that is our digitisation initiative. That's a time-limited initiative where it's appropriate to bring on those skills for a short period of time. So that's added to the recruitment in labour hire too.
So essentially, same level of expenditure on labour hire and consultants. We know $1.3 million of that is this McKinsey report.
Sorry, Senator, that would be separate.
Yeah, that's the consultants is separate, and we are seeing that coming down a little bit, Senator. So,
well, could you? I think you've done this for me before. Could you provide me with an updated list of DVA contracts that below $1 million and above $1 million, and the total value and cost of all of those? And tell me how many consultants are currently engaged by the department and what tasks or functions they are engaged in. I think it's a matter of updating what you might have already provided. There's no reason for optimism, is there, Ms Cosson, in terms of the projections about the number of claims? There's nothing you know about the number of claims that, the traffic that you're getting coming in reducing, is there? Claims are going to continue to rise.
we always think that, and this is a question as well that we raise with the Australian Government Actuary when we're looking at the long-term projection for our military compensation scheme, we don't know when we're going to reach that steady state. So at the moment we're still seeing a growth. But if you look at the numbers that transition every year, which is pretty steady, but then you're going to, if you see an increase in recruitment, then we will see our numbers go up. So we're always trying to project, and our data team do a fairly good job at trying to project that. But the demand, I think it will level off to a point, but at this stage, Senator, you're correct, we are continuing to see the growth.
Well, that's what Tony Abbott said in 2014. Mr Abbott, I suppose I should call him in here, Chair.
Good to know that you took notice of him. How long will you still be, given that Senator Van was going to ask a few questions before the evening adjournment?
Well, I don't want to create the impression that I'm become all agreeable or anything, or that I'm frightened of the chair, but that was in fact my last question.
Excellent. Good.
Well, my last question at this stage, I may come back on some Royal Commission related issues a bit later in the evening.
Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, and I'll try not to go too long into the break. Good to see you, Ms. Cousin. Thank you for appearing again. Can you provide an update on the implementation of the veteran wellbeing centres across Australia, but particularly the one in my home state, Victoria, the one in Wodonga, but also the ones in Nowra and Townsville?
Certainly, Senator, if you don't mind, Ms Pope, we'll pop up and give you a bit of a rundown on where we're at with all of the wellbeing centres.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Kate Pope, Deputy President of the Repatriation Commission. Get myself sorted. Yes, to commence with Wodonga, as you asked, I'm aware that the building has been purchased for the establishment of the Wodonga Centre. It's in the main street of Wodonga. It's a really central and very accessible location, and I understand that the Victorian RSL is in the process of contracting a provider to do the fit out and other works to get that centre up and running. Similarly in Nowra, the construction has commenced, and in fact you'll be able to watch it live. They're setting up time-lapse photographies that we'll be able to observe online once it's operational.
There goes my Saturday night.
Yeah, I could make a comment, Senator, but I won't.
No, you're right, I don't have a life.
There'll be an opportunity to see how that's progressing. And one of the excellent outcomes of this is the cooperation between RSL Lifecare, who are establishing Nowra, and the Wodonga Centre, and a centre that's being established outside of the program but in close cooperation with it, so not funded at this stage, in Wagga, that RSL Lifecare is cooperating with, and they're working with Nowra, Wodonga and Wagga are all cooperating to deliver services in Wagga as well. So it's a great benefit to see from the network that's developing around the country. You asked about Townsville. I'm aware that there's been quite a lot of events held, a Christmas fair, very successful book fair, and a relaunch of the Check 5 campaign. And so the number of organisations involved in Townsville is growing, and the centre is developing very well. In the case of Darwin, throughout January they had over 300 almost 300 clients receiving services in Darwin. They're not in their final location yet, but they're delivering from a temporary premises while the final one is established. In South Australia, they've been doing some particular work with people who are veterans who are transitioning out of corrections and helping them transition back into mainstream life. It's a particularly challenging time, or it can be, so they have a particular focus of a project in that respect at the moment. I think that probably gives you a rundown on the ones you mentioned.
Sure, but they're typically well received by veterans and families?
I would say so, yes. And the important thing is that they respond to local needs and interests and can be adapted to whatever suits the community that is accessing the services, and there's lots of opportunities for the veterans in that area and their families to influence what sort of services are available, how they're delivered and how the centres run. And I think the lead organisations in all those locations are doing a really good job of engaging closely with their local veteran community to develop it in the right direction.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say I'm normally not the most parochial of senators, and you did mention the centre in Wodonga, but there's nothing in Melbourne or planned for Melbourne?
The RSL has established quite a few centres. I'm aware of one in Frankston and I think one in Warrnambool, and I think they're looking at other locations as well, but they're not ones that the federal government has directly funded. So the $5 million that was allocated to Victoria went to the Wodonga Centre.
And do you think that Melbourne, particularly central Melbourne, would be give veterans a lot of access to services that the wellbeing centres can provide?
Oh, I think there's probably a number of locations that could be considered for future wellbeing centres if funding becomes available.
Ms Cousin, you're aware of 310 St Kilda Road. Do you think that would make a good wellbeing centre for veterans?
I love 310 St Kilda Road. I did work just near there, Senator, and we've talked about that before. I'm not too sure the status of 310 at the moment, whether it's gone to
We'll find
Melbourne
out tomorrow
Council.
when estates and infrastructure come up. I promise you. But do you think that, given the historic nature, it was a repatriation clinic. Do you think that should be or could make a good wellbeing centre?
I'm going to join Ms Pope on this one, Senator, and say there are many good locations. I'm a big fan of the wellbeing centres. I think they are the way of the future, where veterans can pop in, and certainly if there's traffic along St Kilda Road, which I know well, then there are so many places that as long as veterans go there.
I just want to finish off. Obviously two different departments, but is there cooperation between Department of Defence and DVA, and looking for surplus properties that Department of Defence are looking to dispose of?
There potentially would be if there was, if an opportunity arose. It hasn't been the case with the funding that's been allocated to the centres so far, because for the most part, properties were either already identified or were under construction. For example, like the RSL Anzac Centre in Perth. There's certainly very strong cooperation from local defence in Wodonga, and I'm personally particularly aware of that because parochially that's near my hometown too, and very strong interest from the barracks nearby to support the services and to potentially deliver some things that are currently delivered behind the wire, outside the wire through the Wellbeing Centre, which I think would be a really great development, particularly for the families, making it easier for them to access.
It's just a shame that we can't get that same cooperation on 310 St Kilda Road. But thank you, Chair.
I do notice that you're saying that this is all going to happen, but I've just seen Daniel Andrews chuck $500 million in to Legacy down there to do exactly what you should be doing. So have you spoke to the Labor Party in Victoria, the State Labor Party? And if you haven't, can I ask why you haven't done that?
No, Senator, I haven't.
Are you going to reach out so you're not doubling up somewhere and see where you can actually be more effective and work beside them to make this happen?
So, Senator, how the wellbeing centres have been structured, it's based on going out to get expressions of interest to establish wellbeing centres. We don't run them.
That's not what I asked you, Ms Cousins. I'm asking you to please, can you please, before we spend any more money, see where you can help without doubling up and without doing your own thing, because it seems the Andrews government is already moving ahead with this. It would be smart to contact their Veterans Affairs Minister and find out where we can contribute to where we haven't done that before and team up. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Senator Mirabella.
I'm happy for you to take this on notice. I'm not sure it's relevant to you. If it is, you can take it on notice. If it isn't, you might be able to direct me. I've received a letter from a veteran who served operationally on Op Damon in 1979. Are you familiar with that operation?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, Senator.
He asserts that his service and all who served on Op Damon has never been recognised as operational service. Op Damon was the Commonwealth monitoring force in Rhodesia.
Okay.
It was a small operation, I think only about 130 personnel. It was a short operation, I believe only about 4 months, but in that time the soldiers were dispatched in platoon minus groupings deep into the Rhodesian bush to live amongst thousands of heavily armed terrorist groups. And many of them have suffered mental health problems ever since. Who or what is the decision body on this matter as to whether those men were, whether that was classified as operational service or warlike service?
So if I can offer there, Senator, usually that's a matter for Defence to determine whether it's operational service, but there's always the Honours and Awards Tribunal, which is separate, that can consider any cases that go forward in relation to retrospective recognition. But importantly, all of those men or women who did serve on Op Damon, they would be eligible for support from DVA, particularly for mental health support. As I mentioned, the non-liability non-liability healthcare, I'd encourage them to contact us to get that recognition so that if they do need support, because under our system you don't need to have operational service to receive that non-liability healthcare. As I mentioned, it's just that one-day service. So there may be a range of benefits for which they are eligible, even if the operation wasn't deemed operational service.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the committee is suspended until 9:33. Committee is resumed. I have a bracket of questions on a range of issues. The first one is the department aware of 200 flight?
200th flight?
Yeah, that is a group of airmen who were the air support to our Z special group. It was formed to support the operations of Z Special Group, and they've been described as many. They were the bravest of the brave, and for the Z Special Group, without them, we were nothing. And it's been put to me that 200 Flight has never received their own outright honour and citation, and we still have 2 of those veterans with us. And I'm just wondering whether, well, what's the way forward with this if we do want to provide some recognition to 200 Flight? I confess I wasn't aware of them until Monday the 14th of February this year. Somebody drew it to my attention via email, and I thought it appropriate to raise with you.
Certainly. So no, I'm not aware, Chair, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah,
if you wouldn't mind passing the details, and we can then follow up probably with our colleagues in Defence as well.
Good.
So I'm happy to take that on.
All right, thank you very much, Ms Cosson. Now, the topic of lawn mowing. I understand that under the VEA principles, lawn mowing has been made available as of the 1st of January this year. Is that correct?
I think the lawn mowing, and someone might have to join me on this one because I haven't got all the details.
Who's got the Jim's Mowing franchise?
If you have a health condition, a health issue, where you may be eligible to receive lawn mowing services, Miss Rundle.
Ms Rundle, you're the lawn mowing expert, thank you.
I'm not the expert, Senator.
Because I was going to invite you to my place just in case you were. But,
no, Senator, I realise that the person who would answer that question is not able to be here this evening, and normally I look after this area. I'm just on leave from that for the moment. But the thing we could do for you, and we're just looking for it now, is we did provide some advice to our clients and also to our ex-service organisations, eSort and others, and we're just seeking that now, and then we'll be able to share it.
Well,
and
you have provided advice. They have circulated that advice, and regrettably, as I'm informed, DVA still has not contracted the organisations or the providers of that lawn mowing service, and so whilst it exists in name, it does not actually exist in practice.
So I do recall...
So there's a business opportunity for somebody.
But I do recall today I did see an email, and I'm sorry I haven't followed up on a response from Ms McCabe, who did actually highlight there is an issue with the lawn mowing. So I'll certainly be able to come back.
You fingered my source.
Yes, so I will follow that up and be able to get back to Ms McCabe as well.
And the other issue with that, because that does need to be clarified, was at one occasion's embarrassment to the organisation saying, avail yourself of this, only to find out that the veteran community can't. But do people that have the benefit of the, if I call it the VEA lawn mowing service as opposed to the MERCA lawn mowing service, do we think that they somehow, have bigger properties, smaller properties? Because under VEA, I understand you get 15 hours per year of lawn mowing service, but under MERCA, 26 hours. So how does that work?
Unfortunately, Senator, before I hand over to Ms Rundle to talk about lawn mowing, that is an issue with our legislation, as you've heard, and it's, if I can offer, a funeral benefit's the same under VEA. You're eligible for less than you are under MERCA.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
It's
All right.
an important piece of work there. But Ms Rundle's got the lawn mowing.
Well, probably, Secretary, you've probably answered the main question. I think it is the difference in legislation. But having said that...
How does that work, that under one you can get 15 hours of lawn mowing service and the other is 26?
Because, Senator, these are the idiosyncrasies of the differences across the legislation, and we too would like to see some of this evened out. But I would just say to you that if a person is assessed as requiring more under VEA, then we do make decisions under exceptional circumstances, and there are VEA clients receiving more than 15 hours.
Albeit they can't access it at the moment.
And I acknowledge that if there's not a supplier, you're right, in that particular area,
Yeah, but
that is an
there
issue.
a supplier anywhere in Australia at the moment?
Yes, well, we've got clients receiving lawn mowing services elsewhere.
Under VEA or MERCA?
I'm pretty sure we've got it under both.
Under
Senator,
both?
yeah.
All right. All right, so it does exist in some places.
Yeah.
All right. Then with rent assistance, I understand there was a change as of the 1st of January this year.
That's correct.
And I understand it was budgeted for 2,500 TPIs, is that correct?
Ms Hancock will have to give me the number, but there was certainly a number of TPI veterans who would benefit from that change in legislation, but I don't have the actual number.
The suggestion put to me was that it was to benefit 2,500 TPIs, then it was opened up and we now have 7,000 claimants, but it's still the same budgeted amount. I'm just wondering how the maths is going to work out, if what I'm told is correct.
Veronica Hancock, First Assistant Secretary of Veteran and Family Policy Division. We estimated that there would be 6,900 veterans, that includes TPIs and others, who would benefit from the changes to rent assistance. So far, since the 1st of January, we have 5,370 veterans who have got increased rent assistance or rent assistance for the first time. I don't know how many of those are TPI.
But, right, so the rent assistance that commenced as of the beginning of this year was not only designated for the TPI originally.
That's right, it's for any veteran who is renting privately who hits the eligibility thresholds for rent assistance.
All right, thank you for that. And final topic, the Headstone project.
Unmarked Wargraves?
Bevan?
Unmarked Wargraves?
Yes, that's the one. Yep, a wonderful program initiated and founded by the great Andrea Gerard in my home state of Tasmania, doing fantastic work and wanting to do a bit more work, including in Devonport of recent times. That's in the seats so ably represented, not only by the good Tasmanian Liberal senators, but more importantly Gavin Pearce, the member for Braddon. I'm just wondering any sort of funding or prospects in relation to ongoing support for the Headstone project.
So at this stage, Chair, no, but that doesn't mean it's not under consideration, because it was a very successful program.
It was indeed.
And we were really impressed, and I know that the community was very disappointed when it ceased on the 30th of June. So we're looking at different options that we can put forward, and I believe that government is considering those at the moment.
All right. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
I just want to move into Anzac Day. Could you tell me how the department is commemorating Anzac Day this year? That'd be great.
Certainly. So what we are developing now, Senator, are some options to have back again this year international services in France. As you know, we have for the last couple of years been able to conduct those services in France and Turkey. So Mr Bayliss and the team are currently going through some planning, and we're working very closely with DFAT to look at if we can, so it's probably smaller scale because of less travellers and making sure that everybody's within a COVID-safe environment. But our hope is certainly that they will be on again this year.
Oh, okay. So nobody in the last 2 years has travelled over there at all from the department? Last year, the year before?
No, not for international services.
Okay. I'm assuming that you're also planning services in Australia too?
No, the domestic services for Anzac Day are usually conducted by RSLs in each of the state and territories. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pardon?
And the War Memorial.
And the Australian War Memorial with the RSL here in ACT is the national service.
Okay. So will that include PNG as well? Because you used to go to PNG once upon a time.
Oh, well, PNG is run by the RSL up there. So they have
that's the RSL.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for
But
that.
we provide support to them. We do have Bamana Cemetery, of course. Our Office of Australian War Graves up there supports the Bamana Cemetery. And we often send a small team to support the RSL to conduct those services.
Do you intend on sending a small team this year?
Tim Bayliss, Acting Director of Office of Australian War Graves. Yes, we are intending to send a small team to support that service at Bamana.
What is a small team? How many does that usually involve?
Probably 2 from Australia. We also have a presence in Papua New Guinea from our War Graves team, and they're also in location and they'll support the service as well.
Okay. Are the staff from the department planning to go back to services in France and Turkey?
Yes, Senator.
How many staff are you planning to send to France and to Turkey?
We're still working through that at the moment to look at what are the safety and security requirements, working of course with the host nations and the heads of mission in the two countries to work out for safety and security, and importantly for Turkey we work closely with New Zealand, and at this stage New Zealand are considering the numbers they'd be sending over because it's actually their year to lead the commemorative services in Turkey. So there's a few things we're working through and I don't have the final numbers at this stage.
Is there a ballpark figure, 5, 10, 20, 50?
Oh, it's normally, in past years it's been up to 30 for those two locations, in each location.
So that's for France and Turkey, or 30 to France and then 30 to Turkey?
30, correct, the latter, 30 to each.
Is there anyone with outside the department that you will be paying for anybody else's travel to attend those services, or is it just for staff?
It would just be the staff that we would identify to go over there. That's from the department to run the service, yeah.
Will you be attending the ceremony in Australia, Ms Cousins, or are you planning to go to services in France and Turkey?
No, I'll be at the War Memorial, Senator.
You'll be at the War Memorial?
Yes.
In Canberra?
Yes.
Okay. When will your staff arrive in Europe?
Well, I think that's still part of the planning. They'd certainly arrive at least a week before the event to work with the host nations to set up all the logistics and the infrastructure and all the rehearsals that are required to conduct the services there. Okay, and we probably would have broadcasting again this year. I know we will in Turkey. We're still working through that for France. So to work with the broadcasters to set up all of the details. So they probably get in there at least a week before the Anzac Day.
So how does it work? Do the staff go to France first, or do they go to Turkey first?
Separate contingents, Senator. So there'll be a contingent that will go to Turkey and one that will go to France.
Why, if there's nobody else going and you're not taking any veterans this time, why would so many staff be going over there?
Because what they do on the ground is that we have if I can describe, with the host nation and particularly Turkey, our obligation to make sure the site is safe and secure, and Turkish officials make sure we're supported by the gendarmes, and similarly in France. And our team work with the logistics provider, the event provider, to set up all of the sound systems. The VedGuard is there to do all the ceremonial work, so there's quite a bit of...
But we're not taking any other Australians over there. You're just sending your staff over there for a trip. I don't understand that.
It's actually to welcome visitors that are travelling through France and Turkey who would like to visit commemorative services. We've got a lot of expats over there and tourists who do like to go to the events. They're all ticketed, so we know the numbers of Australians, and a lot of the tour operators organise bus trips for Australians to visit the site. And similarly with Turkey, you have the Australian commemorative site, and then New Zealand runs a site up on Chanak Bear. So there are a number of services of which we work very closely with New Zealand in Turkey. And then in France, in Villers-Bretonneux at the Australian National Memorial, we run a service there, and then the French host services down in the villages, of which all the Australians who are travelling and even French tourists will visit those services. They are very popular.
Why can't the consulate staff in Europe do that?
Well, they are there.
You've got them as well. Wow.
So the head of mission will be there. She will certainly lay a wreath. That's normal, but they don't actually run the event. They attend that with us.
Right. So
they support with us, but they don't have that number of staff in country to be able to run the big events that we do run there.
How many days are they planning? Like, how many days do you plan for each group to spend? How many days do they spend in Turkey, and then how many do the group spend in France?
They generally go in 2 packets, Senator. One small packet will go early, and they'll probably spend 2 weeks in France.
And how many's in that packet?
Approximately 5 to 10.
Right. And they're doing what?
They're doing all the logistics and setup for the events, and making sure all the liaison and the tasks with the local security forces is arranged. And then we have a small team or a larger team that comes over that does all that point-to-point people movement, bus control, transport, escorting people, particularly in Turkey, being with with Turkish security forces to particularly look after Australians over there.
Would the committee be able to have a look at the itinerary for the trips to France and Turkey that have been outlined?
We're still going through the detail.
We haven't, as I mentioned, Senator, we haven't finalised all that, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't share that with the committee.
About drafts?
Yeah, drafts or proposals?
I'll have to have a look at that, Senator, I'm sorry. But
has there been drafts or proposals done?
Has
there been drafts or proposals done already?
Yeah, we've certainly briefed the Minister on what some options might be, but we're doing some further work on it.
The Minister, I just asked whether you've done drafts or proposals on paper.
We have provided a brief to the Minister, Senator.
Can you provide that to the committee, please?
That would be for the Minister. It's a brief to him.
I'll take it on notice.
That'd be good. Are any of the staff going to Paris during that period of time?
Well, a couple certainly would be, Senator, to visit the embassy, and that's where the Australian ambassador is. So there'd be maybe 1 or 2 that might have to go to France to talk to the ambassador to finalise all of the protocol and logistics.
And do staff usually stay on afterwards or go in between, take days off, do shopping out of that?
No, they come back, Senator.
Okay, so
they might have one day down.
Gone to Paris. Nobody's ever before COVID hit. In the past, nobody's ever spent a day or half a day shopping in Paris. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not aware of it, Senator, but that
no
doesn't mean...
No personal leave?
No, they're not able to take personal leave after the event. They come home.
And there's definitely been no shopping trips while they haven't taken their leave then?
Not
no stopovers?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I can take that on notice if you like. Yep.
What class of fare do officials travel in nowadays?
Business class, Senator.
Wow. So what does it cost these days for So if you've got 30 going to Turkey maybe, and then maybe 30 going to France, what is business class? Is that about 10 grand or something? What is that?
I'll have
How
to
much?
take the actual costs on notice, Senator. I don't
So you
have
haven't
the
done
costs
any.
with
So
me.
you haven't done any actual costings on paper either.
I haven't, but certainly Mr.
Have you,
Bayliss has
Mr.
been done.
Mr.
We
Bayliss,
can give
have
you
you done
rough
any costings?
We can give you some rough costings, but noting that we haven't locked in any final options yet.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm asking. If you've given the minister something, and when you gave the minister in that, were costings providing that?
Yes.
Right.
For travel, yes, and some other costings, yeah.
Approximately, it is about 10 grand for travel for an individual to go across there.
Okay. So what's the total cost to the department of running these services in France and Turkey? Because I've assumed you've calculated that for the amount of time you've got in there if you've done a draft to give to the minister.
We get an appropriation from government for 3.6 million to conduct the services in Turkey, and a similar appropriation of 3.2 to conduct services in France.
Wow, so we're looking at $6.5 million. So what's all the staff, the accommodation, the travel, and all, what is all that come for those, if you're looking at about 60 people over there without the flight? What does that all come up to?
It's certainly less than what we've been appropriated, Senator. And I think if we can just revisit the history of this, Australia was asked to, and this department, as part of one of our key outcomes, of which we've got 3, we are responsible for delivering services in Turkey and in France for Anzac Day. That eventuated from issues in Turkey where Australian tourists were made a mess of Anzac Cove, and the Turkish officials were not happy, and that was quite a few years ago, certainly before my time. And then it was determined that this department would run those services, and we have received annual appropriation to conduct those services that are dignified and that can accommodate and keep safe and secure those that visit Turkey and visit the peninsula, and to make sure that the peninsula is respected and it's left in a safe and tidy state after those commemorative services. And we have conducted that successfully for many years, contributes to this country's reputation and also some diplomacy in working with Turkish officials. So that is important for the context of why we do it. And in order to run those events, of which the department is held accountable for, of which I am also accountable for those staff that deploy there, I need to make sure they are kept safe. And particularly in changing security environments and COVID environment, I need to ensure that the staff are well looked after, and we're doing those COVID plans. And similarly in France, the Australian National Memorial is our memorial, and we have the Sir John Monash Centre at Villers-Bretonneux. And for years, we have now been working very closely with officials in the embassy, with DFAT colleagues, to run a dignified and respectful service in Villers-Bretonneux. And we go down to the villages as well with the mayors to make sure that they have the opportunity to thank Australians for their sacrifice on the Western Front in the First World War. And they are very important events which we take extremely seriously. They're not a jolly. They are not intended to go shopping to Paris. They are intended to make sure that we commemorate service and sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in your plan, in your draft planning and with your costings, what were there COVID rules that apply to the services in France and in Turkey? And have you looked at how many people they're allowed to have there, the restrictions for social distancing, things like that? How many people are actually allowed to go in the first place?
How many tourists are allowed to...
well, how many
I'll
people
ask
do you
Mr.
expect
Bayliss
to
to
go
give
to
you
the
the
service? I mean, you're sending over the same...
Yeah, there will be restrictions and COVID plans
okay,
in place,
so
and
do you
we're
need
doing
as
all of
many
that now,
people
Senator.
as what you usually use in the past to have all those people going over?
That's what we're looking at now. So, for example, if you look at the COVID Safe Plan, if you have got, say, the risk analysis that says maybe a third of your contingent might contract COVID, what redundancy do you need for all the tasks that we do trips to task? What are the tasks that are going to be performed? And what happens if a third of the contingent comes down with COVID? So what is my redundancy that I require, because I'm the accountable authority for those that deploy to those 2 locations? And we are going through all that planning now. We are doing doing an assessment of what are the numbers and what is the actual cost, and it will be within the appropriation that we have been provided
What
to make
are
sure
the
we do
numbers
that.
in France that they are expecting that they're allowing to be at these services in Turkey?
Mr Bayliss might be able to answer
You could not
that.
do any costings or staffing until you knew the numbers. So what numbers are they expecting in Turkey?
We're getting significant interest from France and England in terms of the services to be conducted in France. So we're getting lots of calls, what's happening, what's interest. And I would say at the moment that interest would suggest about 300 inquiries, be it that we're still 2 months away from Anzac Day. The important thing, I think, for any commemoration, it's not necessarily the numbers. It's about the solemn commemoration that we're doing. We have 44 lost souls there in France, another 8,500 in Gallipoli as an iconic service. It's important for us to commemorate those iconic commemorative events.
Yeah, it is apparently very, very important on Australian soil too, while the rest of us remain here, while you go over there on your trip. So my question here is quite simple to you. There is no main national service but just a small ticketed dawn service here, a march with no saluting officer and any wreath laying. The main wreath laying for Anzac Day is to be held at the last post ceremony. That is at the War Memorial. So that's my first problem. And then, so my question is, why are you running no services in Australia but flying 30 people business class to Paris for a service that basically no Aussie, except DVA staff on a payroll, can attend? Do you really think that passes the sniff test?
Well, for one thing, Senator, we do not run the national service here at the Australian War Memorial. We are responsible, and it's part of our delivery of Outcome 3 to deliver those services in Turkey and France.
I'm simply asking, do you
That
think
is our
in
responsibility to deliver those.
Right. Do you think that passes the sniff test while you're sending those people over there on trips and we've got nothing big here going on and you're not saying, well, nothing to do with us and we don't want to be involved?
Senator, I'm delivering on
Seriously.
a government commitment for services in Turkey and France. That is my job.
So do we know how many people will be attending?
I have
both?
told you I'll take you all of that on notice because we are still finalising the planning arrangements and we are still to provide those options to the Minister. We have given him a preliminary brief, which, as we said, the Minister may wish to share that with you, but we are continuing our planning and we have not finalised that at this point.
Have you been overseas to attend Anzac Day services as a representative of DVA before, Ms Cozzens?
Yes, I have. I attended Gallipoli in 2011 and I attended France in 2019.
Have you looked at other lower cost options? How is business class the lowest cost? Is that value for money?
Senator, we're looking at all options at the moment.
Okay, so let me get this right. So you've basically got a draft plan which you've given to the Minister and which you're going to provide to us. Is that correct?
Subject
but in
to
the
the Minister
meantime,
agreeing.
you're still looking into options. You're going to give them a draft number 2, are we? Is this what we're doing? How many drafts are you going to supply the Minister?
We have offered to brief the Minister on Friday on what those options are so we can finalise a brief, but at this stage we're still waiting for New Zealand to advise us if they are going to lead the contingent and what are their numbers. I have hopefully a meeting with the CDF or the New Zealand Defence Force next week to discuss. As you appreciate, it is a joint service.
Okay.
Can I ask a supplementary on that?
Yes, please.
So just, I think one of the issues that Senator Lambie is getting to is that if there are COVID restrictions and there are reduced numbers, then the support staff might change accordingly.
Senator, it certainly may, but what we still have to factor in, even if one person attends the site, we are required to have appropriate security, particularly if officials attend, which we know both ambassadors will attend. We have an obligation, and the Turkish officials particularly have outlined what their expectation is in relation to security. So there will always be a security footprint, regardless of the actual numbers that appear at the site.
Okay, so just if I reverse engineer this, if we were having an event here that commemorated a foreign service, in terms of security, the AFP or someone like that would provide that sort of service. when you say security, what does that mean?
So, as I've been to both sites, around the site at the Australian Commemorative Site, which is just down from Anzac Cove slightly, we set up a perimeter.
Sure.
And certainly the gendarme in Turkey will have a huge security presence there, of which you don't see, but they have a huge presence. And we establish a perimeter which people have to be ticketed. We have to advise all Turkey who is coming onto the site. They have to go through all of those metal detectors and have bags checked like you would at any major
I guess
event.
my point is that the metal detectors, for example, would be manned by people that you might have contracted locally.
That's
I would have
correct.
thought. Okay, and I'm just trying to work out how the security aspect, noting security is mostly about people, and you wouldn't be in a position to be able to have anyone armed or necessarily even able to conduct security.
Why do we need to take someone over there to do a sound system? Can't you hire someone in that's already in France? I'm sure they know how to use a sound system.
We do hire a lot of local labour in both locations. I think you should also recognise that both France and Turkey are opening up. The opportunities to travel, the opportunities to visit are opened up in those two regions.
Sure, and that might go to numbers, but again, just going to the security aspects of it, I'm just trying to work out in my head why you take Australians across to do security when I suspect the most efficient and sensible thing might be to employ security guards familiar with local laws, perhaps that are certified in some way. That's the bit I don't understand. Taking security.
In terms of security from Australia, it's more of a security liaison function where we liaise with the local security forces.
Okay.
And when in terms of manpower, often we send people as liaison officers with security forces so that they can personally deal with Australians that might be in those locations, that might be having some issues.
Okay, so they're more liaison people, the hard security.
We don't have authority to exercise.
Yeah, well, that was my point.
Yes,
Is that,
but it's a bit of both, if I can as well there, Senator, from when people are going through the security barriers, a lot of them are Australians, so having Australians there alongside the gendarme, and they're helping speaking and checking the bags and talking to the people to direct them where they go on the site. And then throughout, because the events normally, people come onto the site sort of afternoon, they stay all night until the dawn service, so they're sleeping on the site there.
Sure.
And the staff from DVA are on duty
I was just trying to untangle in my mind the idea of a hardcore security person, which would almost always be local police services and or some security services that are hired, familiar with local laws, able to use force, all of those sorts of things. That was the picture you painted in my mind when you said, taking a security detail across. So it's something different.
I think I'd be asking why you weren't taking defence for that, but anyway, that would be Defence's pickup. Do you think that, as well as providing that draft, that you could give us a list of the staff that you've approached to go, who's planning on going, that have said yes, they're available, and what their role is on notice, if that's okay, within the department?
I'll probably be able to give you the role, Senator. We haven't selected the staff yet. And
right, if I could have the roles, thanks.
Yep, the roles I can certainly do, and the numbers against those roles.
Okay. I just want to go to the Veterans Hubs, unless you had any other questions on that, Rex.
No.
Good. The government's finally released the UTAS feasibility study into Tasmania Veterans Wellbeing Centres. The main report is just 24 pages. That cost $120,000. Do you reckon that was good value for money?
It certainly informed the delivery of a wellbeing centre in Tasmania, Senator, so I think that would be good.
I'd argue it wasn't good value for money because you've completely ignored what the study recommended. Isn't that right?
I don't know whether that's correct, but Ms Pope can certainly give you some more
correct.
detail.
Well, Senator, we haven't implemented the $5 million yet in Tasmania, so there isn't any evidence yet to say whether we've done what the study suggested or not. But I can certainly tell you that the intention is very much to align with the recommendations of that report, particularly in relation to a dispersed service model, and the feedback that Tasmanian veterans are not keen to travel distances to access services, and so a dispersed model where there might be more than one centre that veterans and their families might be able to access was certainly the feedback from that report, and quite a lot of feedback on the kinds of services that they would like to see such centres provide.
So I just want to go over the recommendation, if you don't mind, what the study recommended, because how I read it was that the research said Tasmania should have 2 wellbeing hubs, one in Hobart and one in Launceston, plus a network of other smaller centres. Yet the Minister's press release on the report says you're going to ignore all that and put a transition centre in Burnie instead. What was the point of the study if you were going to chuck it in the bin the same day you release it? You've completely gone against what it asked you to do, and instead you're going to put one of them in Burnie.
I can explain, Senator.
Oh, that'd be great.
There was a separate announcement made of an additional $2.5 million for Tasmania, which you rightly point out was announced at the same time as the feasibility study was released. 2.2 million of that is, as you point out, allocated to Burnie, and $250,000 to Launceston RSL. That's separate to the $5 million that is in play in relation to the feasibility study and wellbeing centres for Tasmania.
So your department set aside $30 million for 6 hubs across the country. The Townsville hub got $5 million from you guys to get started. The Adelaide hub got the same, but the Burnie Transition Centre is getting $2.2 million. Why is Burnie getting less than the mainland centres?
No, sorry, Senator, there is $5 million in addition to what Burnie and Launceston are getting, so it's a total of $7.5 million for Tasmania, $5 million for wellbeing centres, depending, and because we would have to do, as we've done with every other location for wellbeing centres, to go out for expression of interest. And then it might be 1, it might be 2, it might be 3, it depends on what comes back.
Okay, so where did the $2.2 million figure come from? Was that costed by the department? What analysis is there behind that figure? How did that money just float around like that?
It was a decision of government, Senator, and we're implementing it as requested.
No, I'm not asking. Yeah, okay, so maybe you, Senator O'Donoghue, can find out where they flaked the $2.2 million from, and was there any analysis? So if they've said it's $2.2 million, where did the analysis of that come from? Where's the analysis to say why they're getting $2.2 million in Braddon?
I can't answer that question, Senator. It was a matter for government.
It's a decision of government.
When you
I'll take on notice what information.
That's because it's a Liberal seat there,
When-
marginal.
When you say it's a decision for government, I break things up into the judiciary, the legislature and the executive. I presume you're saying it was a decision of the executive government, which includes you guys, or are you saying it's a decision that went to cabinet? Because the way it's supposed to work is ministers don't generally make decisions without receiving a brief of some kind from a department like yours, if you are the subject matter experts.
Sometimes they do, Senator.
So you're saying in this instance, the government received no brief?
On the 2.5.
2.5.
No, we did not brief on the 2.5 Senator.
Did you provide any advice to the government
No, Senator.
on that centre in Burnie?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
So how was, under what program was it funded? Something that's not a responsibility of the department?
It's a wellbeing centre.
So it's a wellbeing centre that was never told to be put in Burnie, but we're deciding to put it in Burnie.
So
that's not what the recommendation said. Never mentioned anything about Burnie at all. Nothing on the northwest coast. But anyway,
Minister, did it involve any colour-coded spreadsheets, red and blue?
Well, I appreciate your
references to matters that are entirely outside this portfolio. I've indicated I'll take on notice all matters related to this and provide to the committee what I'm able to through that process.
So the department didn't do a proposal on why we should put the transition centre in Burnie and why we should not put it anywhere else in Tasmania. You didn't provide anything at all.
In relation to the $5 million, we have the feasibility study that you've already referenced, and we will conduct consultations with Tasmanian veterans and their families in order to determine who the best lead organisations might be in Tasmania, how many locations might be the optimum where they might be. That work is still to come, Senator. The 2.5 is separate to the $5 million, and it's the $5 million that the feasibility study related to.
Yeah, okay. How long do you reckon it's going to take you? How much time are you going to spend with all those families down there? In that, because this would be a world record if you actually did this in 4 weeks to get all that information. Why don't you give me a timeline on that?
I can do that on notice, Senator.
That would be wonderful. So I just want to get this right. A feasibility study that cost $120,000 was ignored for a government pick. Is that what's happened here?
I wouldn't agree with that, Senator. As I've described, the feasibility study relates to the $5 million, which has yet to be allocated through a consultation process and the establishment of lead organisations through an expression of interest that is yet to take place. The $2.5 million was handled differently.
Okay, so first of all, did you look at where the veterans are and where the need is? Because most veterans in Burnie would tell you that there's more people who need help in Lonnie, to be honest, and that's what your $120,000 study said too. So where did you get the breakdown of, because really I've asked this in the past, of breakdown of veterans and where they are, and you can never give me numbers. So this is a brand new, have we got a brand new person doing all this now, have we? Because I've never ever been able to get a breakdown from you people exactly how many veterans are where in this country. When did this happen?
I don't know your question, Senator. So the 2.5...
Where are you getting your number? Where are your veterans, Senator?
As
You tell
we've
me,
said-
in 5 electorates in Tasmania, how many's in each electorate? Veterans.
I didn't say I knew that information.
That's what I'm asking you. Right, so how
Senator,
do you know where these
can-
hubs are going?
We can actually have a look broadly at where veterans are located. So we do have some data on that, which I'm happy to look at and take on notice for you in relation to Tasmania.
I can tell you, I believe there are about 8,000 veterans in Tasmania, but I'd have to take on notice their distribution, and I'm taking that off the top of my head, so you're looking like I might be wrong, and I may be, but I believe that's
we've
roughly
lost 4,000 and haven't gained any more in the last 6 years. No, that's
roughly
incorrect.
the number. But it's not just distribution that's taken into account. There's also infrastructure and transport and other considerations, and we would take advice from the representative organisations who may be the leads in determining what the best locations might be for those centres.
Can you take that question on notice about distribution numbers and distribution across
Certainly. Yes,
South
we can,
Australia
Senator.
as well?
But the local member for Burnie has been exceptionally outspoken and supportive of a wellbeing centre for the Burnie area, and I think there was, if you like, for want of a better term, a wellbeing centre, but without government support locally through a local GP, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I don't think that's going very well. I can ask questions on it if you like, but I don't think that's going well.
Who did a lot of good work, and that was part of the reason for formally establishing.
So it wasn't the Burnie wasn't chosen because Mr. Pearce has asked for it. Is that what you've asked? Is that what you're telling me?
We didn't comment on that.
He advocated for it, most definitely.
But it's not based on numbers. It's not
very
based on
effectively.
numbers. It's not based on infrastructure or anything else. They're just getting $2.2 million.
Captain's pick.
Captain's pick. Here we go. Okay, can you give me on notice everything you've done to plan for and establish the Burnie hub, costings, any feasibility studies you've done, and any analysis of the value for money of putting the hub there instead of Launceston? I want to know why Burnie was
Senator, I just
chosen
need to be
instead of
clear
what your
that a
$120,000
decision hasn't been
report said.
made to place the centre in Burnie and not in Launceston. The $5 million is still to be allocated.
Where's the $5 million going then?
I mentioned that there's consultation to take place.
How
and
long
an
will the
expression of
consultation
interest-
take? Because you've had 3 years.
An
We've all been
ex-
talking about that for 3
An expression
years.
of interest process to identify lead organisations and then to determine where the best locations will be.
Who's doing the consultation?
The department will be doing the consultations.
When will the department be on the when will the department be on the ground in Tasmania?
We hope in the near future, Senator.
Is there a reason you haven't been down there already since the coalition promised that to Tasmania when they won the last election?
We're hoping to do it shortly, Senator.
When does the expression of interest take place, and how long will that take to be dealt with, and the consultation?
I agreed to provide a timeline on notice, Senator, but it's not. We like to give the organisations time to put forward their business cases. Generally, 6 to 8 weeks for them to put those cases forward after we've conducted the consultations. It's not then very long to assess those proposals and determine which organisations are most suitable to be the lead organisations and take the program forward.
So that takes us into the caretaker period, doesn't it?
Potentially.
Is it a competitive tender?
It's an assessed process, Senator, so organisations put forward proposals against the guidelines.
We have one running now, Senator, for South East Queensland, so if you see how that's being conducted, that will give you an indication of how it may be conducted in Tasmania.
As we have done in all the other locations, well, the other locations where a lead organisation wasn't already in position.
Like Nowra and
Wodonga and Darwin, yeah.
Can you tell me whether members of parliament ever, or do they get to nominate organisations for funding?
No, we do the analysis and we then provide advice. That's how it has worked with the previous one, Senator.
And then who's the decision maker on that when you...
The department makes a recommendation to the minister, Senator.
Right. Okay. And that's always done that way, is it?
Yes, it is.
In the cases where a lead organisation wasn't already identified, so in the case of Perth, you'd be aware that the RSL already had a program and a project underway, and the funding was allocated to the Western Australian RSL. But where there wasn't a lead organisation, for example in Darwin, we went through a similar process of identifying a suitable lead organisation through a consultative process.
Are there so is there a certain, when you make a decision, do you have to run through a criteria while you're making that decision?
There's a set of guidelines against which the organisations have to put forward their proposals.
Could you your provide them to the
yes, Senator, they're publicly available, but I can do that, yep.
Did your department all the information I can find about the Veteran Wellbeing Centre, on all the information I can find about the Veteran Wellbeing Centre network comes from ministerial press releases. How is the Wellbeing Centre network going to run? What services are you looking to fund and how will you select them? Will you fund existing organisations like you've done already for the RSL in Launceston? Or are you proposing to set up a bunch of new service centres around the state?
Are you talking about Tasmania in particular?
I am talking about Tasmania in particular, yes.
Okay, so the consultations and the feasibility study that we've already conducted have given us quite a lot of information about the sorts of services that Tasmanian veterans and their families are looking to see from a wellbeing centre. The intention is that the lead organisation then, once appointed, continues to consult and engage with local veterans and their families in order to work out what would be the best combination of services. And the general experience with the other centres is that they start with a core of maybe 2 or 3 organisations or types of services, and they build as they go along. And you would see that in Townsville, you'd see similar in South Australia. And they respond to local needs and they make their own decisions about what services they would like to commence with, what other things they want to add, what works for their local community. And within the broad guidelines, they can make decisions that are different from centre to centre.
So the money for the 2 Tasmanian Wellbeing Centres was set aside more than 6 months ago. Is that correct?
Yes, it is more than 6 months ago, Senator.
Yes. You've had the feasibility study since April last year? Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
So what's taking so long to get the money out the door? Honestly, you can chuck $250,000 at the Lonnie RSL, but there's still no plan for anywhere else.
Well, the remaining centres is not necessarily 2 centres, Senator. It'll depend on the outcome of the consultations and the expressions of interest. But yes, Hobart and Launceston are 2 likely locations, but there may be others that are suitable. That'll be an outcome of the consultations and the expression of interest process.
You've got veteran suicides going on out there. You've got a Royal Commission you've taken since April last year. You've had 6 months. You've just had a report that said it should be in Lonnie and Hobart, and you're going, let me get this right, you're going back out there to do more consultation.
No,
seriously.
Senator, I'm sorry, Senator, but no, that's not how it's working. There's $5 million for Tasmania, of which no decision has been made in relation to wellbeing centres in Tasmania. That needs and is subject to consultation to then determine where is the best location for those centres or centre. It might be 1, might be 2, in Tasmania. So that's the $5 million of which Ms Pope has identified that we will go out and consult on, as we've done with those other organisations that we needed a lead organisation because we don't run them. So in relation to the $2.5 million for Launceston and Burnie, that is a completely separate issue to the $5 million.
Okay, so why is it you can decide to have 1 hub in every other state, but in Tasmania you're now going for 2?
No,
why don't you explain that to me?
We haven't, Senator, because the $5 million, we haven't actually consulted on that yet. It might be
Why
1.
not, Ms Cozzens?
Because it's still under consideration before the Minister announces the consultation. So it will go out shortly.
Oh dear. Okay, so I think what I want to be upfront about and what other people are worried about down in Tasmania, because you'll find that veterans already know it needs to be in Launceston. The RSL does very well there. 3 floors, great building, needs redone, best advocacy, best wellbeing centre we've got there. We already know what's going on there. So what we're all worried about is that the government's going to spend the money on getting Liberal MPs elected, not on veterans, and you can understand why they're worried about that right now with what's happened with sports rorts, car park rorts and the like, and that they're going to get ripped off down there because they're not going to get where it should go, because it will not be based on veterans' needs. It will be based on the sitting MP's needs, not the veterans.
Well, if that were the case, Senator, analyse it yourself. The member for Bass got elected with a margin of about 500 votes. The member for Braddon with a margin of 5,000 votes. So if it were to be solely on marginality, as you are asserting, then one assumes Launceston would be favoured over Burnie. So your own logic fails you.
It's not about being favoured. It makes no common sense in having it in Burnie full stop. And there's other people in the play this time, Chair, isn't there?
Can I just ask?
Yes, please do.
The Secretary, so I just, 8 weeks from now takes us up to about the time an election will have to be called. Under the caretaking